We're live. And we're back. Hello? New stream, who dis? Yeah, it worked. Check it out. If I, one moment. Go on display capture. Look, this is the stream. And it's 11 hours 30. Which means it stopped being uploaded. Thumbs up. And now, on our YouTube stream, it's working. So if I exit, we're actually back. Oh my god. I'm so orange right now. My blue light filter. What the fuck? Ow. Ouchie. Fucking hell, it's really orange. Molten tough alloy. Does that not... No. Okay. Black screen? Oh yeah. My bad. My bad. Sorry guys. Okay. Well, here's what we've done today. That's pretty good, I guess. It's still black. It's not black. You're lying. You're lying to yourselves.
Kid Octo just went and did it with $50. First time watching one of your streams live.
There's no way it's still black.
I love your content and keep up the good work, LSD Frogman.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. $50. Still black. No. Okay. So what do we do from here? I guess... I can't see shit. Oh, I need to stand up. Fuck, my butt's hurting again. Ouch. Okay. You want to see what I've prepared for the sleep? For when I'm going sleepy time? I have a little scene in OBS. If I press the sleep button, watch this. Good evening. It plays my video. In this video, we fly to space in Factorio. That's right, boyos. We've installed the space exploration mod, which allows us to build a quick. Look, I can skip to the next one, and it's the next Factorio one, and the next one. It's the next one. Hello again. Welcome to the old video. Wait a minute. The depths videos. Hello again, land haters. Ordered in a playlist. They're sponsored by War Thunder. We got the Just Cause 3 videos. Like the original Just Cause 3 videos. We got the SP knowledge reaction. Basically, original KSP videos in sponsored by World of Warships. In order. Good stuff. You know, good stuff. Gosh, it's 10 PM already. It's 10:30. Fucking hell. Stream broke on YouTube. No, it's not. You're broke. You're broke. This is one hell of a playlist. It's really long. It's like 24 hours plus, I think. Alright. What am I gonna do? I guess I'm just gonna go to bed. Stream broke YouTube. Yeah, it seems like less people are on it. I mean, I'm still live. Oh, it's unlisted. Ah, it's unlisted. Okay. Need to change that. Need to change that right now. Come on. Please? Where is it? Unlisted. Public. Done. Save. Okay. Alright. I gotta schedule another stream. Unlisted alert. Unlisted alert. In chat message rules. Or I'll pin that. Please. In it. Message. Here we go. We got low latency on, I think. Yup. I can start a timer. I don't really want to start a timer. Turn this off. Alright. What else do I need to do? I need to do something. Listed alert. Oh yeah. So when sleeping. Change title to sleeping. The latency is on.
Yeah, you should visit Nebraska next.
No, I'm good. Bro, you look like a corpse. It's like 11:30 p.m., dude. I'm fine. Are you playing 12 hours today? I think that's probably for the best. I think that's probably for the best, to be honest. This is Just Cause all over again. It fucking is, bro. Kind of feels the same. Although I'm definitely not as fucked right now. I'm kind of chilling right now, to be honest. Alright, well, actually I don't have to change the title. I don't have to change the fucking title. That's not necessary. Because it's got the little sleepy time thing. When I press this, look, it says sleepy time. Honk me 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 honk shoo. Good evening. Yeah, I know. Shut up. Okay. Who wants to watch my videos? Who wants to watch all my videos while I go to bed? Yeah.
Martin and I started watching your Factorio videos in December and playing shortly after, and I just passed 900 hours. I'm choosing to blame
That's a lot
you.
of hours. Okay. I could have a shower. Gotta fucking make myself presentable. Not make myself presentable, make myself bettable, I guess. Do it. Okay. I'm gonna just let this run. And I'll come back in a bit, and I'll see if anyone's causing a ruckus. So, yeah, we'll do that. Good evening. Ooh. In this video, we fly to space in Factorio. That's right, boyos, we've installed the Space Exploration mod, which allows us to build a rocket, strap in, and launch ourselves into the great beyond. To explore, expand, and conquer. Gentlemen, our subjugation will be vast, and our profits will be vaster. For us to win, we don't just launch a single satellite like vanilla Factorio. No, disgusting. Far too easy. Cringe. To win, we must build an interstellar spaceship and fly it at the speed of light. Will we achieve this lofty goal? Will we
synergistically motivate client-oriented initiatives?
Will it be overrun by the hordes of angry environmentalists, or will our gross incompetence cost us everything? Joining us on this journey are my employees, Ben and Tristan. So, let us begin. Day 1. Our journey began right here, which is precisely where our little spaceship had crash landed. In the distance were these. From here, it was up to us and our entrepreneurial spirit. So, we began work. We built some drills to mine ore, furnaces to smelt the ore into plates, and plates into more drills to mine more ore into more plates. The factory had begun. We then drilled some copper, coal, and stone, built some power infrastructure, and before we knew it, red science had been fully automated.
Asleep.
Next,
I'm not asleep yet.
Copper mining, expanded.
Thank you for the
Copper
raid.
smelting,
Expanded.
iron smelting,
Expanded.
main bus, built. Green science, automated. Red science, Dragon City, installed on your phone for free. Gentlemen,
Hear me right now over me fucking screaming.
Cities. You're not
in
going to
the
believe
video.
this, boys, but this video is sponsored by Dragon City, a free-to-play RPG PvP Dragon Collection game available for iOS, Android, Windows Phone, and Jeff. Collect yourself over 1,000 different dragons. Each and every dragon will flood your brain with dopamine and make you truly feel alive. Look at this one, look at this one, look at this one. Dragon, 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 dragon. That's a lot of dragons, guys. Breed your dragon, lay an egg, hatch that son, and feed him, feed him, feed him, feed him, feed him. Look at him. He is your son.
See my son!
Train him. Put him through the ringer in dragon basic training by smacking this little wood. Fight him against other dragons. Place him into a legal PvP cockfighting ring and claim ultimate victory. Still unconvinced? If you don't download this game, you will regret it. There are several events each week and a battle pass for truly unlimited, intense gaming. I still don't think you are convinced. You better download this game. I am living in your walls. Look at these YouTubers. My favorite Minecrafters, Mr. Yeast. George is still unable to be located. And Dreer, wow, there he is. My favorite YouTuber, Dreer in dragon form. If you download the game through the link in the description, I might get enough bargaining power to convince the devs to add a frog. So download it with the link in the description and get a free reward of 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and some very rare space being dragon that isn't a frog, but it's okay, maybe I'll get there one day, that'll be all I want is frog, please! What are you waiting for, boys? If it's good enough for Dreer, it's good enough for you. So download it. I'm waiting. Add over. Research completed. We had researched the belt balancer from the mod Belt Balancers. A cool little gadget that would cause us no problems whatsoever in our future. In Vanilla Factorio, if I want these 8 belts to go into 7 belts equally, I need to build this. Horrible. But with belt balancers, all we need to build is this. Wonderful. Following this, we had our very first complaint from the local environmentalists. So we murdered them on the spot. These small bean-shaped attackers weren't yet an issue, and like any good corporation, we swept the problem under the rug and pretended it didn't happen. To absolutely no one's surprise, this didn't work. Our factory fart cloud had reached them, and they weren't going to stop. Oh look, new research. Water fill. If landfill lets you fill in water with land, water fill lets you fill in land with water. It's very useful and has no exploits whatsoever. The protesters were back, and in bigger numbers. Tristan and I ran out of the building we were working in and violently apprehended the suspects. Gentlemen, the problem was growing. We had 3 options, all of which involved violence. We could do nothing and get repeatedly mauled to death by the increasingly stronger biters. We could hunker down more and construct turrets and walls to defend our assets, or we could take the fight to them with our new weaponry. We chose option 3. To help us, Ben contacted our local arms dealers and bought an army of chain guns, which have big tracks, autonomous driving, and water cannons for dispersing crowds. So we sent them in and dispersed some crowds. Day 2. Things were going great. The factory was growing. The environmentalist menace had been kept at bay, and we were starting to use words like disseminate and synergy. While Tristan and I had been expanding the military science, Ben had been busying himself with learning trains, an obsession that would lead to some truly beautiful things. To build the train network, we'd need lots of clear space, so Ben set to work water-filling the nearby cliffs when he water-filled under his feet and was instantly killed.
Ah, fuck!
Things had been peaceful for a while. Too peaceful. As Ben was finishing up his squeaky clean environmental coal mine, he was jumped by a large group of biters making horrible demands for higher wages and equal pay. I ran up to assist and was promptly mauled to death by the angry mob. Twice. I just killed me again! Fuck! I called Tristan over to help in the crowd dispersing and built a car.
How do you shoot?
Oi! We linked up with Ben in the north with a small army of chain gunners and sent the boys in to deliver retaliatory lawsuits in enormous volume. Once the dust on the battle had settled, it was obvious that the biters were in complete financial ruin. But they would be back. What we needed to do was build a wall. With our selection of mods, there were many options to choose from. Stone walls, concrete walls, spiked walls, but really, these all suck. Instead, we can build a tiny moat out of water fill, and it'll create a totally impervious barrier. So, Tristan made a bunch of water fill, and sectioned off the north end for good. After the wall had been built, the attacks cooled down for a while, allowing us to expand our business to the next rate frontier, the water. After a little boat stuff, Tristan and I experimented with our latest innovative innovation, supersonic trains. As you can probably guess, these are trains that can travel really, really fast. If you got anxious crossing train tracks with these pathetic 300km/h trains, they get ready to be flattened so fast that the train only appears on your screen for 1 frame. These trains would not only give our network speed and efficiency, but also an element of extreme danger. I was almost... While I'd been upgrading the trains, Tristan had been driving his boat. And driving his boat. And driving his boat.
No! I might die. Drive! died. I'm dead.
Oh
I'm dead.
no. Tristan's death at sea had ripped a sense of purpose away from him. He became a shell of the former man we all knew, and repeatedly tried to run me down in a hit and run with his car.
God damn it!
Poor guy. The factory was growing, and the biters didn't like it. For the next hour, we were subjected to non-stop raids by increasingly violent environmentalists. What we needed to do was go on the attack. Ben had been building a squad of flame tumblers, high-speed cars armed with flamethrowers. He sent them in, only to realize that some of the biters were immune to fire damage. Oh wait, what? There's a biter that's invincible. It doesn't take fire damage. Fuck! And they all died. Shit. Unfortunately for us, we couldn't just waterfill them off now, because that would cut off lots of valuable resources. First, we needed to push them back, and then waterfill. Ben had built himself a flame tumbler, and was zooming around the battlefield at breakneck speeds. He went so fast, in fact, that he drove straight into a rock, got stuck, and died. We recovered Ben's body, brought out the waterfill, and sealed off the southern flank to the base. Next, the west. The biggest chain gunner army yet had been purchased from our friends at Lockheed Mart. We took this army and sent them all to the southwest flank. Justice was swift, and the resources were claimed. We finished up the wall and sealed ourselves away from the outside world. The war was over, and the factory building could continue on a much larger scale. Day 3. I suggested to Tristan a devilish plan.
We can waterfill those,
We can waterfill under Ben?
Oh, do you want to go do that?
I think that'd be too mean.
I want to go do that.
He would go up to Ben and waterfill under his feet. I was doing some more boat stuff when another alert came over the radios. Somehow, the biters had snuck into the factory once again. What, how the fuck? I drove over in my flame tumbler and burnt those little shits to death. The next question on my mind was, how? Clearly, the wall wasn't enough. I took another quick tour of our beautiful moat and discovered literally thousands of bugs in very close proximity. If I got close enough to them, I could even hear them say horrible things like, tax the rich. Clearly, what we needed was to expand the gap. This meant expanding waterfill production, so I built a rudimentary waterfill factory, collected a bunch of waterfill, and began widening the moat when this happened. Oh, no. I collected my stuff and finished the moat widening, but still unsurprisingly, felt very much in danger. I could tickle the nests all I wanted with my shitty sniper rifle, but really, I'd need some more firepower. So naturally, I forgot about it and did some more boat stuff. Then, we made some basic construction bodders, built some train stuff, made use of balancer parts, got flattened by a train, did some more boat stuff, and finally, after 2.5 hours, the biters were back in our base. What? Wait. There's fucking biters in our base. This time, somehow, they managed to make a nest right smack in the middle of our territory. How rude. We got rid of that nest, but this nest wasn't the issue. The fact that they could just appear in our base, now that was the issue. It was time to develop a new weapon. A weapon more powerful than anything we had tried before. We knew that waterfill could kill. Tristan had used it recently to brutally murder Ben in cold blood. So could it work against our environmentalist friends? Fuck you, come here. Come here, big boys, come here. Yes. Yes, it could. It could even destroy their nests. And hence, a new meme was born. Fuck you, water fills your house. This strategy used a lot of water fill. Alright, fuck you, water filling your house. So Ben set to work optimizing the line for full-scale wartime production. While Ben was doing that, Tristan joined again, hopped in a flame tumbler, and repeatedly drove it at high speed into our own buildings. Thank you, Tristan. Once Ben had finished the monstrous waterfall facility, we met there to discuss our game plan. And to waterfill Tristan.
You just pick it up out of the thing.
Our current strategy was primitive. Once an area had been water-filled, it was impossible for the biters, but also impossible for us. This problem was solved by Ben with a very simple solution. Getting into the water with a boat. Fuck you, waterfill. Fuck you, waterfill. Fuck you, waterfill. Fuck you, waterfill. We waterfilled so much area that we completely separated our base and had constructed an island. Safety had finally been achieved. Day 4 of our recording binge began with this ominous message. In 24 hours, the sun would do a little trolling. Ben was still at it, waterfilling houses, and has successfully sectioned off an entire gigantic island in the north that contained lots and lots of resources. He then went to work trying to clear out the island and got mauled to death once again.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Meanwhile, I began automating yellow science, the last type of science pack before we had to launch anything to space. 2 hours later, I managed to hook everything up to the building, and at a slow but steady stream of piss science. Holy shit. I'm pogging out of my mind. Excellent. We could now research many more things. So, we started some research, and realized that our production lines were running like shit. It turned out, we had a lot of bottlenecks. Firstly, I noticed that our sulfur production was lacking petroleum. I checked our oil refineries, they were working. But then, they would stop working. I checked the oil train station, and there was no oil, which means no petroleum, which means no sulfur, which means no science. Not good. I checked our oil drilling, and it had been tapped almost completely dry. So, we needed more oil. Well, there was some oil down here a little bit past our big canal. This was an excellent opportunity for me to waterfill some more houses. So Ben and I, in our combined house flooding efforts, managed to then separate off a few islands with oil and iron. Problem was, these islands were still covered in biters, and we couldn't just waterfill them, because that would remove the resources. What we needed was a way to clear them out. Lucky for us, we had researched light artillery, and it was actually very effective. Once the oil island had been cleared, I built a train station and hooked up the oil to our network. This gave the science production enough of a boost to finish researching heavy artillery, which we would be needing for the much larger and more dangerous North Island. So, we built some artillery train wagons and gave it a go. We had worked hard today and played Factorio for 13 hours. So naturally, we engaged in a little rocket launcher tomfoolery. Come on. Ben!
Yeah, I got him, Tristan. I got him. Don't worry.
I then showed Tristan our latest innovation, supersonic trains
I'll show you.
2,
I'll show you.
which he used to suddenly and abruptly reverse directly into our artillery train.
Is it-
Whoa. Tristan, you fucking idiot! So, I ran him over. Just a few times.
Ah, fuck.
Once the tomfoolery session was over, Ben went and built us some Power Armor MK3, which we filled with leg. Day 5 began. Tristan joined the server, said fuck you, and left. Thanks, Tristan. Ben and I started the day off by flying our first little satellite into space. I built some rudimentary rocket part production, built up the rocket parts, chucked the satellite inside, and launched.
Train.
Hey!
Wait, so,
Finish the game.
That's not the finish of the game. I'll tell you that.
so we just finished the game. Nice.
No, we didn't.
Let's go.
We didn't. Tristan, we didn't finish the
Finally.
Tristan, we didn't finish the game. And there we go, boys. We'd done it. Our very first object sent into the great beyond. In celebration, we then used the satellite to reveal a huge area of the map and a brand new planet, Alaz. We took a quick look at the surface to discover it was very volcanic and generally not nice. The satellite had also revealed all the locations of the biters on our northern island. So Ben and I decided it was time for some expansion. We called in the artillery train and laid waste to our enemies.
I see you target. Are the orange ones your targets?
No, Tristan, the children are my targets. Anyone misbehaving while I was gone? Next on the agenda was making big boy smelter arrays for our brand new, freshly claimed resources. While I was constructing them, Ben came by with a brand new invention, the thrust suit, which he had outfitted with a jetpack.
That's a good one.
Pretty cool. I then finished up the copper smelting array by adding the train stations. For these train stations, I'd come up with an interesting design. All it needed was about 60 balancer parts, placed like this. Items would flow into the top and evenly distribute themselves into each chest. This design was compact, convenient, and quite fast. So of course, we used it wherever we could. Day 6 began, as any good day should. A quick artillery barrage onto an enormous patch of biters. A few minutes later, we were reminded of our impending doom. The coronal mass ejection. It was going to happen in 2 minutes.
Make you strike a dude.
We had no idea what to
2-1-3
expect,
cock.
other than those big lasers from the very start of the
Legend.
game would be back. We'd built an umbrella defense, which said it could deflect coronal mass ejections and energy beams with up to 500 gigawatts of attacking power. So we should be fine, right? The time came, the coronal mass ejection began, and the umbrella defense activated. Oh shit, look at it!
Shit. Oh, there we go.
Ooh! So far, all was going well. But then,
Okay.
I checked the power consumption.
I think
700
everything's
megawatts, 800 megawatts,
Gonna be
900
found, yeah.
megawatts, 1 gigawatt, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. All the machines around us stopped. The factory came to a halt. And suddenly...
But I just want
Holy shit! 19 giant death rays touched down on the factory. This was very bad. All the power was off, and the radio was going nuts with alerts. The damage seemed to be concentrated in one spot on the North Island.
where?
The top
Oh fuck, it's destroying our shit!
I'm running. I'm sprinting up there. I'm sprinting at a fucking high velocity.
Ben and I sprinted up to investigate, and found this.
Dude, it's fucking just barbecuing our shit.
This particular death ray had decided to barbecue a section of rail. But that was it. The other 18 rays had missed completely. Wait a minute. What's this? We'd gotten very lucky.
Look at the bot. It's fucking roasting the bot. It's alive. No, the boys have got it. The boys have got it.
And none of the beams had hit anything important. But what if one of them had hit the main base? I can confidently say it would not have been fun. So what actually happened? Well, the umbrella defense took so much power that it left none for anything else in the factory. This included the offshore pumps that brought water to the nuclear reactors. No water means no steam, and no steam means no electricity. So as soon as they shut down, the factory died.
But we don't have 500.
Holy shit! Not good. We'd gotten very lucky that the damage was so minimal. So to prepare for future CMEs, we forgot about it. Next, we launched another satellite and discovered a new planet called Nostos. This one even had biters on it. 6 minutes later, we launched another one and discovered Panna, a teeny-weeny planet covered in oil. Oil. We launched another satellite and discovered Akisrin, an RGB planet rich in vulcanite. And finally, we launched a satellite and discovered Prabhava, which had this very interesting structure poking out of the sand on its surface. Now, how would we actually get to these planets? So far, all we'd done was launch some satellites, which are easy to make and can't take you up into space. What we really needed was a cargo rocket. So we built a cargo rocket silo, and then forgot about it. Day 7 began with Ben demonstrating the power of filling your Power Armor MK4 with 100 leg. What you doing, Ben? While I'd been hard at work doing stuff, Ben had also been hard at work doing stuff. Particularly in the North Island, where he managed to link up every single resource to our beautiful train network. To celebrate this, Ben took out his high explosive rocket launcher and did this.
Run away, Malcolm. Run.
Wait.
Our design philosophy had shifted heavily to favor trains. The miners would mine ore and place them into chests. Trains would come by and get chests. The train would take the ore to a smelter array. The smelter array would smelt the ores into plates and put them back on the train. That train would go to another facility and deliver the plates, which would be combined. For this system to work properly, we would need to build many separate facilities that produced everything we needed. I built a green circuit facility, a plastic facility, a red circuit facility, a brick smelter, a blue circuit facility, a copper smelter array, a module production facility. You get the idea. Lots of facilities, lots of trains.
Oh my god.
And lots of production. The factory was expanding faster than ever. So fast that
Oh, fuck.
our power had increased so much that we could almost run as fast as the supersonic trains.
Okay, here it comes. You ready?
Bye. Speaking of supersonic trains, we'd researched the final tier of speed. Supersonic trains?
Oh.
3.
Oh.
Ben built one and put the most powerful fuel possible inside it.
Okay. Ready? Fucking.
Now this was fast, but it was actually supposed to go faster. When going at full tilt, it could travel at 7,386.3 kilometers an hour. But really, it should have been going well over 50,000 kilometers an hour, or about 2 times escape velocity. My theory is that 7,386.3 kilometers an hour is the hard limit set by the game that nothing can exceed. Which is unfortunate, because I would have liked to go at twice escape velocity. Day 8 was kinda shit.
Oh my god.
At this point, I'd grown accustomed to building with belt balances. Lots and lots of belt balances. The game had been lagging a lot recently. I opened up the debug menu and checked show time usage to get a better idea of what was eating up all my computer's resources. Each update in Factorio can at maximum take 16.6 milliseconds to process before the game starts slowing down. Our update time was hovering a little over that. With this debug menu, we could see exactly what was taking up our precious milliseconds. Entities were taking around 2.5, the electricity network was taking around 1, and lots of other regular game processors took another combined 4 milliseconds. What was causing us problems was script update. This is where all the mods are. The factory buildings were costing us nearly 1 millisecond. Endgame combat was costing us half a millisecond. And finally, belt balances. They were costing us 8 milliseconds. Oh no. Every single thing in the factory, and all the biters combined, produce less lag than these little yellow boxes. So this left us with one option. Replace every single belt balancer with an actual balancer made of actual belts. Every train loader, every unloader,
that's dark,
and many,
baby.
many production facilities.
I lurk down in the corner like this.
In total, we had placed 2,882 balancer parts, and every single one of them needed to be removed. 5 hours later, we'd finished, and built a whole bunch of beautiful, belt-based belt balancers. Day 9 was preparation day. What were we preparing for? Space. A quick trip into orbit to see what's up, and then straight back down.
This is crazy.
First off, we needed to make the rocket and fuel it. I built this liquid rocket fuel production facility.
Proper dark.
These fucking light oil.
Proper wanker.
Turned it
Turn
on
off
and
the
hooked it up to the cargo rocket silo. Next was cargo rocket part production. This bastard of an item took what felt like 800 different resources to build. It took around 4 hours, and once it was done, we turned it on.
Here comes the
darker.
train. My side one on right now.
That's so
Minecraft
cool.
Day
Void
10.
Gaming.
Today was the day. After ironing out bugs in the system for another 2
In
hours,
the fucking
the
void
rocket
right
parts
now,
were
guys.
finally on belts.
They got
heading over
me.
to the
They
silo.
got me.
I think we might just have to manually make
Whoa.
that a
Meat.
big boy.
Meat.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it so I can look at me in the fucking void. We're also almost at 12 hours. I'll keep playing.
That's a big boy. Ben gave me a thrust suit and a bunch of life support canisters to survive in the vacuum of space. We made a list of all the items we would need, loaded them into the silo, and built the rocket.
That's a big boy.
The rocket was built, the fuel was in, and all that remained was us. I'm gonna hit it. 3, 2, 1, go. Once again, thank you to Dragon City. You can download it from the link in the description.
That really long pause. That
I'm
really
still
long
digging your
pause is
balls.
because they wanted the outro to be 10 seconds. I had to make it 10 seconds. I remember that. Holy shit, I'm blue.
Good evening.
Why the fuck is
Welcome back to Factorio. Last video, we installed the space exploration mod, built a big old factory, laid waste to our enemies, constructed a rocket,
the
and launched
fuck
ourselves into the great beyond. In this
Oh, no.
video, we expand even further.
Yeah,
More death, more destruction, and more development of unprecedented risk management strategy through scalable microactions. In this video, we won't just be going to space, but other whole planets. The entire solar system will not be spared from our reach.
The Fitness Ground Pacer test
So,
is a multi-stage
let
aerobic
us
capacity test that
continue.
progressively gets more difficult as it continues.
But before we
Right.
can continue,
I'll be back
I
once
must
more,
fulfill
but
my
I'm gonna go.
obligations.
I'm gonna go shower.
Opera GX. That's right, boyos. This video is sponsored by Opera GX, the speediest gamer web browser you have ever seen in your entire life. Are you tired of these stinky web browsers vacuuming up all your RAM? Can't watch my videos in crystal clear 1440p because you're a Wikipedia goblin and forgot to close those 8,000 tabs about the most random shit imaginable, like the surname. Well, worry not, fuckos. Opera GX is here to save. Download it now with my link in the description and use GX Control. Stop sucking up my RAM. Done. Stop sucking up my CPU. Done. Stop sucking. No. You can even limit the network bandwidth used, so when you download your 8 terabytes of smut, it doesn't interfere with your intense gamer session. Gentlemen, you can customize this browser to your heart's content. Dark mode, light mode. Force dark mode on every page so that this doesn't happen to you. And best of all, my very own wallpaper. Simply phenomenal. Fellas, we need to do something very important. Download Opera GX, click this button in the top right, use custom wallpaper, get more wallpapers, download my wallpaper, and rate it 5 stars. Has Opera GX told me to do this? No, this is purely for my own vanity. We are currently at 23 ratings, but we need to have more. Jay Schlatt has 194, Russian Badger has 272, and PewDiePie has 748. And we can do better. What are you waiting for, fuckos? Each passing day, my ego must grow larger. Finally, if you download using my link, you get a small section from my past few uploads, so you will never miss a video ever again. And let's continue. Now, you may be asking, Mr. Mart, why has it been over a year since the last Factorio video? Well, I've been lazy, but I do have some excuses. For one, Ben and I in our infinite wisdom decided that this perfectly good, albeit a bit laggy factory wasn't good enough, and we just had to restart. So we switched up the mods a bunch and spent another 100 hours building a giant factory. Huge production facilities, a totally necessary and not pain in the ass 8-lane train network, and a room full of the most precious resource. At around 100 hours, we managed to get the first cargo rocket up and got ourselves into space. And then we were like, you know what? This world kinda stinks. I don't like the mods. Everything is too goddamn large. And generally it has an unpleasant vibe. So once again in our infinite wisdom, we abandoned that world and started over again. So of course, day 1. The crash landing, big space laser death rays, and setting up the starter base, basic mining, basic smelting, red and green science, a blue 2021 Dodge Challenger, and most importantly, our text plates. Penis, 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 and the Zaza. 2 hours in, things were going well. And then, we built an entire factory. Now, I'm just going to say that this was an intelligent storytelling choice, and definitely not me forgetting to record anything for over 40 hours. During those 40 hours, we built a whole factory. We constructed a runway for our brand new aircraft and covered it in poop. Tristan wrote a beautiful haiku. Okay. He developed a powerful addiction to cement, built some concrete production, and then was never heard from. Ever again. These 40 hours of Factorioing were done before I went to America to make this video, so I wasn't under any particular time pressure. But if I wanted to get this video out in time, things would have to get efficienter. Which is a problem for me, because if I play Factorio for too long, my brain goes woo 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 woo, and I walk around in circles for hours at a time, doing nothing. And so, not wanting to dilly-dally any further, Ben and I set our sights on launching to space. Day 2. Time to launch to space. Ben and I loaded up the cargo rocket with a bunch of supplies, and did our maiden launch for the 3rd time. And...
Boys.
Space, baby! Up there to greet us was this asteroid covered in junk, and a bunch more useful stuff that we wouldn't be able to get for quite a while. So, after cleaning off the asteroid, we got to work on today's goal. Space science. Like all the other sciences, but space. While I was hard at work expanding our scientific capabilities, Ben busied himself with the construction of infrastructure.
I don't know, I have a better idea, Mom.
Building stuff in space presents a whole new type of logistical challenge. Where do I get materials? Well, there are a few options. Sending them up in cargo rockets, or using these. Delivery cannons. Delivery cannons do exactly what you'd expect. They shoot stuff into space. For them to work properly, we need a special chest for the goods to land in, and a way of telling them to turn on and off, so this doesn't happen. Deciding on which transport mode to use presents quite the conundrum. Which items do we send via rocket? Is it worth sending the basic plates with delivery cannons, or is that impractical? Making things even more difficult was the fact that some items we got in space couldn't really be used up here, and had to be dealt with somehow. Ben, however, while trying to reconstruct the fish tunnel from our second base, gentlemen, the fish tunnel, found the perfect solution to that particular problem.
I don't know, scrap in here.
Just fucking flinging it into space. So, after wiring everything together, building delivery cannon chests, making a transmitter and receiver, and setting up our little space science production, before we knew it, space science was done. Bada bing, bada boom!
Hey, look at that!
This process takes a fair bit of energy, so using our combined 3.5 brain cells, we did this.
It's really fucking impossible to walk.
We are intelligent Factorio engineers. Back down on Norvis, we had a few issues. For one, a coronal mass ejection. Our umbrella defense took all the power from the factory, causing a giant blackout, but none of our base was damaged, and one of the CME beams even barbecued some biters. So thumbs up from me. Secondly, our flimsy walls were being eaten yet again.
I'm gonna take him on.
No, Ben,
I'm
no!
gonna fucking die. Ben.
For us to work efficiently in space, and eventually on other planets, our defenses would have to be self-sufficient. What we needed to do was build a wall. Day 3. Oh no. Time to build a wall. If you cast your mind back to the previous video, we got away with minimal wall building because you could just build an impervious moat with everyone's favorite item, water fill. Of course, our peaceful moat building eventually turned into this. Well, the mod author, clearly having seen the utter shenanigans one can achieve with a bit of water fill, tragically put a stop to it. Truly a sad day for Bean Boys Incorporated. For this world, we decided not to use water fill since it's really not that fun, so instead we had to build an actual wall with actual defenses. So we built an actual wall with actual defenses. Here's the blueprint. Some flamethrower turrets for the big damage, laser turrets to finish them off, and 2 layers of self-healing mending walls to keep out those spiders. To top it all off, we have straight sections, gay sections, and train stops for our repair train to come and visit when things need repairing. Now, what's the point of spending all this time designing and building a shiny new wall if it doesn't expand our territory? So, I hopped in the attack helicopter and expanded our territory. This is where our most powerful mod came into effect. And no, I'm not talking about the helicopter. I'm talking about the replacement of explosion sounds with vine booms. Once it was all said and done, thousands of biters had been laid off, evicted, and burnt to death, and our territory had been greatly expanded. Now, of course, let's build that wall. During construction, I had what some might refer to as a silly clown moment. To help speed things up, I'd been making good use of the jetpack, but the jetpack takes fuel, and I ran out. Rough. Walking all the way back was gonna take me ages, so instead of using my shit-ass legs, I handcrafted a Dodge Challenger in about half a second, and drove it back to base. Automating space science allowed us to research a lot of new things. New machines.
Growth facility grows biological specimens under a range of controlled conditions.
Grows biological specimens. Me. But most importantly, everyone's favorite weapon system. Artillery. Well, I guess the wall works pretty well. Now that the base perimeter had been secured, it was time to expand the factory to other worlds. Day 4. Seagull, the site of our next grand expansion. Seagull is a small moon rich in cryonite, the first resource that we can't just get on Norvus. And cryonite, we would be needing. So to get started, I fired up the creative world and spent a few hours creating. Cryonite presents a bunch of new challenges. First of all, it's not practical to put the processing plant on Norvus because cryonite ore only stacks at 20, which kinda makes moving it around a bit of a gigantic pain in the ass. But cryonite rods stack to 200, and each cryonite rod takes 10 cryonite ore, so that's 100 times better. Well, to make the rods, we need heavy oil, and the only way for us to get that is with oil processing, so we need to make some oil processing, but then we also need a way to deal with the light oil and petroleum byproducts, so we turn this into solid fuel, and then since another step in the process uses steam, we use the solid fuel in a boiler to make our steam, but it doesn't need that much steam, so we boil off the steam in turbines, but the turbines only turn on when the solar panels don't produce enough energy, so we need a way of turning off the solar panels when we need to burn off the steam, and then that step that takes steam also produces water, so we need a way of making sure the water tank isn't full, and not to mention the fucking mountains of sand produced. Why is there so much sand? So yeah, it's already pretty complicated, and this is the simplest new resource. With all that being said, here's the blueprint. So, time for our next big venture. Before leaving, I had written out a comprehensive, exhaustive list of everything we would need. Except of course, cliff explosives, substations, construction box, and logistics bots. I forgot. I built a big solar field to power the base, sent it on the rocket with all the stuff I forgot, and then sat back and let our good old botters do all the hard work. After an hour, the facility was done, and we had made our first cryonite rods. Yes! To take them back to Norvus, I built another rocket, another landing pad, and flew myself back home. And there we go, boys. Cryonite was now available. The first thing we needed it for was making utility science, so I hooked it up to a delivery cannon, went back into space, stuck down a bunch more machines, and before I knew it, utility science was done. Yes! Finally, we could research logistics system, and the factory could grow even larger. Day 5. Time for the factory to grow even larger. Using our new logistics chests, we began reconstruction of our space base to use a bus design, and tragically, in the process of building our new bus, this happened.
Oh no.
Funnily enough, this train had not been touched for over 20 hours and was still spinning. I finished up the side of our bus and rebuilt the science production to make a respectable 60 science per minute. Utility science was done, now it was time for production science. Production science uses vulcanite, and so it was time for more creative world. Vulcanite, like cryonite, has its own set of unique challenges. First off, vulcanite stacks to 20, so once again we want to make it into vulcanite blocks. Vulcanite ore goes into pulverizers, gets pulverized into crushed vulcanite, enriched vulcanite, and even more fucking sand. The crushed and enriched vulcanite are then used in centrifuges with some added sulfur, which produces even more enriched vulcanite through a feedback loop. The enriched and crushed is then sent to industrial furnaces where it's combined with water and petroleum, which makes our final product vulcanite blocks and some steam, and the steam is put through a condenser turbine which converts most of it back to water. Now this process is fairly complicated, but what makes it particularly difficult is the fact that planets with lots of vulcanite also tend to be waterless. No water means we can't easily make the sulfur or petroleum, so those need to be shipped in. Or do they? Since we now have access to cryonite, we can also freeze the water and ship it around that way. Water ice can stack to 200, and each ice holds 100 water, so every stack is 20,000. This is quite a good solution, because ice is almost free and we don't have to ship any barrels, which is good, because barrels suck. While I was sorting all this out of my head, Ben joined the creative world and decided to build some plutonium reactors.
Uh-huh.
Of course, seeing as we were in a creative world and had access to whatever we wanted, things very rapidly went off the rails.
Plutonium atomic bomb. Alright, Martin, where the f are you?
Don't shoot this, please. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's gonna shoot fast, okay? Let me do it.
Oh, there they
Oh
go.
my god.
Jesus Christ. My screen is just white.
What are you...
Look.
What's with all the worms, Ben?
Alright, Martin, in game blueprint, if you ever need a block of 23,000 worms, it's just fucking there.
Oh my god, that's a lot of worms.
A lot of worms. That's what that is.
Back in the game, we got a few things ready for our vulcanite expansion and had a look around at the star map when we noticed an interesting structure in the asteroid belt. Day 6. Agni, our chosen destination for vulcanite processing. But first, more creative world to try and wrap my head around cargo rockets. Okay, it's been a few hours. Mart, did you wrap your head around cargo rockets? No. This large amount of Factorio I had been doing was definitely getting to me. My initial plan of being efficient called for a schedule, short breaks every hour or two, frequent meals, but all of that went out the window once I started actually playing. Yeah, sure, I could eat right now, but I'm almost done with my new smelter setup, and I think I know which is more important. This game really is crack. Anyway, I still had a job to do, and today it was to go to Agni and get some goddamn vulcanite. I loaded up a rocket, this time remembering to bring the stuff I forgot last time, and flew over to our next big venture. I built another big-ass solar panel, stuck down 10,000 more accumulators because the day-night cycle is quite long, and once again, sat back and let the botters do all the hard work. And, after a few hours of bringing more stuff from Novus, the blueprint was built, and vulcanite was finally being processed. So I took it back home, made a setup to make iron ingots, loaded it all on delivery cannons, built even more space machines, and what do you know? Production science was automated. Oh my god. It only took 82 hours. Production science let us unlock a bunch of cool stuff. Better inserter configurations, beacons, bigger bot cargo capacity, Covrix enrichment, and best of all, incendiary artillery shells. These are like normal artillery shells, but spicier. And with that, I quit Factorio and went out with my friends to a nightclub. You know, for efficiency. Day 7. After a rather solid night out, leaving the club when the lights came on at 4 AM and getting home at 5, I went to bed, got nowhere near enough sleep, and hopped back on Factorio. However, as you can probably imagine, the powerful hangover I was battling with left me playing Factorio like a complete brick. So, I wasn't going to do anything complicated, just some simple upgrades. Productivity Module 3s, some Covrix processing, concrete production to fuel my incredible cement addiction, some upgrades for the science setups, and finally, designing and building a nuclear reactor that takes no inspiration whatsoever from this one by Zisto. Nope, none. They just happen to be quite similar, for no particular reason. I completed the day with some copper smelting expansion. Hey girl, are you a construction worker? Because you are building.
It simply just makes sense. It just makes sense though.
And right before I went to bed, I found this wonderful hidden text plate. News. Day 8. Our resources are running low, and that space we claimed on day 3, well, I think it could be larger. Right now we need more copper, and while there's a little bit within our walls, there is much, much more just a little outside of them. I think you see where this is going. It was time to expand our territory once again. I laid out a plan for a new wall, trying to use as much water as possible. But what's the point spending all this effort clearing out new territory if our wall is outdated and shit? So I hopped back into the creative world and built Wall version 2. For our new wall, I would be using some of our new upgrades. Each wall segment would have an artillery turret loaded with incendiary shells, but the main difference is in the train stops. The old system was dumb, but the new system is less dumb. This totally, fully necessary big blob of combinators reads the contents of these chests and calls the train when supplies run low. The main advantage of the new system is that once the station is built, the train will automatically come by, unload the materials and construction bots, and the bots will build the rest of it for me. The flamethrowers also now use napalm, since why not? Anyway, for us to actually build these walls, we would need to clear out a lot of biters. So I hopped back in the attack helicopter and got to work on our next grand expansion. The first wall segment had been placed, and thousands of biters had been sacrificed for it to happen. I quickly stuck down some copper outposts, and the factory's blood could flow yet again. Day 9. I wasn't done. Gentlemen, it was time to build the rest of the wall. To build it, I'd have to clear out thousands and thousands of biters. So, wanting to do things efficiently, I ran some tests. The attack helicopter was great, but it needed lots of rockets and it had health, so it could die. Oh, no. And while it was very fast, it could be faster. Introducing the Flying Fortress, one of the vehicles of all time. More health and faster speed. Surely this would be better than the helicopter. Nope. The Flying Fortress is an airplane, and airplanes have this little quirk where if you go below a certain speed, they go, I don't want to fly anymore, and they land. So, inevitably, while delivering high explosive rockets from the safety of my plane, I flew too slow, the plane landed itself, and I got mauled to death by an angry mob.
No.
Next up was our new incendiary artillery, which proved to be much more effective. Using manual targeting, I could clear entire giant nests in a few seconds. Even better, I could use the helicopter to get to an island, stick down the turrets, and rain death behind an impervious barrier of water. This was great, but it could be even better. Introducing artillery shells that are atomic bombs. Our arsenal was perfected, the blueprints were ready, and Operation Poop Shit was a go.
Oh, Ben, I found the resonant frequency of my room. Would you like to hear the resonant frequency of my room?
Yes.
And would you look at that? The biters are all dead, and the wall is all built. Holy shit, I think that's it. In total, it took me about 13 hours of pure killing, paving, and building to get here. But it was definitely worth it, because safety and security had finally, for real this time, been achieved. Day 10. With our borders more secure than ever, it was time to continue on our galactic conquest. Ben and I, again seeing that spaceship in the asteroid belt, decided to hop in a rocket and go get it.
Alright, here it is, Ben.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
3,
probably-
2, 1, launch. Oh, and engage. Oh shit.
That.
Oh, there we are. We're in Novice. I'm gonna go down here. Bam.
I'm fucking
That was
stuck
sick.
on this solar panel.
That's actually so cool. It's called the Cum Wagon.
Yeah.
Riding on the high of our successful bootstrapped spaceship experience, we scoured the star map for anything else interesting. And we found something interesting. An alien pyramid structure poking out of the ground on the surface of Agni. So, Ben and I headed over to Agni to take a look.
There it is.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, shit. Thanks once again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Download them from the link in the description and the pinned comment. Oh. Good evening. Welcome back to Factorio. Several years ago, I started a playthrough of Factorio Space Exploration, and in this video, I'm gonna finish it. That's right, boyos, today we maximize shareholder value across the entire galaxy, progressing through advanced technologies like orbital bombardment, spaceships, energy weapons, space elevators, high-power machinery, antimatter, bioengineered plague, this machine that gives you autism if you look at it, manipulating the very fabric of space-time itself, and the most advanced technology of all, talking to women. Nah, just kidding, we couldn't figure that one out. To beat this mod, we need to unlock these technologies and use them to build a spaceship that can fly all the way back to our home galaxy. However, fucking everything in this mod is trying to kill you, or drive you insane, or confuse you to the point of total organ failure. So to help me with this endeavor, I've once again employed my good friends, Ben and Tristan. So, let us begin. So, the elephant in the room. Mart, why has it been over 2 years since the last Factorio video? That's a great question. Oh my god, what's that over there? In part 1, we spent 100 hours building this wonderful factory, flooded the local public housing, used hundreds of balancer parts, and launched our first rocket into space. In part 2, we did an epic gamer move called restarting. Spent 44 hours on day 1, not sure how we did that, flew into space, built some outposts on other planets, and spent another 100 hours building this wonderful factory. At the end of that video, we left off right here on the planet Agni, just before we walked into this mysterious little pyramid full of renters. And this was where that video ended. And I didn't play Factorio again for over 2 years. I was busy. 2 years later, while rewatching Avatar 2, I realized that the humans were playing Factorio, and it was firing me up. Torch that fucking forest! Yes! Build turrets and walls! Yes! Kill those blue freaks! Yes! Dude, shut up. Oh, I'm sorry. And for the first time in years that night, I fired up Factorio. Gentlemen, it was time for a tour. We've got the main area and the big boy bus, mines and production facilities connected together with a rail network, supersonic trains zipping around at supersonic speeds, a BBW protecting us from the disgusting, unwashed proletariat, this rocket launch area for launching rockets into your mom, these perfect nuclear reactors powering everything with no flaws whatsoever, the base in space, 2 bases on other planets, and most importantly, the Zaza. This tour left me feeling concerned. You see, this factory took over 100 hours to build and could make 8 science packs. Pretty respectable, but if we wanted to build that intergalactic spaceship, we'd have to automate all the science packs. Gentlemen, it was time to expand. Energy science, the target of our next grand expansion. So I plonked down a manufactory to see how we make it, and died from lack of brain. Every one of these mid-game science packs needs 4 unique data cards. Energy Science 1 needs polarization data in a laser facility, which I can make, radiation data in a radiation facility, which I can make, and electromagnetic field data in an electromagnetics facility, which I can also make. Are you still following me? The final card, conductivity data, is also made in an electromagnetics facility. It takes a bunch of items that we can already make, and holmium plates. And this is where it gets a little silly. Holmium plates are made from holmium ingots, which are made from molten holmium, which is made from holmium powder, which is made from holmium chloride, which is made from crushed holmium, which is made from holmonite ore. Holmonite ore, as you can probably guess, is nowhere to be found on our home planet Norvis. So I hopped into a rocket, flew over to a new planet, Ninlil, mined holmonite, crushed it into crushed holmonite, and of course, rock. Turned the crushed holmonite into holmium chloride, shipped the holmium chloride back to Norvis, made the holmium chloride into holmium powder, melted the holmium powder into holmium liquid, cast the holmium liquid into holmium ingots, put them on a train, took them off a train, onto a belt, into a delivery cannon, shot them into space, made them into plates, put those plates into an electromagnetics facility making conductivity data. The 4 data cards we made can now be combined in a soup a computer to make an energy catalog. That energy catalog can be made into energy insight. Are you still following me? That insight into significant data. And what do you know? We can make energy science. Oh yeah. 1. Well, that only took, what, 14 hours? I think I'm gonna kill myself! Speaking of killing myself, Ben. Him and I had been extremely busy expanding, constructing, synergizing, and maximizing stakeholder value. But beneath our feet, something had been brewing. And no, I'm not talking about the log in the toilet. Uranium. About 50 hours ago, this uranium mine ran out. I knew it ran out, Ben knew it ran out, but we didn't do anything about it. Why? Well, we had somewhere on the order of 50 bajillion uranium stored in these 2 warehouses. However, our factory used approximately 1 bajillion uranium per hour, so over the course of 50 hours, the warehouses had been depleted. Wait. Uh-oh. Wait. This is bad. As the factory entered into a power death spiral, Ben and I then saw something much worse. In exactly 2 minutes, the sun would do a little trolling. And the only way to defend ourselves was pumping 2 gigawatts of power into this umbrella defense. We had precisely 0. There's no fucking power. I can't reprocess the fuel. Fuck! No! Fuck! This could not have come at a worse time. No, bots. The Bosch! No, the Bosch has been destroyed.
The first one.
Oh. Bruh. Oh my god.
And there it is.
With the base now medium rare, we had to find a way to switch the whole machine back on again, which proved to have several problems. Problem 1, no power. Problem 2, no uranium. Problem 3, to make power we need uranium. And problem 4, to mine uranium we need power. This is what the professionals call a bit of a pickle. So, while Ben got to work building a new uranium mine, I scratched my head trying to figure out how to switch the power back on. And then it came to me. Nuclear fuel reprocessing. During the Colonial Mass Ejection Sun Ass Blast 9000, I had managed to scrounge together 20 whole fuel cells. Now this wouldn't be enough to jumpstart the factory, so I built this. A small setup for centrifuging spent nuclear fuel cells back into uranium. To power it, I used these solar panels. And once I made some uranium, I turned that into fuel cells, and threw those fuel cells into the reactors. This did exactly nothing, because these reactors had a fundamental design flaw. The pumps pumping water into the heat exchangers share power with the rest of the factory. So if the factory is dead, the pumps are dead. This was no longer a bit of a pickle. This was a lot of a pickle. Not to worry, because we had 2 other small nuclear reactors just lying around, and these ones had pumps on separate power networks. So once I switched these on, the roboports were able to charge back up, and the main reactors in the lake could turn on. However, we were then presented with a brand new pickle. Despite all the reactors being on at full bore, the factory was still fucked. The delivery cannons didn't know when to stop shooting, and the rockets thought it would be a great idea to fill themselves with random bullshit. Oh my god, what the fuck? A full rocket load of random bullshit is a lot of resources, which made the rest of the factory kick on, and soon enough, everything was running at full power and the reactors couldn't keep up. This is a fucking disaster. This was no longer a lot of a pickle. This was an ostrobogulous sum of pickle. Too much pickle for the feeble human mind to comprehend. The solution was simple. Build another reactor. This, however, was complicated by our good friend Tristan, who, at that exact moment, decided it would be funny to join the game, hop into a motor vehicle, and plow it through all of our nuclear reactor equipment. Tristan, what the fuck did you do to them all? Dude, I'm gonna fucking kill you! This added substantially to the already ostrobogulous sum of pickle, creating a pickle singularity collapsing into itself and destroying the known universe. But, lucky for Tristan, we did in fact have some spare reactor parts lying around. And finally, the power was back on.
Oh, yes.
Come on, yes, there we go. The mine was built, and uranium was flowing once again.
We're back.
We're so back. Did I end up fixing the fundamental design flaw of the nuclear reactors? No. Like any good engineer, I scaled it up and pretended the problem didn't exist. A problem I couldn't ignore, however, was Tristan.
Listening to NBA Youngboy.
Yup. It turns out Tristan has been quite the antagonizer over the last several hundred hours. And quite frankly, I'd had enough. Now yes, there was always the option of shooting him in the face, but 10 seconds later he'd respawn and continue on his merry way. I wanted something a bit more permanent. Yo, Trista, come to the rocket area. I want to expand to a new planet.
Alright. Robot sector, we can do that.
Alright, Tristo. Hop in the rocket.
This one?
This rocket. We're gonna expand to a brand new planet, okay?
I'm in.
Alright. See ya.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, bye. Fuck. Dude. Oh no. The fuck?
Your brand new world, Tristan. Your brand new little playground.
Oh my god.
And with the great antagonizer dealt with once and for all, I could finally relax. Of course, the relaxation didn't last very long when I remembered we had literally only made one new science pack out of 20. With my sleep schedule getting steadily more abused, I moved on to Energy Science 2 and 3, which didn't need any new resources. Just a whole bunch more space and 12 new data cards. Rest assured, it was painful. Energy Science 4 was still out of reach behind Astronomic Science, and I didn't want to do that yet. Instead, I wanted to get my dirty little mitts on Piss Science Advanced. Or Material Science, I guess. So, imagine that whole rigmarole fuckamagee that we just did to get Energy Science. Well, we have to do all of that, all over again, this time with Iridium instead of Holmium. So, it's time to lock in. The closest source of iridium ore is on this planet Silverhorn. I took a quick flight there on Delta Airlines, which thought it would be funny if we landed in the fucking creek. Mined erudite, crushed erudite, shipped the crushed shit back to Norvis, built this huge machine for processing that crushed shit, first into iridium powder, that powder into iridium blast cake, but oh wait, sorry fucko, iridium blast cake needs enriched vulcanite. That's an intermediate product in vulcanite production that we can only make on the planet Agni. So I went to Agni, built yet another rocket, loaded it up with enriched vulcanite, flew that shit back to Norvis, added it to the rail network, made that blast cake. Can I eat the blast cake? What? No. Turned that blast cake into ingots, shot the ingots into space, made those ingots into plates, made data cards, then catalogs, insight, significant data, and finally, science packs. Material Science 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. And that only took 20 hours. All this factory building was stressing me out, but luckily for me, this was precisely when I ran into an old friend. A friendly biter that we'd thrown down at the very start of the game. I got close to friend, and I could have sworn he told me to quote,
"Send 2,000 biters directly to hell with the incendiary artillery."
Okay. And just like that, all my stress melted away. Kind of like this little guy's entire family. This bit of biter incineration gave me the strength to continue our galactic conquest. And next on the agenda was Astronomic Science, which yet again involved a new resource, some long-ass production chain, and 18 million different data cards. Introducing rigmarole fuckamagee number 3, beryllium. Once again, beryllium can't be found on Norvis, so into a rocket I went, flying it over to a new planet, Dionysus. However, before I could begin the refining process, I had to deal with the locals. A few dozen biter nests spread across the planet, minding their own business. Much better. With biters now eradicated on Dionysus, it was time to extract our beryllium. And at this point, I think you know the drill. First, we mine it, then we move it, crush it, squeeze it, pull it, bop it, twist it, get run over by a train, melt it, cast it, chop it, zap it, and bang, beryllium ingots. Those beryllium ingots are loaded into a rocket, flown back to Norvis, put on a train, taken off a train, put onto a belt, put into a delivery cannon, and shot into space to make Astronomic Science. Astronomic Science uses a combination of these cool telescopes, observation frames, and of course plenty of gnomes, to make, like, observations, or something. These observations are then combined into data cards, those data cards into catalogs, those catalogs into insight, insight into significant data, and significant data into science packs. Wait! Yay! Astro Science 1, 2, and 3 got us new, fancy technologies, like the pylon substation, which has a really big electrical range, the space elevator, which can bring trains into space, and spaceships. Now, we actually already had a spaceship. This one that we found in the asteroid belt that Ben had lovingly named the Cum Wagon.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. With our new spaceship technology, I could upgrade the Cum Wagon and even make new ships. So I made a new ship, named it the Bug, and flew it over to Tristan's planet. Tristan, of course, stole my engine. Little bastard. Astronomic Science 4 and Energy Science 4 each needed a special data card, probe data, which is made by launching a probe in either the sun's orbit for solar probe data or in an asteroid belt for asteroid belt probe data. Using a dedicated spaceship, we can make it automatically fly to the sun, shoot off a bunch of probes, get a bunch of data, and fly back. With that automated, Astro and Energy Science 4 were only a matter of bringing it all together. And with that done, we could research the next big leap in materials processing, Naquium. So we began research just in time for me to do this. Getting back to my corpse was easy, but shooting this rocket had done something far worse than kill me. It blew up all of our asteroid field probe data. And this is where I found out our factory had a few issues. My first thought was, let's fly back to the asteroid field and get some more data. But the ship didn't have any space probe rockets. I checked the space probe rocket manufactory and there weren't any space probe rockets because there wasn't enough aeroframe scaffold. Aeroframe scaffold is made down on Norvis and they weren't being made because we didn't have any aeroframe poles. We didn't have any aeroframe poles because we had no beryllium plates. And we didn't have beryllium plates because we didn't have beryllium ingots. On Dionysus, the beryllium rocket was completely empty because the beryllium production was completely stopped. And the beryllium production was completely stopped because there wasn't any pyroflux. There wasn't any pyroflux because we were missing vulcanite blocks. Vulcanite blocks come from this delivery cannon on Norvis, which was completely empty. Tracing the empty belt back to the train station, there were no vulcanite blocks there either. Vulcanite blocks are made on Agni, so I went over to Agni, which was working fine. The production was moving, and the rocket was full of vulcanite. The rocket was full of vulcanite, but it wasn't full of fuel. We make our liquid rocket fuel here, and the liquid rocket fuel was lacking solid rocket fuel, which was lacking coal. This chest is normally completely full of coal, so tracing this belt back to the coal mine, I found it was working just fine. But about 50 hours ago, the belt carrying the coal had been directly hit by an asteroid. The entire factory had come grinding to a halt because of one singular rock. So I fixed the coal belt, allowing solid fuel to be made, which was made into liquid rocket fuel, put into the rocket could deliver the vulcanite to the factory, the trains could take that vulcanite to the main base, the vulcanite could travel up to the delivery cannon, shot over to Dionysus, made into pyroflux, that pyroflux into beryllium ingots, those ingots back into a rocket, that rocket back to Norvis, those ingots into beryllium plates, those plates into aeroframe poles, those aeroframe poles into aeroframe scaffold, that scaffold shipped into space with a train, put into probe rockets, those probe rockets into the asteroid field spaceship, that spaceship back to the asteroid field, send the probes, get the data, head back to Norvis, stick them into science packs, and finally, we could research Naquium processing. Yippee! Of course, once we researched Naquium processing, we realized that to actually process the Naquium, we'd need vitalic acid. And to get vitalic acid, we'd need biological science. Fuck. Biological science, like the rest of the sciences, needed yet another new resource called vitamelange. Luckily, a nearby moon, Alecto, was absolutely covered in vitamelange. So Ben and I loaded up on the now highly modified Cum Wagon and flew it over. This was the last planetary outpost we had to make, and we made sure to bring absolutely everything we could possibly want. However, we forgot just one teeny weeny little detail. Vitamelange only spawns on planets with biters, and Alecto has a lot of biters. Oh god, oh Ben, oh fuck, you made a mistake.
Oh fuck.
Bro.
How else can let it know? The breach, the fucking breach.
Bro, we're so fucked!
What do I need? Inserter.
Ben! Ben, I made a mistake, Ben, help!
Oh my god.
Nah, I'm going in. Fuck it, I'm going in. Oh no. Oh.
We can... Give me a second,
Nah.
I'm making all shit.
Nah, dude,
Gotta
it's
die.
fucking over.
Oh, and yeah. Alright, shit.
Fuck. For the first time in a very long time, the biters had unionized and succeeded in keeping Electo clean and factory free. This was fucking bullshit. The Rentoids had won this time, but their victory had awakened our landlord Wrath. And our landlord Wrath would be back soon. With biter racism at an all-time high, Ben and I got to work on the Wildlife Harmonization Initiative, proactively aligning indigenous species management with our industrial ecosystem through dynamic habitat restructuring, fostering a balanced coexistence paradigm. That's what I told the investors anyway. In reality, we were going to fucking vaporize them from orbit with several fancy new toys. So we headed back over to Electo and began work. With a safe area cleared, we rapidly began industrializing, building a cuck box, nuclear reactor, walls, turrets, mines, and a hefty production site to extract that sweet, sweet vitamelange. Over time, the orbital death rays would automatically target biter nests, gradually clearing the entire planet. Of course, that was a lot slower than just doing this. Vitamelange, like the other resources, required several steps in its production chain, crushing into nuggets, growing into blooms, sucking out the spice, and extracting the extract. With Vitamelange on rockets and heading back to Norvis, it was time to make our science. And at this point, it's getting a little repetitive. To make all 4 sciences, we need 16 different data cards. Those are combined into catalogs, then insight, significant data, and science packs. Bioscience was somewhat annoying in that it uses about 5 million different fluids, but I did figure it out and got it all automated. In about 15 hours. I haven't felt the warmth of a woman in years. And with that, we had finished all of the mid-game science packs. And to sweeten the deal even more, once I finished Bioscience 4, I found this technology. The Plague. So I researched the Plague and built a building to produce the Plague. And once the Plague was produced, Ben and I took it down to Norvis and gave it a go. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I don't know. Oh, yes. I see. There's a radius of trees getting destroyed. Look, the trees.
Oh, yeah.
Yo. Yeah, they just spontaneously die. One single plague rocket is capable of wiping out all life on an entire planet. Every tree, biter nest, fish, even friend. No! Friend! No! No! What have we done, Ben? What have we done?
What have we done?
No!
Friend corpse.
Friend corpse. That's so fucked up. Several minutes of intense lag later, the planet had been cleared. The war was over, the biters had lost, and the fish and trees were a worthy sacrifice. Well, kinda. We'd been making use of fish to extract microplastics from them. Without fish, the microplastic extraction machine would lay dormant for the rest of time. So, with the war won, it was time to get our hands on some Naquium and automate those last 4 science packs. Naquium is a resource that can't be found on any planet. Its only presence in the entire galaxy lies in deep space asteroid fields, far, far away from any sunlight. To cross this vast distance, we needed to build a new nuclear-powered ship, with a slightly funny shape. With that built, we set off, flying past the moons of Norvis, through the asteroid belts, out of the solar gravity well, and into deep space. Further out than we'd ever traveled before. I'd picked out the closest asteroid field, Shattered Skies, which was a 20-minute flight. So while I waited, I watched Tristan.
I've got hoes. I got hoes.
Landing at the asteroid field, a profound solitude descended. Only I, fragments of celestial debris, and the immense, echoing void separating this desolate perch from home. Or something like that, I don't know. I was here to exploit this place's mineral resources. So I found the closest patch of naquitite, mined it, crushed it, and shipped it back home. Back at Norvis orbit, I loaded the crushed naquitite on a train and shipped it down to the surface to begin processing. Predictably, refining naquium into ingots is the longest, most tedious production chain in the entire game. And this time, let's not just gloss over it. I want you to truly understand how deep this shit goes. So, we begin the process with crushed naquitite, and we turn that crushed naquitite into refined naquitite by combining it with beryllium hydroxide, blue exchange beads, and kyanite slush. Kyanite slush is easy, blue exchange beads are easy, but beryllium hydroxide is an intermediate in beryllium production that is currently only being made on Dionysus. So over to Dionysus I went, adding another rocket and shoving it full of beryllium hydroxide. Which is what I would have done if beryllium hydroxide wasn't a liquid. So I added beryllium sulfate to the rocket instead, shipped that to Novus, refined it into beryllium hydroxide, and bang, we've got our refined naquitite. And that's just step 1. Step 2, naquium powder. Crushed naquitite plus holmium cable plus vitalic acid plus red exchange beads. The refined naquitite recipe actually turns its blue exchange beads into red exchange beads, but not enough to be useful. Just enough to be annoying. So we make some of those, ship in our vitalic acid and holmium cable, and bam, we've got naquium powder. They also turn their red exchange beads back into blue exchange beads, so we've got to route those back to where they're needed. And now, step 3. Naquitite crystals, taking the product to step 1 and 2 and adding some vitalic reagent. And finally, naquium ingots, taking all the products from steps 1, 2, and 3, adding some pyroflux and methane gas. I don't have any methane gas. So back to the asteroid field I went, mined some methane ice, which is really just solid fart, shipped the solid fart back to orbit, on a train, down to Novus, melted into gaseous fart, and finally, we have the very last resource. Naquium. But did you think we were done? Sorry, fucko! Refined naquitite and naquium powder produce fuck-ass byproducts, namely beryllium powder and holmium powder. Can you guess how we deal with them? If you guessed throw it in the fucking creek, you'd be right. Well done. It took me so long to finish the naquium setup that the energy beams on Electo switched off. Their purpose had been completed, and the entire planet was now cleared. So what can we do with this naquium? You guessed it, fucko, we can make more science packs! Woo! Deep Space Science 1 needed more probe data, this time from an interstellar asteroid field, but was otherwise quite easy. Yeah! And Deep Space Science 2 was also quite easy. The sciences were quite easy, but we'd be needing a lot of these sciences. This wonderful naquium ingot production was fast enough, but it was severely lacking in crushed naquitite. Shattered Skies, our closest asteroid field, was just not cutting that fucking mustard. So to find a better asteroid field, we politely asked the telescope gnomes to look out for anything of interest in deep space. Melancholia? What we did not anticipate them finding, however, was this. Telescope data analysis discovered a new anomaly, Phonestra. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't anywhere on the star map, and looking at it with the satellite uplink presented more questions than it answered. I had to go look, and we'd just built the next generation in zoomy spaceships, this one powered by antimatter. On the flight over, I realized that I could make the ship's name pretty long, and even longer, and even longer. What the fuck? Once we left the solar gravity well, we disappeared off the map. And soon enough, we'd arrived. Presumably, this was some sort of broken Stargate, and after picking up and piecing this thing back together, it did indeed look very Stargate-like. To finish building it, we'd need a naquium processor, which we couldn't make yet. It seemed for the time being, we could go no further. But whatever this thing was, I was gonna get to the bottom of it. Naquium processors require Deep Space Science 3, and Deep Space Science 3 requires yet another new resource. That's right, I've lied to you. Naquium is not the final resource. Arcospheres are the final resource. And if you thought naquium was complicated, naquium is fucking goo goo gaga baby shit. Arcospheres are so much worse. First off, to get our hands on arcospheres, we launch arcosphere collector probes in a deep space asteroid field. We then stick these blank arcospheres into a machine that turns them into one of the 8 different Greek letters. These Greek lettered arcospheres never get consumed, only change from one letter to another. And this is where it gets fucky. For example, let's use these arcospheres on space dilation data. It takes zeta and omega and spits out phi and lambda. Run this recipe a few times and we're out of zeta and omega arcospheres. I think you can see the problem here. To turn the now plentiful phis and lambdas back into the input arcospheres, we use one of the 8 different arcosphere folding recipes. Of course, it's not as easy as turning one arcosphere into another. Arcosphere folding only lets you do 2 at a time. And this is the really fucky part. So, our goal is simple. Design a machine that can bring an uneven amount of arcospheres back into equilibrium. In this example, we've got 160 total arcospheres. There are 8 types, 160 divided by 8 is 20, so equilibrium means there are 20 of each. This is what we want, but this is what we have. So how do we get there? This letter, Xi, has 31 arcospheres, which means it's 11 away from equilibrium. Gamma is 4 away from equilibrium, Epsilon is 3 away, Zeta is at equilibrium, Lambda is 3 away, Theta is 4, Omega is 4, and Phi is 7 away from equilibrium. Add all these numbers together and we get a total distance to equilibrium of 36. 36 is this current state's score, and the closer the score is to 0, the closer to equilibrium the whole system is. Now, we can be a little smart and run a simulation of each recipe. For example, this one, -1 Xi and -1 Zeta, which gives us +1 Theta and +1 Phi. Run our little function again, find the distance from equilibrium, add those distances together, and we get 34. 34 is a lower score than 36, which means the state is closer to equilibrium. So, we do that recipe. Do this over and over and over again, each time lowering our score a little, and eventually we reach equilibrium. And here's that machine in Factorio. Each of these constant combinators is one of the different folding recipes. This block calculates the score based on the recipe, we compare all the scores from each recipe, and whichever one has the lowest result, we do that. Of course, this machine is a bit more complicated than that, and if you want to know more details, pause now and read. And voila, we have balanced arcospheres. If I take away all the Phis, the system will account for this and balance it all out. Yippee! Now that we had balanced arcospheres, came Deep Space Science 3, which was easy. All the data cards literally just used arcospheres. With Deep Space Science 3 automated, Deep Space Science 4 was now available. The very last science pack in the entire game. The end was in sight, and like all the other sciences, it needed 4 different data cards. Wormhole data, easy. Teleportation data, easy. Reality hypergraph analysis data, easy. And interstellar travel data, the hardest data card in the entire game. It's made in a Nexus on a spaceship traveling in interstellar space. The catch? The Nexus runs on several gigawatts. This called for building a new, faster, bigger, more powerful spaceship. Behold, the most powerful ship in the Bean Boys Incorporated fleet. The Chungus. Out in deep space, I wasted no time getting her up to speed and shoving her full of data cards. Each flight could net us a bounty of several thousand interstellar travel data. Enough for several thousand science, which in turn was enough to research the final technology.
Oh my god. Last science pack is done.
Spaceship Victory. And for our Spaceship Victory, we would need a ship even bigger than the Chungus. 3 layers of shields, 6 reactors, 14 heat exchangers, 8 condenser turbines, circuit logic, the Nexus, and enough engines to reach light speed. Gentlemen, behold the Shitfuck 2. Using the immense power of ballsack reactors, this baby was the most powerful craft ever created. The ship worked, all the systems were functional, it was time to begin that final flight. We flew out of Norvis's gravity well, past the asteroid belts, into deep space, and powered up the Nexus.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rip. How's it?
Hooray!
Hooray! So, that was it. All of space exploration had been No. It couldn't end like this. What about the Stargate, and the pyramids, and all the weird shit? This was the coward's way out. The easy way out. And after 3 years of Factorio space exploration, the easy way out was unacceptable. Gentlemen, I was going to open that portal. But little did I know, this decision would completely break me. With Deep Space Science 4 came the ultimate impersonal transportation, the portal gun. With an Nacrium processor in hand, I shoved all the necessary ingredients into the machine and it built a control panel. The control panel wanted 10 gigawatts, so I gave it 10 gigawatts. Activating each of these nodes drew another 10 gigawatts each, so I gave them 10 gigawatts each. 90 gigawatts total. It wanted supercooled thermofluid. I gave it supercooled thermofluid. It wanted dimensional anchors in orbit of 8 stars. I built dimensional anchors, powered them with 60 fucking gigawatts each, and finally, the machine was ready. So I keyed in the symbols, and Nothing. All that work. 3 years. 500 hours of Factorio. It was all just set up for the final boss. The Stargate puzzle. The very first thing I noticed was this destroyed spaceship that I somehow missed. Reading through the ship's log, it contained some interesting information. It came from another Stargate, Thyrus, to here, Fonestra. But something went wrong and it exploded. And as it exploded, it jettisoned an escape pod to Norvis. Hey, wait a minute, that's me! I kept reading and found coordinates. These 3 very precise numbers which form a 3-dimensional vector. Graphing this vector looked like this. This vector looked familiar, because when I punched in random symbols and ran the Stargate, it also produced a 3-dimensional vector pointing this way. Reading through the log more carefully, this vector pointed from the Stargate Thyrus to Fonestra. So flipping this vector would point it from this Stargate back to Thyrus. Gentlemen, this was our target. All we had to do was find the right combination of symbols that produced this number. That, however, was easier said than done. I tried a bunch of random dialing to no avail. Each combination produced a totally different vector. Sometimes I get lucky and dial something close, but the target vector was so precise that there was almost no chance of getting it right by accident. It was time for more investigation. Nearly 200 hours ago, we walked into this pyramid on Agni. It contained these symbols, the same ones that were now before me on the Stargate. Checking the planet list, there were 59 more pyramids that I hadn't visited, each with its own symbol, each filled with biters, and each on a different planet. So I built a new ship named the Womb Raider, what the fuck, and searched all 60 pyramids, taking a screenshot of every symbol. Bringing the screenshots into Photoshop, I interrogated them closely and started noticing patterns. In this top big circle, I could treat each symbol like a triangle and fit them together into this, the net of a 3D shape with 60 triangular faces. This shape is called a pentachus dodecahedron, and we had just assigned a symbol to each of its faces. But this didn't really help. More investigation. The bottom circle. These small triangles down here also fit together into a bigger triangle with its top, left, right, and middle missing. And this is where I made another discovery. The Stargate doesn't have 60 symbols on it. It has 64. Placing the missing symbols on the triangle completed it, subdividing into 64 smaller triangles, each with its own symbol.
What? I'm looking at my schizophrenic diagrams, and they're not telling me anything.
Okay, but I still didn't know what this meant. So I kept investigating, and I kept noticing things. It seemed that the direction the resulting vector pointed in was almost entirely determined by what I put in the first node, which gave me an idea. What if that pentachus dodecahedron was this first node, and the next node was our triangle, and the next one a triangle within that triangle, and on until the last node. So I ran some tests. Dialing 2 symbols that were next to each other on the pentachus dodecahedron produced 2 vectors that were close together. Then dialing a symbol followed by all the top, then left, and right symbols, when graphed, formed its own triangle. This was it. All I had to do was find where that target vector was pointing in the pentachus dodecahedron, then which mini triangle it points to, then which mini triangle within that mini triangle, until all 8 nodes were dialed. But this presented a new problem. The target vector was precise. Really, really precise. And using this little graphing web app, soon enough, I wouldn't know if we were getting closer or further away. But this is where I had a true stroke of brilliance. Writing some code. But Mart, you don't know how to code. This is true. But I know something that does. With my newly created program, slowly but surely, I found the next symbol, then the next one, and the next one, until finally I had the entire combination. All 8 symbols ready to be dialed, and the game ready to be won. I got the boys on the server one last time, went down to pick up Tristan, and holy fucking shit, Tristan, oh my god! And before I knew it, we were ready. Hello again. Welcome to the Shill region. For a small monthly payment of 5 United States bolivars, you can become a bean extraordinaire. As a bean extraordinaire, you gain access to 4 horrible affronts to God in emoji form. On top of this, if you are a loyal bean, you'll be granted progressively wackier frogs to represent your inner demons. Once every 2 to 438 business days, I will post an exclusive grainy-ass photo of whatever I'm working on. Here is an example. So what are you waiting for? Spend your 5 bolivars today and regret it immediately. Wait a minute, what the hell is it? Hello again? Welcome to From the Depths. A few weeks ago, I tried beating From the Depths' campaign on the highest difficulty. To beat it, all you have to do is kill the 8 factions on the map. A feat only 0.2% of players have ever done. Why? Well, some factions have shitty wooden rat boats, some factions have steel armored battleships, and some factions have giant orbital death rays. To beat this campaign, I would have to build an entire navy of somewhat functional vessels, fight the most powerful enemies in the game with them, and here's the hard part: win. So, let us begin. We began our great conquest on this here starter fortress, in the middle of the ocean, at the center of the map, surrounded by all 8 factions. In 1 hour, the council would convene, and the fentanyl bag would hit the ceiling fan. There was no time to waste, so I started building a nice proper starter vessel. Building a nice proper starter vessel didn't last very long, however, before I got distracted. By Opera GX! That's right, you tiny pathetic idiot. This video is sponsored by Opera GX, definitely the web browser of all time. And guess what? Now it's even better. That's right, Opera GX has given me exclusive access to brand new features sure to blow you away. Introducing GX Facelift. Ooh yeah, look how good that browser looks. Yeah! New GX mods, enable light mode wallpaper, change your splash screen, the most awesome, change the UI icons, change the GX icon, and finally, change the entire UI font to Wingdings. All of this will be available on November 20th. But that's not all, you can still download my mod. If you don't download my mod, I will hit this child with a stick. You don't want me to hit this child with a stick, do you? Oh, you do? Okay. Still not convinced? Well, how about the Quick Import tool? In the click of a button, all of your bookmarks, cookies, and Chrome extensions seamlessly integrate into Opera Gay Sex. Download Opera GX right now using the link in the description, or I will use my telepathic powers to tort your testes. Or tubes. I don't discriminate. Thanks once again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Anyway. Building a nice proper starter vessel didn't last very long, however, before I got distracted.
An army of tiny piss laser boats.
This sent me down a bit of a rabbit hole. I put some lasers on our tiny little shitty starter boat, built 30 of them, named the fleet Jeremy.
Do you ever watches porn and gets naked? Yeah.
The council convened and chat told me to, quote, release the Jeremy, which I interpreted as abandon talks and declare all-out war. This is kind of the equivalent of visiting the United Nations, shitting your pants, getting into a fistfight with Xi Jinping, and throwing your shat pants at, I don't know, Obama or something. Needless to say, this pissed literally everyone off, and as you can probably imagine, Jeremy completely fucking folded at the first sign of resistance. Fuck. Poor guy ended with a professional record of 0 wins and 3 losses to the weakest enemies I was gonna face in this entire game. Rest in peace, Jeremy. So I threw that fucking thing in the bin and started work on a real boat. I began by laying down a thick metal hull for everything to sit inside and placed in our critical subsystems. Propellers for propulsion, an engine for engineering, a cock box to sit inside, and 2 guns and some missiles for killing things dead. Isn't she beautiful? The most powerful boat on the 7 seas. Wait. Oh, fuck. It's sinking. Damn. How do I make it float? Buoyancy. Now, can anyone tell me about Archimedes' principle? No. Of course you can't. I'm in a screen, you fucking idiot. Archimedes' principle states that the buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced fluid. Water weighs 1,000 kilos per cubic meter, so any object displacing 1 cubic meter of water gets 1,000 kilos of buoyant force. A cubic meter of wood weighs about 500 kilos, so it floats, while a cubic meter of steel is 8,000 kilos, so it sinks. But a boat isn't a solid block of steel. By volume, a boat is mostly air, which makes its average density lower than water. And thus, flotation. Anyway, with that said, I added an air pump to the boat which pumps out all the water, and now, she floats. Gentlemen, I present to you our new vessel. It can float, shoot gun, shoot missile, and best of all, it can take 1, maybe 2 hits before its ammo cooks off and violently explodes. An incredible vessel. Naturally, I built 2 more, expending all of my materials, and sent them into battle. Prepare for battle. Our opponent for today was this cool yacht thing. Begin. Go! Kill! Oh my fucking god! Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's coming straight towards me. Oh shit. No, 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 no. Ah! Boosh. Fuck off, man! Okay, missiles, go. None of them are going for the right target. Okay. Oh fuck, he's coming towards me. Wait, no, I didn't jump! Quick, 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 get on! Yes! Hold on, I might be able to sneak my way in. I'm in! Oh, there it is, there it is. Yes, sit! Boy. Now, this might look like a common Timon Kalpa W to you, but they all got yeah. Obliterated. All of my boats might have been obliterated, but I now had a new one. That cool super yacht thing that I took over. The Eclipse. Naturally, I took our newly acquired cool yacht thing and sent it directly at the enemy. It, didn't go very well. Holy shit, there's so much going on. That's my guy. That's my friend. Oh no! What's going on? Another nuke has gone off. Alright, how's the Eclipse gonna do? Oh no! Oh no. They're all ganging up on me. Ah, another nuke! I'm getting pulled away. Holy shit, it's pulling me out of the water. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, help! Help! Abduction. Well, fuck. That was pretty much all my materials. Shit. So, I sat there, watching the enemy slowly close in on all sides, and before I knew it, our final stand. Go home, sweet home, defend yourself! Oh my god. Okay, okay. Absolutely evaporated. Well, that was a quick fight. And with that, we had lost. I think declaring war on everyone was a bad idea. Controversial take. And with that, we began attempt number 2. Alright, first things first, this boat might be the worst vessel ever created. Get it out of my sight right fucking now. Now, our last attempt at building a boat sucked. A lot. So this time, I was going to do things differently. To start with, I found the prefab hulls and in 2 clicks created the bow and stern of our glorious new vessel. Several minutes of construction later, and we had created version 1 of our next battleship. Pissman 2. Whatever happened to Pissman 1, we do not know. Pissman 2's primary armament was this. A big, fat, yellow laser. The Piss Laser. Now, it might not look finished, and that's because it's not, but before I had time to finish it, the council convened. This time, I did not declare war against literally everyone, but against these 3 easy factions. Gentlemen, it was time to see what Pissman 2 was really made of. Begin! Oh my god, hi there. Hit him with a laser! Hit him with it! Oh my god. Am I sinking? I'm sinking. Oh my god, I think we're actually gonna win a fight against something that can't even move. I'm literally the best. Oh, there we go. Glorious victory! Yes! 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 With that victory, I kept going. It's time! Begin the battle! Kill! Oh. Holy shit. Well, that was easy. Alright, let's go. Kill! Kill! Full throttle! Go, 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 go! Oh my god, this laser is so powerful. Yes! 1 wing down! Yes! Yes! He's going down! The piss laser is victorious again. Okay, go. He's going right towards me. He's going really fast. That's scary. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. No. Oh my god! Holy shit, he's pushing me so fast. Help! Help! Oh my god, he just cut my boat in half. Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Health below 80% and sinking. Sit the fuck down!
How are you? I am under the water.
We had narrowly escaped Pissman 2 getting chopped completely in half. But we'd won. Naturally, I sent it out again to fight this horrible thing. The same horrible thing that had ended the first run. It's time to kill! No, he's coming at me. Kill! 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 Oh god, what is that? No, he's pulling me upwards. No, I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Help! Help! No. I don't like this at all. This is bad. This is really bad. Unhand me at once, you foul creature. Oh my god, no! No! Pissman 2! No! Oh my god, down we go. I'm killing you, you fuck. Oh wait, it's dying. It's dying. No way. Die faster. Die faster. Quick, die faster. Yes! Shit. Pissman 2 emerges victorious. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Now, before you mourn the passing of Pissman 2, it's not dead. Sure, this particular Pissman 2, very much dead. But we still had its blueprint, and with its blueprint, we could rebuild. And once we did rebuild, it was time for some upgrades. Okay, problem number 1, Pissman 2 is currently one continuous volume. This means if a hole is poked in the hull over here, the entire volume immediately floods and the boat sinks. We can mitigate this by adding bulkheads, essentially just sectioning off parts of the boat so a hole in one part only floods a small compartment. Next, I beefed up the armor on the side of the boat and added some missiles. I then took it to fight another enemy and fucking died. No! Ah! This fight taught me another valuable lesson. Don't put the chair and fire control computer out in the open. Like an idiot. You fucking dumbass. Fucking stupid fuck. With that problem solved, I added some more guns, and before I knew it, it was time for Pissman 2 to vaporize more merchant vessels. So that is exactly
Let's go.
What I did. Kill! What's another one of these things? Oh! Oh! Kill! With several glorious victories for the Pissman fleet, we had collected quite a bit of new territory. Of course, I wanted to keep the pressure up and continue fighting hard, but as time goes on, the enemy factions build larger and larger ships. Soon, the Pissman fleet would be outclassed. It was for this reason that I decided to expand the fleet and build yet another vessel. So, I got to work. The first thing I did was lay down the foundations by building a big alloy tube. Then, an explosion of divine brilliance shone upon me from the heavens. Oh my god. It's incredible. It's average size. Even better, I was going to make this bad boy fly. So I placed in a bunch of thrusters, in the ballsack of course, and took to the skies. Oh, and it hovers! And guess what? It was flopping all over the fucking place. I see. This craft needs PIDs. Okay, enough of the floppy penis vehicle. Let me introduce you to a new vehicle. It has one issue. It won't stop flopping around. It flies using these thrusters, and these thrusters are controlled by this controller. Right now, it's trying to hover at 20 meters. This is the craft's set point, where it's trying to be. You can think of it as the goal, and currently the goal is to hover at exactly 20 meters. Obviously, it's struggling. Right now, if it's below the set point, it applies thrust up, if it's above, it applies thrust down, and if it's at the set point, it applies no thrust whatsoever. This is dumb. Stupid craft. Fucking idiot craft. Okay, PID time. The P in PID is proportional, which is what I've just explained. Add thrust in proportion to our distance from the set point. The further we are from where we want to be, the more thrust we add. Very simple, but it constantly overshoots the set point. The D in PID is derivative. Strap those thinking hats on, it's about to get complicated. Notice how this craft wobbles up and down in a beautiful sine wave. It's very predictable. So what if we predicted it? That is the job of the derivative. It predicts where the craft is going to be in the future. Why is this useful? Well, think about what's happening when the craft is at its lowest point. It's currently telling the bottom thruster to push it back up. That's good. But now at halfway to the set point, the thruster is still being told to push, even though the craft now has enough momentum to reach the set point. So inevitably it overshoots, and the cycle repeats. What if we could just pretend the craft was a fraction of a second in the future? Then it would cut the power before overshooting. So if I make the PID look into the future by 0.2 seconds, we can see the oscillations slowly settle. Bam! Rock solid. But we have a new problem. Our craft is trying to hover at 20 meters, but it's stuck at 16.88. Why won't it go higher? Well, think about it. Just to hover, this craft needs about 40% thrust. If we were to get any closer to the set point, the controller would lower the thrust, and we'd fall back down again. This is where the I in PID comes in. Integral. Teaching you about integrals is a bit beyond the scope of this video, but basically it sees we're not quite there yet and adds a little bit of thrust until it's at the target altitude. And voila! Our craft used to look like this, now it looks like this. Anyway, using this knowledge, we had completed our next unholy abomination. The Peanuts. Featuring hundreds of small missiles, lots and lots of medium missiles, some bright yellow lasers coming out of the tip, these 4 guns, and one very large missile right at the front. I'm 4 years old. Understandably, I built 2. Wow. With our fleet bolstered with the incredible power of flying penis craft, it was time to take yet more territory. This time I had my eyes set on our western front. And before I knew it, the enemy was on the horizon. Gentlemen, it was time for violence. Kill! Kill! Huge explosions. Oh my god. What is that thing? Ooh, big hit. Holy shit. Wow, there's a lot of missiles. Full power, full penis. Oh, uh-oh, ah, kill! Oh, okay, holy shit. Oh no, my ballsack. Everything was going fantastically. Everything except for our dwindling supplies. You see, missiles are some of the most expensive weapons in the game, and these crafts have a lot of missiles. We managed to keep them supplied for now by doing a cheeky bit of piracy, but it was still a problem. The fleet's second problem was that it was so deep in enemy territory that we couldn't repair. This small oversight, however, proved costly. Alright, go. Our next fight was against this thing. My vessel spawned in, and the Pissman 2 immediately did its signature move. Why am I half underwater? Sink. Dude, come on. Are you serious? Fuck it, we're going penis mode. That thing's blowing up my peanuts. No, peanuts, please. Pissman 2 is at the bottom of the ocean. Oh no! 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 What if I take the guy that's at the bottom of the ocean right now? Okay, it's finally destroyed. Oh my god. With that fight, we had lost 2 Peanuts craft, combined worth 1 million materials to 1 small missile craft worth about 400k. Naturally, I changed absolutely nothing about the design and built 2 more, instantly wiping our entire stockpile of materials. Even though we had taken a massive fucking L on the Western Front, I could smell victory. The Onyx Throne Fortress was exposed, and if I managed to destroy that fortress, then that would wipe out the entire faction. So, I made a run for it. That's the enemy's main throne. Why don't we go for that? Let's go. Escalade. Begin! Holy shit. Keep going. Keep going. Alright, keep the momentum up. Let's go. Begin! There it is. Oh, the missiles are already making their way in. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ballsack explosion. It's raining missiles. Oh! Sit! Oh! And just like that, we had vanquished our first faction. The Onyx Watch was no more. And, on cue, the Council. Okay. This council gave me several options. Naturally, I clicked the option with the biggest reward and didn't think about it past there. I can make a lot of penises. I was confident, especially after learning how easy it can be to destroy an entire faction. All I needed to do was locate the enemy fortress, blow it up, and that faction would cease to exist. Turns out, my plan had one small flaw. The faction I had already done this to, the Onyx Watch, sniffs glue. The guys I just declared war on don't sniff glue. Fuck! Shortly after making my declarations of war, new enemies appeared on the horizon. A small squadron of fighter aircraft. Now, if we consult our handy chart, these guys were pretty high on the fucking around axis. And as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. Kill that thing! These things. A lot of little guys. I'm in the air.
Overlord, this is Viper 1. We have eyes on target. What the fuck?
Oh! Dead. The Piss Fleet was holding strong, but the next enemy would be a true test. The Gravitas. Worth over 1.2 million materials, it can fly, and it has giant, terrifying guns. This was the single strongest enemy we had faced thus far. Begin. Oh, big hit. Man, those guns look insane. What do you reckon I can cut them off? Surely I can cut it off. Come on, big laser. This is what you're made for. Yes! Sit! Yes! Sit! Come on, zap through. Zap through. Go, laser. Yes! Two-thirds of our Pissman fleet had done their incredible maneuver. Sink. But we had emerged victorious. Yes! 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 This inspired even more confidence, and on the map I could see the Steel Strider's fortress. If I could destroy that fortress, once again the entire faction would be eliminated. And before long, the fleet was at its doorstep. This was it. Battle station! The battle has begun! It's glorious! Dog at that! Kill it! Oh my god, the lasers are insane! Wait, what happened to the other boats are dead? Gotta find the AI in these things.
Where's your brain? Is that the AI?
Wait, there's multiple. Ah, fuck. Turns out there was another base up north. So I sent the fleet up north to the other base and blew that fucker to smithereens. And they still weren't dead. Even worse, this base was deep in enemy territory. The fleet was overextended, and a powerful enemy force was bearing down on us. Well, fuck. I think it's time for a fucking enormous battle. Holy shit. Holy shit. Uh-oh. That's a lot of missiles. That's a lot of missiles. Kill! Come on, boys. Come on, boys! Wow, this thing's not taking any damage. Oh, he's taking big damage. No, they're all sinking! Oh no. They're all sinking. It's all over. Oh no! There goes another one. Pissman 2. The fleet has gone limp. How about the other ones? The other ones are not faring any better. It's fucking Jova. No, it's all crumbling. Ah! Oh no. This was a hard lesson in resource management. Sure, you can spend a bunch of resources building something big and stupid, but it's gonna be expensive, and big and stupid. We'd only won our battles because of huge numerical superiority, spamming the shit out of missiles which cost a fuck ton, and our enemies being really shit. These enemies were not shit, and despite our crafts costing substantially more, they were outmatched. To make matters even worse, because our crafts were insanely expensive, I couldn't build any more of them. Gentlemen, it was all over. For the second time, I watched, helpless, as the enemies closed in, let's go, and destroyed my starter base. Oh, it's on fire! Ah! Oh, fuck. My beautiful home. My boat, sweet boat, no! Rest in peace. It's fighting valiantly. It's trying its damn best. And it's dead. Once again, we'd lost. Is that it? That's it. With your dash dream now turned into a living nightmare, you row away in a leaking boat that smells of fish and old socks as you venture for land with your head hung low. History books will only mention the penis fleet in passing. An inconsequential footnote in the great history of Nita. Well, not if I have anything to say about it. Gentlemen, it was time to do this right. It was time to learn everything there is to learn about shipbuilding. Advanced weapons, shell configurations, armor optimization, cannon designs, missile payloads, damage management, whatever the fuck this shit is. It was time to build a navy more powerful than anyone on this planet could possibly imagine. Gentlemen, it was time to win. Next time. Psst. Ugly Christmas sweaters. MartinCitoPants.com. Get one. Now! Hello again, land haters. Welcome back to From the Depths. Wait a second. In the last video, I set out on a grand undertaking, beating From the Depths' campaign on the highest difficulty. A grand undertaking that I thought would be fairly easy. It wasn't. To beat this challenge, I had come up with a genius plan. Step 1, build the most powerful boat the world has ever seen. Step 2, savagely assault my enemies with said boat. Step 3, win. Predictably, this plan sucked big baboon ballsack, because building something that isn't complete shit in this game requires getting a PhD in aquatic engineering. Which I now have. This time, I've done my research. I've watched my 15,000 tutorials. I've learned how to build cram cannons, optimized missiles, advanced cannons, effective armor, laser systems, shield defenses, particle cannons, railguns, and hopefully I can use that knowledge to build something a little better than a flying cock and balls. Today, we will beat this fucking challenge, or I will expire. So, let us begin. Right away, the clock was ticking. Okay, we cannot waste any fucking time, not even a millisecond. In 60 minutes, the council would convene, and all hell would break loose. As Dwight D. Eisenhower once said, failing to plan is planning to plan to the plan with the I had a plan. To beat this campaign, we need to either destroy the 8 factions on the map, or bring everlasting peace and prosperity to the world. Which I would do if I was a fucking loser. Factions build their ships in fortresses, destroy all of a faction's fortresses, and gone. So what was the plan? Step 1. Install Opera GX! That's right, Foul Heathens, this video is sponsored by Opera GX. And guess what? Opera GX just turned 5 years old, prime punting age. And to celebrate this momentous occasion, Opera GX is getting a facelift. Look at how beautiful it is. Doesn't that just make you want to spontaneously combust? No? Well, I do. How about we spice that browser up with some brand new mods, like the Lo-Fi Chill mod? Very chill. Or how about the Cyberpunk mod? Very cyberpunk. And there's even the horror mod. Oh, that's not that scary. None of these tickle your fancy? Go fuck yourself! Use my new and improved Martin C. Defense mod with a new splash screen, sidebar icons, sound effects, and light mode. I guarantee that my mod is sure to get you pregnant. Wait, what? And that's not all. Want to jump ship from your old shitty browser but worried you'll lose all your fine-tuned settings? Don't worry, I'll find them for you. With Opera GX's quick import tool, you can import everything you need. Bookmarks, settings, extensions, and you can even import a live grenade into your computer. So what are you waiting for? The heat death of the universe? Download Opera GX today with my link in the description, or I will make you drink the one-day blinding stew. Trust me, it works. Thanks once again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Anyway, so what was the plan? Step 1. Capture as much territory as possible. This area in the middle of the map that I spawn in is all neutral, so anyone can capture it, and if I don't, they will. Step 2. Plonk down mining vehicles on my captured resource nodes and suck those fuckers dry. Step 3. Use those resources to build the most powerful navy of all time. And Step 4. Win. To capture territory, I built this. The Micro-Petus Spysat, which flies way up in space really fast and has a big antenna. A big antenna that we could use to see our enemies, steal their passwords, read their disgusting group chats, and log into Amazon.com.au to order 15,000 barrels of industrial lubricant direct to their door with prime shipping. What an incredible piece of technology. The easy factions were to our south and west, the more difficult factions were around the map's flanks, and the 2 hardest were up north. The Steel Striders, who entered my last run with their powerful navy, and the Scarlet Dawn, illegal aliens from outer space with the most terrifying, fucked up crafts on the entire map. 30 minutes left, and I'd gobbled up a bunch of territory, but I could see the other factions moving in too. 15 minutes left. I took more territory and placed our wonderful mining vehicle, Smart Fella, on several resource zones. 10 minutes left. I built a giant fucking cube. Not really sure why I did that. 5 minutes left. I brought all the spy sets back to base to scrap. 1 minute left. And somehow, everything was looking good. The grace period was over. It was time for war. So what was the plan from here? Simple. Declare war on the easy factions, build a shiny new craft, blow them to smithereens, and claim their resources. However, this council sucked bigger baboon ballsack. Why? Every single option included war with the illegal alien, Scarlet Dawn, giant orbital death ray guys. Which is bad. I chose the best option I could. War with the Scarlet Dawn illegal alien giant orbital death ray guys, and the Onyx Watch glue-sniffing sailboat builder guys. So, new plan. Destroy the Onyx Watch as quickly as possible, and then shift my attention to defending my assets. And what better vehicle to do that in than everyone's favorite death machine,
The Peanuts.
Well, no. The Peanuts was great, but it was expensive and, to be honest, just kind of too big. So, yep, very funny. Laugh it up, guys. Look, we needed something a bit more average. Something that big is just impractical. Shut up. What we needed was a little guy. So I built a little guy. Behold. Little guy. Instead of costing 500k materials, it costs 140k. It has a fast-firing front gun, a bunch of missiles, an active defense laser system that shoots down incoming shells, and most importantly, an extremely ugly superstructure with this guy on it. Oh my god, he's so chill. That is what we call Blunten smoking. He be smoking the Blunten. Before I knew it, I had constructed 3 little guys and sent them directly at the Onyx Watch. I could see the first enemies on the horizon. A cluster of civilian houses? Gentlemen, it was time to commit fucking war crime. See those civilian houses over there, boys? Fucking blow them up, kick the door down, shoot their dog, arrest their infant son. Our first battle was an overwhelming success. Never mind the fact that the enemy was literally just unarmed houses. What if someone in one of those houses had aspirations, dreams, a future? That's fucking cringe. Our next fight wouldn't be quite so easy. The Basilica, a flying gun collection worth over 200,000 materials. And I don't think it appreciated what we had just done to that village. If we lost this fight, that would spell almost certain doom for the fleet. And I would cry. The battle! Battle begins! Okay, good hits. Good hits with the missiles. Oh! A lot of general damage happening right now. Oh, yes, meaty hits. Huge.
Oh ja, das Blunten smoken.
Oh yes, low health! Fucking Sid. Little guy had proved very effective at crushing the dreams of the local populace, which was fantastic. What wasn't fantastic was what I then saw on the map. Mexico. I mean, big scary Scarlet Dawn crafts moving in to back up the Onyx Watch. Oh! What? What are you doing? Fuck, what do I do? What do I do? You see, I'd gotten lucky and didn't share a border with the Scarlet Dawn. This meant they couldn't make incursions into my territory. However, declaring war on the Scarlet Dawn and Onyx Watch had made them become best friends. And now, backup was on its way. I had no choice but to rush down the Onyx Watch fortress and hope my 3 little guys could take it out. Otherwise, I would be having a very bad day. Yeah.
Mart, will you be sparing the women and children today?
No, absolutely not. Alright, begin. Kill! Boosh! Miss. Oh, now he's going down. Go. No, don't turn on the guns. Turn off the guns. Ah, fuck. The missile's gonna kill him. Okay, where's this thing's AI? Ah! Yes! Yes! After only 30 minutes, we arrived at the Onyx Throne. A massive 500,000 material fortress bristling with enough guns to make an arms dealer come his pants. But it has one critical weakness. It can't move. Begin. Battle begins! Alright. Okay. Is that gonna hurt my guy? That is gonna hurt my guy. Fire! Kill! Oh yes. Okay, that's some good damage. Oh my god, why are you getting so close? You idiot! Whatever. Let me on! I'm going in! We're in. I'm gonna tunnel through. I'm gonna find this thing's AI. There's an AI. Yes! And with that, we had destroyed our first faction. Again. Victory! Yes! 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 What is that? Oh god. Oh fuck! Before I could properly celebrate victory, the Scarlet Dawn had swooped in with the Dominus, a giant railgun floating in space. Oh no. Begin! Oh my god, what the fuck? Come on, boys. Oh, that huge burst. That one's missing its turret. That one's missing its turret. The one that has its turret is upside down. He's dead. Fucker. Absolute fucker. Gentlemen, we're gonna need a bigger boat. Little guy was great, but now it was time for something girthier. It was time to build a large male. I began large male like all legendary vessels, by laying down a vague, somewhat boat-like shape for the hull and filling it in. The result? Chode. A little bit of armor here, some internals there, and it was time to work on the turrets. I'll be honest, I spent way too long on these turrets, but they actually turned out pretty good, which surprised literally everyone watching, myself included. Now, what shell was I gonna make it shoot? Great question. I have no idea. So, it was time for some testing. Okay, here's a gun, and here's a hypothetical enemy target. This is its armor, and this is its internals. The goal is to turn the internals into externals. Let's test some different shells. If the target has wood armor, high explosive and frag are both really good, but against metal, HE and frag only tickle. So let's try heat, high explosive anti-tank. These shells use their explosive payload to blast a stream of copper through the armor. It does basically no damage to the armor itself, but it does plenty of damage to the internals. But what if we do this? Shit. Heat rounds don't do so well against air gaps, and most boats, large male included, have air gaps. Okay, kinetic. No explosive, just a hunk of metal going really, really fast. Kinetic does a great job penetrating the target, but doesn't do very much inside. So what if we combine kinetic and high explosive? APHE. Now that is more like it. For large male, I decided on AP frag. It burrows into the target and the frag detonates, turning the enemy boat into cheese. Perfect. So I built two 500mm quad cannon turrets on the front for maximum cheese, and this cram cannon on the back. I then added some missiles, a piss laser, countermeasure missiles attached to ropes that distract enemy radar-guided missiles, a 30mm Sea-Whiz, a laser defense system, the whole 9 yards. After 2 entire 5-hour streams of building, testing, and staring at my monitor like this, she was finally ready. It was time to unleash the large male. Large male cost just over 700,000 materials, but thanks to our army of smart fellas, we could afford several. Ow! Ow! Stop! Stop that, you! I had my eyes on our next target down south. The easiest faction in the game, the Deepwater Guard. More like the Deepwater Fart, am I right? Damn, I'm good. Once again, it was time to kill. Do it. Deepwater Guard. Insult. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, big first strike with the laser. Holy shit, those big shells. Just getting in there and fucking shit up. Yes! Huge. Huge! Fuck, the laser's so good. Get him! Blast him! Things were going fantastically. That was until I checked the map view again and saw this. Into the wall with you. Oh my god. That's terrifying. Oh god. As soon as I declared war on the Deepwater Guard, they decided to become best friends with the Scarlet Dawn alien fucks. And backup had arrived. What the fuck is this? It's like a giant laser. How's the laser doing? It's fucking our shit up. No, smart fella. No. This is so fucked up. This time, they even had the gall to try stealing my territory. I had to move fast. The quicker I could destroy the Deepwater Guard's fortresses, the quicker these alien fucks would leave me alone. So I made the charge. We started with a good strike with the lasers immediately. Oh, it is getting evaporated. Yes! We win! Suck shit, loser! This little guy is about to get his shit absolutely stomped. Ow. Ow. He's dead. Rest in peace. Alright, begin! Go! Kill! Yes! 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 Oosh. Holy shit, that is a lot of stuff. Kill that thing. Kill that thing with the laser. Yeah. Huge explosion. This is a guy. Just a guy. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. With several victories against the Deepwater Guard, and now several losses against the Scarlet Dawn, our main force had punched deep enough to attack their fortress. And just like every other battle against these guys, they didn't stand a chance. Finally, we had vanquished the next faction. The Deepwater Guard was no more. And just like that, the Scarlet Dawn slipped away yet again. In their place was a lot of neutral territory, a lot of resource nodes, and a lot of potential for smart fellas. Now, instead of shipping around our resources with cargo vessels like a peasant, I created something truly exquisite. If a craft is within 2 kilometers of another craft, they can transfer materials between them instantly. So, if we make a really simple boat, say 4 cargo containers stacked on top of each other, and scatter one of these bad boys every 2 kilometers, well, we end up with this. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty, really. A logistic network capable of transferring any amount of resources instantly across the entire map. This is a crucial part of our logistical infrastructure. Incredible. With our infrastructure more structurally sound than ever, it was once again time for my favorite thing. War! God, I fucking love war, destroying culture and killing people for money, yes! Large Mail had instilled in me great confidence. This ship could possibly be the most ship ever built. So, it was time to... Wait a second.
My child will use cannons and missiles to kill the enemy in a cost-effective manner.
In a divine frenzy, I'd built this. Intercontinental butt-ass. A very simple craft that flies at the enemy, rams into it, and detonates this nuclear warhead. Actually, before it detonates its warhead, these 2 guns on the back of it shoot, creating a huge recoil impulse which shoots the craft forwards. It shoots forward so fast, in fact, that it clips inside the enemy vessel before the nuke detonates. Did you see that? Pretty cool. Naturally, I built 30 of them, and sent them at my mortal enemies. The Scarlet Dawn. Come on, boys! You can make it in! No, they're all bunching up! They're all bunching up! No, they're too slow! No, it's too fast! Oh, what a bitch. That was terrible. Well, that was underwhelming. My next move was to park some of my ships in a White Flayer's resource node. This was a terrible mistake. I knew that doing so would piss them off tremendously, causing them to declare war. This is good, because when I fucking annihilate everything they've ever loved, I can turn around and say it was all in self-defense. There was just one itty-bitty little problem with this plan. The White Flayers had friends. And their friends had friends. That's right, in one catastrophic, monumental blunder, I had managed to declare war on literally everyone else on the entire map. This was bad. Even worse, they had collectively decided to stop bickering amongst themselves and focus all of their attention on me. Oh, fuck! Oh, no. What is this thing? Oh, shit. Oh, he's too damaged. There we go. Hurry up. There we go. Oh, that's the hypernova. Fuck, he's taking so much damage. He's dying. He's dying. Go! Kill! Oh, that's a huge hole on the side of this one. Oh, it might be fucking Jova. And would you look at that? An old friend from the last video. The Gravitas. 1.2 million materials of flying robo-death bearing down on a lone large male. There was no backup. There was no running away. Begin. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill that thing, kill that thing, kill that thing now. Oh my god, what the fuck has happened to the ocean? I guess it's that time of the month. I have no engine, no bitches. Oh, he's dead. This is fine. I wouldn't be so sure about that. With that loss, the momentum started shifting. My remaining fleets were fractionated and scattered to defend our large front. And one by one, they started getting picked off. At this rate, things were looking dire. And steadily, it got worse, and worse, and worse. No! Large male had served us extremely well, but it was clear at this point he wasn't actually all that large. Or even a male. Gentlemen, I think we need an even bigger boat. And not just a little bigger. I'm talking the biggest, the baddest, the most boat ever created. And in fact, I've already built it. A bit over 4 years ago, I made this video. This was my first proper successful video, taking my channel from 150 subscribers to over 20,000. And much of the reason for its success was this. I built the Imperial Japanese Navy's battleship Yamato at 2:1 scale. It's 500 meters long, costs nearly 4 million materials, and its armament is truly insane. But it's more of a museum piece. I never built it to actually fight in the campaign. Many of its systems don't work. The propellers don't spin, the guns all chain react if one clip is destroyed, and worst of all, this little air pump causes so much lag that the craft is basically unusable. So, it was time for some upgrades. First things first, I removed that air pump and changed the entire skin of the boat from metal to lightweight alloy, the most buoyant material in the game. Once I removed a lot of the heavy armor, the boat was now light enough to float. Next, upgrades. The main guns, upgraded, much bigger. The side guns, upgraded. Now they don't chain reaction explode. Propulsion, upgraded. The laser system that was definitely present on the real boat, upgraded. I added shields, layers of side armor, a fully upgraded Peanuts craft called Orbital Strike Penis that hovers over our enemies ominously, and many hours of upgrades later, she was finally ready. A 5 million material behemoth ready to be unleashed on our enemies. Spawning it in the campaign proved somewhat challenging because of just how fucking large this thing was, but once it was finally built, it looked absolutely insane. For comparison, this is little guy, this is large male, and this is the big Yamato. Gentlemen, it was time to destroy our enemies once and for all, and my first target was the lightning hoods to our southeast. Blow it up! Destroy the enemies! Oh my god. Ridiculous. Oh, you fucked up, little guy. You fucked up. He's dead. Oh my god. Ludicrous. Do your thing, laser. Go, laser. Do your thing, laser. Yes, there we go. Yes! Yes! That's another faction destroyed. Yes, they're gone. Yes! And with that success, I kept going. Blow that fucking thing up. Oh my god. Oh, the laser is just so good. Blow him up. He's been blowed up. Wow, it's so big. What the hell is that? Right now, this thing is completely surrounded. Oh, bro. Oh my god. Oh. After another swift victory, I saw something. I had enough materials to build another. So I built another. The plan was simple. Send them to these two factions, blow them up, and combine just south of the Scarlet Dawn's territory. Begin. Come on, boys. Shoot your load. Oh, this thing looks serious. Completely evaporated. Fight that, and that, and that. Begin! Oh, the full barrage. Hey! Oh my god. Little bro took the wrong moment to swoop, got evaporated. I am not here to fuck around. Come on, big shells. Hey, hey, hey. Whoa, AI dead already. Holy shit, that caught out the middle of the... Fucking hell, that was quick. This is their final thing. It's got a serious little weapon right here. It'd be a shame if I hit it with the laser and destroyed it. Skadoosh. Whoa. Oh, here's the... Here it is. Dead. That's another faction destroyed. And before I knew it, we had reached our final foe, the Scarlet Dawn. It was here I remembered about the beautiful craft I had built earlier, the Orbital Strike Penis. I built 3 of them. Slow as balls, so to speak. The 2 giants had met outside of enemy territory and combined forces into one fleet. And the 3 Orbital Strike Penises, the most powerful fleet this world has ever seen, worth over 11 million materials total. They didn't stand a chance. It's just you and me, buddy. Everyone else is dead. Begin! Boosh! Holy fuck, that thing has a big laser. Oh, he's going down. He's going down. We fucking did it. Hey, I did. We kill it in one shot. I'm getting fucking evaporated. Wow, that was fucking an easy fight. The final battle, gentlemen. Begin! Go, Strike Penises! Oh, the big laser. No, the Orbital Strike Penis is having its full shot. Fucking hell, this lag. Destroy this, man! Blow his nuts. Oh my god. This is the enemy fortress. If we blow this up, then we win. Yes! It's destroyed! That's a fucking dub right there. Yes! Victory! Gentlemen, we have done it. That was it. The game was over. I'd won. I laid out the entire fleet of crafts we had built over the 3 campaigns, gave them one last salute, and that was that. Till next time.
Don't never buy no weed.
Sponsored by War Thunder. Hello again. I have an important question for you. Can you beat Just Cause 3 if the grappling hook has erectile dysfunction? Need to reach a high ledge? Sorry, Buster, you gotta walk around. Want to use the coolest form of video game transport ever created? Bad luck, fucko. It's walking time. Or maybe you want to climb up this cliff, or get into someone's car without them violently bowling you over in a hit and run, or get from standing on this plane to standing on this plane, or go up a tunnel that is completely fucking vertical, or get onto this missile that only triggers if you grapple. Well, I don't know. And I've been trapped in this featureless white box until I beat all 25 levels. So, let us begin. Originally, I thought this challenge was going to be easy because of one simple trick. If you quickly switch between your wingsuit and your parachute, Rico gains a little bit of altitude and a little bit of speed. Do that enough and you can fly pretty much anywhere you want. So with this in mind, I confidently started the game, and the run began with plane standing. Where we stand? On a plane. 30 seconds of intense high-speed Rico gaming later, we fell off the plane, opened our parachute, and landed at the bottom of this cave. And at the bottom of this cave was our first major roadblock. The tutorial for the grappling hook. In normal gameplay, you just grapple up to here, and then grapple up to here, and you're done. Takes about 3 seconds. But all we have are Rico's smelly feet. And Rico's smelly feet can't get up the wall. So, you might be thinking, how the fuck do we do this? Well, it is possible. We just need to think a little outside the box. Firstly, we need to leave the cave and get into the settlement. But Rico has the upper body strength of your average Reddit age male, so he can't climb this pier. We can't jump up over here because it's too slippery, and swimming further out of the cave is out of bounds. What we can do is shoot my boy Giovanni right in the head, which doesn't do anything. But we can also shoot this barrel into the water, shoot it over to the corner, jump onto the barrel, and jump up.
Oh yes, I did it!
But not so fast, fucko. Around this corner is a broken staircase, which we can solve with another barrel, climb up more stairs, jump up another broken staircase, up some more stairs, past the cool skull, up even more stairs, and bang, we're at the top of the settlement. Surely from here, it'll all be smooth sailing. No. We can't run up this path here because it's out of bounds. But who cares? Let's run up it anyway, turn around, climb up this small rock, jump off it, open the parachute, and if we've done everything right, land on this corner of this roof. From here, we can, we can jump off the roof, parachute back into the cave, run over to this small structure, pick up an RPG, get back to the settlement, up this, up that, stairs, more stairs, cool skull, path, rock, jump, glide, and now we can do this.
Yes!
Now from here, we can run, jump, open the parachute, glide across the cave, and land on the other side. Okay, surely from here, it'll all be smooth sailing. No, from here we need to climb up, stand next to this tree, throw a grenade at the base of it, jump at the perfect time, and launch ourselves onto this ledge.
Yes!
Then spam jump until we get up here, and now we're only one rocket jump away from getting out of the cave. However, that one rocket jump is the hardest jump in this entire route. So, that's how you do it. Now all we had to do was actually do it.
Bruh! Yes, there we go. Come on! Yes! Oh! No! No! Rico! Yes! No! Rico! Oh, it's that easy, baby. This is easy. This is difficult. Not difficult. This is dead easy. I can do this in my sleep. Bam. Okay. No! No! But then it just fucking rolls away. God! Perché le vito satana! What is wrong with me? That wouldn't have gone in the direction I wanted to go anyway, so it doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? That was perfect. Yes! Oh, yes! Okay, I'm up. Fuck, I'm nervous now. Please! No! 3, 2, 1. No, that was so close. Don't you dare slide off. Don't you. Oh no. And now. Send me up, Scotty. Oh yeah. 3 1,000. Jump, bang. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Stand up. Stand up. Yes. Very good. Okay. Oh, my hands are sweating. For fuck's sake. Come on. Go, son. Yes. Yes. Yeah! Oh my god. Oh my god, I did it. Yeah. And now we just waddle on over. Oh my god, I'm here. Yes! 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 Oh yeah!
With that, I had beaten the grappling hook tutorial without the grappling hook. And from here, surely the rest of the mission would all be smooth sailing. Yes! All I had to do was drive this car, get in tank, shoot tank, get in helicopter, fly helicopter, hop out, shoot guys, and bam! Mission 1 was complete. Which probably makes me the first person in history to ever beat Mission 1 of Just Cause 3 without the grappling hook. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Straight after Mission 1 is Mission 2, where we'd be given the wingsuit. Hooray! But first, we had to make it to the top of this hill. So I walked on up, which didn't trigger the checkpoint. Oh no. Try as I might, this checkpoint was completely impassable without... Oh wow, look at that. Now we jump on this car, open the parachute and... Oh fuck. Jump on the car, open the chute. Wow, look, we did it. No grapples whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're literally going insane right now. I think you need to be in a psychiatric institution. The next challenge the game threw at us was liberating this outpost. Sounds easy until you realize that this is the tether retract tutorial, which you're supposed to do by tethering things together and retracting them. Obviously, we can't do this, and we also have no weapons. What we can do is run into these barrels and just sort of hump them until they explode. The grapple can't get hard, but Rico definitely can. So I got to violently humping the barrels until they exploded, and within a few minutes, the base had been liberated.
Destroyed this entire base with nothing but my dick.
And what do you know, we've got the wingsuit.
Yippee!
Which I immediately used to great effect to get up this cliff. Now surely, from here, everything would all be smooth sailing. Perhaps. However, before I could start the next mission, I needed to play War Thunder! That's right, you freakish lump of shit, we're talking about War Hunter, the greatest, most incomprehensibly comprehensive vehicle combat game ever created, available on PC, consoles, and mobile. 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and vessels, from 10 major nations and 100 years of history, each with so much detail it'll make you leak highly sensitive military data to win a pointless online argument. This game doesn't have stupid, smelly hit points. It has the most sophisticated vehicle component-based damage model in all of gaming. Every time you shoot an enemy, you get an X-ray wall hack vision to see exactly why Papa won't be coming home. Look at the graphics. They're so graphical that I'm gonna fucking... What? That's not enough. Insane levels of customization, camouflages, decorations, historical markings, and even my very own decal. That's right, fuckos, I'm officially in the game. So what are you waiting for? The reincarnation of Genghis Khan to reclaim Mongolia as its own mighty Khanate? War Thunder is now available on mobile. That's right, you can hunt Wart on the train, on the bus, behind the wheel, and in the sky. Click my links in the description or pinned comment and join a community of over 95 million players in epic PvP battles. That's like at least 7 people. On Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and mobile. New players and players returning after 6 months across PC and consoles also get a huge bonus pack with multiple premium vehicles, decorations, and my decal. And best of all, it's all free. Yeah! Thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. Before Mission 3 could begin, we had to liberate Manea, which was quite easy now that we could more or less fly. And once Manea was liberated, we could begin Mission 3. Quite possibly the most intense mission in the entire game. We need to get this scooter and drive it to a garage.
This is rather chill.
With that done, next on the list was liberating this base, V's Electra, which was pretty easy, apart from this.
And then you die. Okay. Oh
my. Once that was done, we could start on Mission 4, a terrible reaction, where Rico eats a bag of peanuts and fucking dies. Nah, just kidding. We blow up these tanks, shoot some guys, this huge plane flies in, which is really cool because it's like, save Mario for the 8 millionth time and shit. We have to open this gate to let this car through because poor Timmy on the other side has brain damage and can't go around. Sounds easy enough, but it doesn't have a button to open it, which means we need to use the grappling hook like this. Or do we? Restarting the mission and putting Rico's huge, freakish head under the door resulted in this.
Ow! No way.
Traumatic brain injury Timmy could then drive on through, I could hop in the car, and within 1 minute, do this.
Blow that up. Holy fuck, no! No, it threw me off! Get over here! Get over here! No! Mario's truck! Come back! Come back, truck! Come back! Mario, you fucking bastard! Don't you know my grappling hook has erectile dysfunction?
Attempt 2 went a bit smoother. Just a bit.
No! No! Not at the last moment! Come here, you bastard! Oh, no, please! Please, let me on! Let me on your tank! Let me on your tank! Oh my god.
Miraculously, Mario hit the final checkpoint, and we won. Mission 5. Mission 5 is on this little island way down here, which we can get to very easily, like this.
Oh god. No! Rico! Rico! Ah!
Once we arrived, Rico said, "What the hell?" And we were given an extremely complicated, Galaxy Brain 3 million IQ task. Get this guy's boat in the water. Yeah, that's it. Mission 6, Conflicting Interests. Very easy. Step 1, buoyancy operated aquatic transport. Then, fly on up to this base, find the scanner thingy, leisurely drive to this other base, fly on up to this grill, smack into it, fly over to this town, and fly over to Sheldon. Done. Mission 7 would not be so easy. Turncoat. We start by meeting our quirked up white boy Mario busting it down sexual style in the town square. We collect an armored car for him, which I've humbly named the Mario Mobile, and drive over to a new guy, Zeno, who's in a helicopter. Using the machine gun on the Mario Mobile, I can defend us and shoot SAM sites, clearing a path. Everything was going wonderfully. Shooting bad guys, and shooting more bad guys. Until this particular bad guy came barreling around the corner and suicided directly into the Mario Mobile. Not to worry. All we need to do is restart the checkpoint and... Hey! Hey Mario, get back here! This began a rather embarrassing cycle. where I would spawn back in, Mario would take off, I'd try to get back to him, only to fail miserably. Repeat. First, I tried using this bike to get back to Mario, but I blew up its back tire, so it was completely undrivable.
Oh my god. No! Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with this bike?
I tried again, shooting the guy instead of the bike, but that,
Fuck! Get me on the bike!
For attempt 3, I got my hands on the bike and drove up to Mario using the assault rifle one-handed, which is fucking badass. I suffered several catastrophic collisions, and Mario managed to get about 3 meters away from the checkpoint before exploding. And on attempt 4, I did pretty much everything the exact same as attempt 3, including getting bowled over several times by enemy cars, but this time, Mario inexplicably didn't die in an explosion.
What are you doing, Mario? What are you doing?
And we won.
Okay, that's amazing.
Mission 8, The Secret of V's Electro. This mission was locked, and to start it, we need to liberate 2 provinces in this region. Liberating provinces means blowing up bases and freeing towns. You know, by shooting rockets at, valid military targets. Stop. Of course. A couple of hours of not war crimes later, we'd liberated 2 provinces and could start Mission 8. So, Mission 8. Simple. Dima tells us to
Follow those pipes, Rico.
We follow said pipes, sneak into a cave, brutally assault some scientists, and blow up these smooth brain generators.
Blow these up. What the fuck was that?
Luckily, this one was easy, but any mission in a tight, cramped cave like this could spell disaster very easily.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Anyways, Mission 9, Missile Cowboy.
Splat.
The rebellion has been watching all the hot girl shit I've been doing, and likes it. They're confident they can take on the might of the military, and maybe even win. It's all-out war, baby. Ambushes, helicopters, tanks rolling across the hills. This fight will determine the destiny of... And it's done. Took about 2 minutes. Hooray! But there was a problem. To progress any further, the game wanted me to grapple onto this helicopter, which triggers a cutscene. Shooting it with a rocket launcher did nothing. Restarting from the last checkpoint did nothing. And running over this cow did nothing. I don't really know what I expected from that. Driving a little further, I came across this tunnel, and somehow the helicopter followed me in. I still couldn't get in or interact with it, so I drove on a bit more, which caused the pilot to forget everything he knew and crash. But it didn't explode, and I still couldn't trigger the cutscene. Well, it looks like... Ash! Oh wow, look at that. The next cutscene played, yet again, with no grapples. Damn, I'm good. The very next thing the game had us do was fucked. We had to jump off this helicopter, fly down to this base, and grapple onto this missile. So of course, I first tried smacking my head into it, which didn't work. And then tried standing on it, which didn't work because they covered the missile in a thin film of lube. I tried, and tried again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, but nothing worked. Until I resigned myself to my fate and grappled.
Okay, fuck it.
Look, I know, I said I wouldn't do any grapples, yet here I am fucking grappling like an idiot. I know, but I had no choice. The game wouldn't let me pass without grappling. Look, just, what do you think, Greg? Mission 10 of Cows and Wine. Rico has been really busy doing hot girl shit, blowing things up, jumping on missiles and whatnot. And now it's time to relax. Of course, Rico being a rock-hard, throbbing workaholic male is incapable of relaxation. But our boy Mario has come up with a devilish plan. Make Rico think some sort of emergency is happening. It is not. Lure him over, steal the General's wine collection, and drink it. A stroke of brilliance. And making things even better, the mission starts like this.
Mario! Where are you?
Anyway, we take a quick flight over to Mario, get in this truck, and drive it and several barrels of wine into town. Once the mission ended, Rico was in a right state, and like a good member of any rebellion, immediately let the power get to his head and started torturing the locals. Like a boss!
Attach one to his dick. Oh, okay. What? Oh no. Why do I do that?
Okay, enough fun. Lock in right now. It's speedrun time. Mission 11, connect the dots. Not hard at all. Get in this helicopter, blow some things up, get in this boat, drive into several sea mines, calmly arrive at this town, gently arrive at these ruins, arrive at this other town, shoot dudes, and end the mission. Mission 12, an act of piracy. Simple. Fly to this town over here, steal shield tank. Simple in theory, but jumping out of the plane, I just barely missed the tank and got run over a couple of times.
Get me on, get me on! No! No, don't run me over! Don't run me over again!
But not to worry, because I can steal this car, drive it up to the tank, parachute out of that car, and...
Oh! No, the tank! The tank!
Apart from that, easy. Mission 13, Three's Company, we're on a roll, baby. This mission should have been fairly easy if it wasn't for these Muppets, Annika and Tio, in this helicopter. Normally you're meant to grapple onto it to get it to move along, but we can't do that. So I did what we call in the business, a little bit of fuckery. Like driving this car, and jumping on top of the helicopter, and calling in another helicopter, and eventually got it to move, and finish the mission. Mission 14, car standing. Not particularly interesting, but my revolver went silent. And the enemy troops did in fact send it really hard, and so did the Just Cause 3 physics engine. Multiple times. Next, Mission 15, abandoned ship. Normally pretty hard, but we've got this on the Rebel drop menu. The Reaper missile mech, which makes the entire mission comically easy. And Mission 16, which is locked. That's right, once again, we have to do some liberating in this region. So I put on my war crime hat one more time, and began the liberation.
I'm liberating you.
I probably should stop doing that.
They love me so much.
Hey, can I have your autograph? Or a parachute ride?
And with 3 more provinces liberated, came Mission 16, Electromagnetic Pulse. This was the second Smooth Brain Generator mission, and I was confident. Things had been going great, and surely the rest of the missions would all be smooth sailing. No, we start by following some pipes, shooting some boats, and swimming into this tunnel.
Just keep following those pipes.
Coming out of the tunnel, nothing was out of the ordinary, so I assaulted some scientists, like a boss, and pressed this button to open the door. But it didn't open. Oh no. Our way around was in this tunnel. But in this tunnel, all my fears came true.
Oh no. Oh no.
Explosive jumping didn't work, and this space was way too tight to use the wingsuit. I died and hoped it would get me to the next checkpoint. It didn't. I'm gonna skim over a lot of failure here, but just know, I really tried. I really did. I tried pushing some barrels over and blowing Rico up like 1,000 times. I tried getting on this pipe. I got on this pipe. It didn't help. I blew up Rico another 1,000 times. Nothing worked. Well, fuck. At least the other times I had to grapple, it was because the game forced me to. This time, it really was because Rico simply couldn't get up this tunnel. Well, I guess I have to... Wait a minute, I have a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of this before? It's so obvious. All I have to do is consult the 18th Blood God Grungus, complete the Ouija board, ride the cow, pogo jump 13 times, and begin the mission suit up. This bad boy was gonna be our ticket out of here. Greg said no grapples, but nothing about no OP wingsuit. So once I completed suit up, I could take my newfound power to electromagnetic pulse, begin the mission, follow the pipes, shoot the guys, swim, jump in the tunnel, and launch myself to victory. Yes! Destroy the smooth brain generators and we're good, baby! I never doubted myself. That's another mission checked off the list. I am truly the best gamer the world has ever seen. Witness me and tremble. Wait a second. How do we get out? Oh no. Little did I know, this small tunnel was goo goo gaga baby shit. And the exit was this. This tunnel was about 80 meters tall, completely featureless, and utterly impossible to climb without the grappling hook. That didn't stop me trying though, over and over again. Launching Rico again and again into the ceiling, expecting something, anything to happen. But it didn't. Hours later, nothing changed. The tunnel was too tall. It was time to give up. This was where it ended. But wait, you stupid fuck! Do you think I would give up that easy? I'm literally Martin Shito Pee Pee Poo Poo Pantalones, and I do not back down from a mildly difficult challenge. I'd been trying the exact same thing over and over again for hours on end, expecting a magical solution to appear. What I needed to do was think a little outside the box. And all it took was for me to make one simple connection. We just need to exit the cave. So what if I just went out the way I went in? Ooh yeah! With that done, I disabled the OP wingsuit and continued on to Mission 17. Tangled up in blue. Easy peasy. I blew up 2 million enemies, flew my helicopter into this cave complex, got out of the helicopter to swim through these fuck-ass underwater tunnels, and luckily on the other side I had enough space to, you know, do the thing. I did the thing, destroyed these 3 generators when fucking disaster struck. I once again had to exit the cave through a tiny vertical tunnel. Actually, it was fine. All I had to do was get to the rim of the exit and it played a cutscene. In said cutscene, Rico made this horrific face. And we won. Whee! And who else was there to greet us at the end but Giovanni, my boy? Mission 18, Rico and the Rose. Ow. Going into this mission, I knew immediately that it was gonna suck. And lo and behold, it sucked. The concept is simple. Get in this jet, shoot down enemy jets, get inside this fuck-ass plane, and land it. So I took off, shot down the enemy jets with extreme speed and efficiency, and made my first attempt at getting on board Rose's plane.
Ah! Come back here!
Oh, no! No! No!
I got pretty close, but failed.
Oh.
Attempt 2, I failed again. Attempt 3, failed. Attempt 4, had a bit of plane sex, and failed. 5, failed. 6, failed. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, got really close, but failed. 16, failed. 17, 18, 19, 20, got close again, but failed. 21, 22, 23, 24, and finally, 25, I actually got it.
Oh, there we go! There we go! Oh. Okay.
Mission 19. I thought, after that ordeal, that everything following this was gonna be, you know, smooth sailing. Wrong! Fucking idiot! Why would you ever think that? Derail extraction. This mission would not be smooth sailing because of this. Tio in his helicopter. First, I tried standing on the helicopter, as one does. That didn't work. I tried blowing up the helicopter. That didn't work. Not sure why. I tried going to where the helicopter was gonna take me. Also didn't work. While doing some testing, I moved the helicopter down to the ground with my grapple to see if there was some invisible trigger under the helicopter. There wasn't. I tried dropping in another helicopter since that worked on Mission 13. Didn't work here though, sorry fucker. I tried, and tried, and tried again, and again, and again, and tried again, and again, and again. Anything I could think of, I tried it, and none of it worked. Tio was still sat there, contemplating. Well, there was one thing. I mean, I could just... Ash! Oh well, look at that, Tio's on the move. Now what we have to do is follow him along and... Follow him along and get on the oncoming train. Surely this would be the easy part, right? Wrong! I missed the train, and for obvious reasons I couldn't catch up. And then on the next attempt I got run over by the train. And finally...
Whee! Beautiful. 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep.
I finished the mission. Mission 20. We were almost done. 6 more missions and my time in this featureless white box would all be over. So, the Great Escape. The one mission that would definitely be comically easy without the grappling hook. It goes like this. Clear the room out, hack the door, walk to the next room, clear it out, hack door, next room, and we're done. And what do you know? It's a fucking hole in the ceiling. God damn it! But using some big brain juice, I figured I could simply walk back out the way I walked in. And I was right. What do you think, Tio? Mission 21. Bavarium on a plane. Easy. Nothing interesting happened except Ravello went like, no, no, no! Mission 22. Mario pissing. Hell yeah. Also extremely easy. Call in the missile mech, blow her up.
Oh no! Oh dear!
Done. Mission 23, which was once again locked. To unlock it, we needed to liberate even more stuff, this time in this region. So for one last time, I put on my good friendly guy hat and did some good friendly guy activities. Like this.
Fuck off.
Here he is, professional badass.
And with that bit of liberation done, the final 3 missions were unlocked. The end was in sight. Mission 23, Bavarian Blackout. The third and final smooth brain generator mission. I thought it could be fun to try run up the mountain, but that's dumb. So I didn't. Thinking back to the last smooth brain generator mission, I was very worried that would happen again. But it didn't, so it was fine.
Yes!
Mission 24, Shatterer of Worlds. War. I helped the rebels win a few battles, flew this jet up to the central command tower, went splat, and the mission was done, unlocking us the nuke launcher. And finally, Mission 25, Son of Medici. We'd made it. The final mission of the entire game. If we could beat this, then we would have definitely beaten the game without any grappling at all, even once, for any reason whatsoever. So, I got on the plane, flew it into the volcano, met with General D. Ravello in his golden shield helicopter, and the fight was on.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Ah, fuck. Okay, let's call in the mech again.
Unlocks in 35 seconds. It kills me instantly! Come on, hit him! Hit him! Yes! Get in the back, get in the back, get in the back. Hello there. Oh my god, it's that easy. And...
And with that, we'd won. Now, will you please let me out of this box, Mr. Horrors Beyond Comprehension, also known as Greg? Nah. What? Oh no. I recognize that bird sound in this grass. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Thanks once again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You can download the game for free from the links in the pinned comment or description on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and mobile. A huge bonus pack with my decal is available to new and 6 months inactive players on PC and consoles. Nice. Hello again, Jeb here.
Hello there.
Today, we'll be playing the greatest space disaster simulator to ever hit virtual store shelves. A game dedicated to constructing your own grand scientific endeavors, like how many Kerbals makes up an adequate crush space for this lander. A game that requires full activation of your frontal lobe. A game where ethics, morality, and the safety of your subjects take a backseat to science, exploration, and getting that bread. And a game where the inevitable catastrophic failure is often better than the mission itself. You may think that NASA has had some pretty terrible disasters over the years, but they have nothing on the Bean space program's preliminary rocket testing. This little guy made some poor decisions with the last remaining fuel, and has just been sitting here on his space chair, all alone, orbiting the sun. And he's been here for the last 78 years. Poor lad. You might be wondering where I am right now. Well, I'm not on Kerbin. I'm also not on the moon. I'm not on Duna or Eve, not Drez, Bop, or Pol. Not even Tylo. Dickhead. I'm on a planet very, very far away. A planet orbiting an entirely different star to our own. An exoplanet. Proxima Centauri b. Hold on a minute. You might also be wondering how I got here. Well, it's quite a long story. We've got rockets, massive catastrophic explosions, intense nuclear radiation, antimatter containment, orb, touchy. And encounters with KSP's Deep Space Kraken. So buckle up fuckos, cause today, we're going to the stars. But before we begin, some rules. As you probably know, KSP only has this star, and no real means of getting to any others, which means we'll need to add some mods. I'd like to demonstrate to both my PC and myself the concept of no pain, no gain. So today we're jamming as many mods as physically possible into the game. How many, you may be asking? Well, this many. Lots if you're a new player, but really not that many if you're a true blue KSP gamer. As a side note, I tried desperately to get Realism Overhaul and Real Solar System to work properly with some form of progression to the warp drive, which is the only propulsion system that is actually fun to use for going interstellar distances. This would have made for an interesting challenge, as Earth is about 10 times larger than Kerbin, and much, much harder to orbit. What actually happened was I ended up with a horrible, unplayable, covered mess. Annoyingly, the way you're meant to play these mods is with RP1, a modified tech tree and contract system. However, this did not include a path to warp drive technology, so instead I used the community tech tree and hoped it would work. It didn't. I streamed this horrible, several hour-long suffering marathon, which ended in me restarting a save once after effectively being soft-locked from the game, and a second time after being cucked by several engine failures on my first try at an orbital flight. Failure. It did burn time, I guess. Alright, we gotta light it immediately. Oh no! It's alright. It's alright, we got a gimbal. Oh my god, no. Are you kidding me? Oh no. I remember why I don't like this shoot. Because it's just a drogue shoot. It's not an actual parachute. Oh my god. Oh no. Alright. I'm sure getting warp drive to work in this mode while keeping the game playable is possible, but I clearly lack this KSP knowledge. So no Earth. Back to Kerbin. The mods that I actually have added add all sorts of cool and good stuff. New parts, new features, new planets, tweaks to science, and for actually getting to the other stars, we have acquired the warp drive. This way we'll get there within a few weeks instead of 800 years. Also, warp drives are cool. Okay, let us begin. Ah! So, it looks like we have a long road ahead of us. Our fledgling space program starts with a couple of bucks, some brave cobonauts, and several ex-war criminal rocket scientists. Our first rocket only has access to very basic parts. To access better parts, we must perform research and collect valuable data. In case you forgot, we have an exceedingly large pile of mods, meaning the tech tree now expands very nice and far. This is good because it gives us much more time for things to go terribly wrong. The warp drive itself is all the way at the end for a cool 28,000 science points. Our first technologies cost 5. Anyway, enough babbling. On to constructing. Our first rocket has one goal. To tackle this great challenge, the Bean space program has created the most powerful nugget to ever be launched. Its name, Obama Prism.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very good. Great success. But how? Alright class, listen up. Today, we're talking about solid rocket boosters. Our great and powerful vehicle, Obama Prism, uses a weird little solid rocket booster to propel itself upwards. But what is a solid rocket booster? Well, a solid rocket booster is a booster that uses a solid fuel. I know. I wouldn't have figured that one out either. The solid fuel is made up of an oxidizing agent and a fuel. Think of it like a high-powered explosive that explodes gently. When it's lit, the rocket burns this fuel and creates a very hot gas. Now Kevin, please remind the class about Newton's third law. Every action... Okay Kevin, I'm gonna need you to be quiet. I did not ask. Anyway, Newton at one point was like, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Basically, push on something, and the thing pushes back. This principle is how literally everything moves. Your car pushes the ground, which pushes back on the car. An airplane pushes the air pushes the plane. Simple. So, when the hot gas shoots out one end, what happens to the rocket? It goes forward. Shut up, Kevin! It goes forward in the opposite direction of the gas, thus creating thrust. So, when we smash that spacebar, the rocket goes up. Incredible. Class dismissed. So, we've done our first launch, got our first bit of science, and completed our first contract. Very good. Next step is to leave the atmosphere of Kerbin and hopefully make it back in one piece. To do this, we'll need to create the most powerful rocket ever built. Obama Prism 2. It's a very complex and intricately engineered rocket. We get Obama Prism 1, then attach 4 more boosters to it. Engineer. The boosters have no decouplers between them, so to get them to separate, we'll use the next booster to explode the spent booster. You'll see what I mean. Let's launch. On our second great journey, we are once again launching our best and bravest pilot, Jeb. He's been around since the very beginning, along with Bill and Bob. A true staple of the KSP universe. Jeb is the first Cobonaut any aspiring program manager launches. He's also the bravest the entire program has to offer, smiling in the face of even the greatest catastrophe, and he's dead. To those who have played this game before, you may just say, oh well, revert the flight and do it again. How? That's right, the game is set to hard, which means no reverting to mission assembly, no quick saving, and no crew respawning. So Jeb is actually dead. Forever. But why is Jeb dead? Okay class, sit down and buckle your fuckles. In this lesson, we're doing aerodynamic stability, and what even is space anyway? So what actually happened? Well, if we rewind the video, you'll notice a minute and difficult to catch detail that led to Jeb's death. If you look really close, you can see he smashes into the water at several times the speed of sound. Interesting. But why? Passive aerodynamic stability. I want you to imagine a dart flying through the air. The dart can only point in one direction, forward. If you try throwing a dart backwards, it'll just go and point forwards again. This is because a dart has wings at the back and its mass at the front. The dart is passively stable when flying forwards and unstable when flying backwards. Similar situation with the late Obama Prism 2. The mass is concentrated towards the front of the vessel where the capsule is, and the little wings act to keep it stable in the forward direction. Unlucky for us, this direction also happens to make the capsule very aerodynamic, i.e. it doesn't slow down. As we re-entered the atmosphere, the little reaction wheels in the capsule kept it pointing backwards, but once the air got thicker, it pushed on the wings and forced the ship into a nosedive. Once in this position, the craft acts very much like a dart and doesn't slow down enough to open the parachute, ending with Jeb smacking straight into the water at twice the speed of sound. Rest in peace, Jeb. Before Jeb met with the ocean at Mach 2, he managed to fly completely out of the atmosphere, topping out at over 100 kilometers. In KSP, the atmosphere ends at exactly 70 kilometers. You can easily tell when you're there, because the music goes like... On Earth it's a little less clear-cut because there are technically air molecules all the way up past 400 kilometers, but the generally agreed upon altitude that space begins is 100 kilometers, known as the Kármán line. So why is this important? Well, we'd like to get to orbit eventually, which means we'll need to be traveling really fast in one direction. Air doesn't like it when you go through it really fast, so we avoid the air altogether by going up nice and high. Air doesn't reach higher up because Kerbin's gravity pulls it all down to the surface. Also, Kevin, please just be quiet next time. The class is trying to learn. I didn't say anything, bro. Shut up! Just shut up. Class dismissed. Second launch down. Less successful than the first, but we still made money. Jeb may be dead, but we got that bread. Next up, we're actually going to invest our research into better parts to avoid our previous mistakes. Our next rocket is even more powerful than Obama Prism 2. Obama Prism 3. I'll just cut to the chase. Obama Prism 3 didn't make it. To orbit, that is. Don't worry, Valentina is still alive.
For now.
We didn't have enough fuel to reach orbit, so we turned around, ditched the tank, and splashed down in the water. Without exploding. Very good. We didn't die. But we also didn't make it to orbit. Why? Okay class, keep those fuckles buckled. Today, we're learning basic orbital mechanics. Among some other things. First off, why do we shoot parts off the rocket? Why not instead just make a long noodly rocket that has all the fuel in a single tank? I'll tell you why. Mass. When these tanks are empty, they still contribute mass to the vessel. Hey, psst, hey, Kevin. What equation is Newton most famous for? That's right, force equals mass times acceleration. Oh yeah. If we do some high-level algebra, we can rearrange this and get acceleration is force divided by mass. When the mass is lower, the acceleration is higher. Thus, eliminating excess mass makes you go faster. Very nice. After ditching our first 3 solid rocket booster stages, we get this special engine on our last stage. This is a liquid-fueled engine. Instead of burning a solid propellant, it mixes fuel and oxidizer inside the engine to create the hot gas. Liquid engines are much more efficient than solid boosters and can be throttled and even turned off. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, solid boosters can't be turned off. Once you start them, they go. And go. And go. Liquid-fueled engines are pretty cool, but they come with a price. Literally. Just the engine, without the fuel on this rocket, costs as much as all 3 of the solid rocket boosters combined. So solid boosters make economical sense for sections that don't need the greatest efficiency. Now of course, the elephant in the room. No, not that elephant. He's purely ornamental. Our failure to reach orbit. Gravity. Gravity pulls at all objects with mass. Our spacecraft has mass, thus it is subject to gravity. Wow. Gravity pulls with a force depending on how far away from the body you are. If the mass and distance are kept constant, the force is also kept constant. meaning if you can generate enough force in the opposite direction, you can fly. Now, of course, there are many, many ways to... Dude, really? You're just gonna fucking stand there? Come on, dude, get out of here, bro. As I was saying, there are many, many ways to generate force. Wings, brakes, engines, parachutes, magnets, electric fields, mass, just straight up pushing on shit. You get the idea. But today we want to look at centripetal and centrifugal forces. Both of these forces exist when something is rotating. Well, technically centrifugal force doesn't actually exist, but I'll leave that as an exercise for you to explain. Answer in the comments. Do it now. The common example is a ball on the end of a string. Centripetal force is the force that the string exerts on the ball, while centrifugal force is the force that the ball experiences in the opposite direction. Now, how does this relate to Obama Prism 3? Well, as you probably have experienced, the faster you spin a ball in a string, the harder it pulls away from you. This means that our imaginary centrifugal force is increasing. Once it goes past the force generated by gravity, we achieve orbit. But we didn't do that, so on to... For this mission, we're going with a complete redesign. We've ditched the Obama Prism nomenclature. We've ditched Obama Prism and moved on to casting couch. Oh yep. It's got thicker thighs and more rocket juice for the liquid stage. Hopefully this time, we'll reach orbit. Let's launch. And would you look at that, an actual orbit. We've done it, lads. We'll be at Proxima Centauri in no time. But we're just about out of fuel, so we'll deorbit. Wow, would you look at that? It's hot. Very hot, in fact. So hot that it's learning time. Friction. Friction is all around us. Have you ever walked? Friction. Moved in a car and then stopped moving in a car? Friction. Rub two metal plates together so hard they form a robust friction weld? Friction. That last one is important. It demonstrates how friction generates lots of heat. So tell me, Kevin, why is there a giant plasma flare around casting couch? Friction? Yes. Yeah.
Farters.
In case you didn't realize, our craft is moving really, really fast. Over 2,000 meters per second, in fact, which translates to roughly 32,927 Big Macs stacked vertically every single second. Pretty quick. As you can imagine, this means we have lots of kinetic energy. If you've ever ridden a bike with disc brakes, you'd know that using the brakes converts your speed into heat within the brakes. Ah, fuck! Exact same principle here, just with much more speed. The amount of kinetic energy something has is related to the square of the velocity. This sounds kind of complicated, but it just means that when you double your speed, you quadruple your energy. So casting couch has a huge amount of energy. Hence, when it slows down, giant plasma flare. Nice. Nope. Nope. Launch 5 is boring. In Launch 5, we did a quick shoot past the moon. We got some decent science, but it was boring. Now we're on Launch 6. The goal of Launch 6 is simple. Land on the moon, and come back. For this job, we have yet again created the most powerful rocket ever built. Obama Prism 4. This rocket uses two SRBs mounted to a large inner stage. The upper stage has a special liquid engine and a lot of fuel for it to drink. Let's launch. Orbit achieved. But we keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We've done it. Valentina hops out the pod and plants our first extraterrestrial flag. What do we say in this great and profound moment? Do we honor the engineers and scientists that brought us here? Do we honor the late Obama Prism 2 and Jeb? Do we thank our pet goldfish for giving us the strength to continue when we needed it most? No. Instead, we carefully inscribed the plaque with pee-pee, poo-poo, cum. Astounding. Okay, I'm bored. Let's go home. And there we have it. We went to the moon and didn't die. But how? Nope, that's enough. I would do the next lesson, but it looks like we're out of time. And more importantly, I'm getting a little sick of it. So it looks like we'll have to wait for next episode. That's right, there will be another episode. But you might need to wait. In the meantime, subscribe to my channel. Now, all of the career gameplay in this video is taken from YouTube live streams I've been doing. This video only covered what happened in my first stream. As of recording, I've actually done 4, but to be perfectly honest, they're basically the same as the first one. If you desperately need to watch them, they can all be found in the KSP streams section on the Discord. The next streams I do will involve other planets and going to them, so stay posted for that. I'll also be doing KSP weapons development streams, where you can send in your crafts and I'll have them fight each other. If this sounds interesting to you, join the Discord. I'll make a KSP craft channel that you can stick them in. Just remember to read the craft submission guidelines before submitting it. Please. If this doesn't sound interesting to you, join the Discord anyway. So that does it. KSP. The best space game. Join my Discord, watch my piss-covered streams, and contribute to the downfall of civilized society as we know it. Hello again, Bill here. Today, we're back in KSP, ready and willing to send our brave Kerbonauts off to almost certain death. Again. In this episode of our space catastrophe journey, we're taking another step towards the stars and going to the other planets in our own solar system.
Hey there.
In case you forgot, our glorious, patriotic, and ethically dubious space program has one goal. Reach another star system, land on its exoplanet, plant a flag, and return. Great sacrifices have been made in this pursuit, and a great many more will surely come. So what happened in the last episode? Well, we flew our first mission, almost got to orbit, actually got to orbit, told Kevin off for being a terrible student. Yeah, you heard me. Went on a boring trip around the moon, and then did a solid moon landing. Nice. Oh yeah, and Jeb died. Rest in peace. It's okay though, because we have a replacement pilot, Valentina Kermit. Like the video if you think Valentina will live out a long and illustrious career in the Bean space program. To achieve our ambitious goals, we've loaded the game up with mods, creating a buggy, unstable, and feature-packed mess of a game. In this video, we're going to go and create some surface bases on the planets in our solar system. We'll sprinkle a couple on Duna and Eve, maybe some around the local gas giant Jool, and finally, one on the furthest out planet, Elu. So what have we done since the last video? Well, a few things, all within the Kerbin system. We sent Valentina to Kerbin's other moon, Minmus, we went to the moon a couple more times, and we also, maybe, could have, possibly, killed all the remaining Kerbals. That didn't take long. Valentina died in a tragic time acceleration accident while trying to get back into her capsule on the moon. Bob also died in a tragic time acceleration accident while trying to land on the moon. Oh! My fuck! And Bill died after taking this terrible affront to God for a high-speed test drive. Oh. So no more Jeb, Val, Bob, or Bill. Rest in peace. Instead, we have recruited Urk and Elza Kerman. They've so far flown a few missions each, and not died in the process. Yet. Anyway, let us continue. Ah yes, the sweet sound of incredibly loud birds. We're starting our interplanetary exploration with the easiest planet to visit, Duna, which is the Kerbal equivalent of Mars. Our first mission will place an unmanned probe in orbit. This probe will map out the surface and establish a site for future missions to land and perhaps even colonize. For this mission, we have created the most powerful rocket ever built, for like the 7th time. Its name? Joe Bidome. It has 2 big solid boosters, a powerful core stage, and a very efficient upper stage. Now let's get this lad into orbit. Very nice. We're left with precisely 6,262 meters per second of delta V. Oi sir, what's delta V? Speed. Quite simple. It's how fast you're moving. For example, 4 meters per second. Or, for my American viewers, 2.77 Barrett M82 A1s per second. Velocity. It represents speed, but with direction. 4 meters per second, to the right. In physics, and in maths, the capital delta from the Greek alphabet refers to a change in something. So, delta V would be a change in velocity. For example, we're traveling forwards in a straight line at 100 meters per second. If we point our craft forward, how fast would you expect we go after burning all of our fuel? 200... Well, since we have a... Kevin? Be quiet. Well, since we have 150 meters per second of delta V, we'd expect to be going around 250 meters per second. And sure enough, we do. If we face backwards and do the same experiment, we go 50 meters per second in the opposite direction. Nice. So why is this useful? Well, it basically measures how far our craft can go. Remember, our craft is being pulled by gravity. In order to escape its influence, we need to go fast. In order to go fast, we need to change our velocity, and thus, we need delta V. People have made these nice looking maps that give a rough estimate of how much you need to go anywhere in the solar system. As we can see, to get to Duna we need to escape Kerbin's gravity and then extend our orbit to intersect Duna's. According to the map, this will take us around 1,000 meters per second. Anyway, let's go to Duna. To get our desired trajectory, we carefully plot out a course to a nice low orbit that is highly inclined. However, on the way there, I do this. Oh! What happened here is my incredibly fat, sausage-like fingers mashed the time accelerate button and shot me straight past Juno. Are you nice. Not to worry though, we packed way more fuel than necessary and can literally just turn around and chuck her in reverse. To prevent shooting past again, we point backwards at the closest approach and slow down until we get a nice circular orbit. And there we have it. We're in orbit and mapping the surface of our first planet. On to... I'm just going to tell you right now, Launch 2 was a complete disaster. For Launch 2, we built another powerhouse of a rocket, Pog Frog 1, with one simple goal: footprints and a flag on Duna. The rocket was going to place this section here in orbit of Duna. This lander would then separate and fly itself down to the surface where we'd do whatever it is we wanted to do. Whether that be running temperature scans, planting important flags, observing the goo, or dropping the Kerbal repeatedly on his head. After doing this important science, we'd hop in the lander and fly it back into orbit to meet up with the transfer stage. Fairly simple, right? Yeah, you'd think. Anyway, let's launch. It was here in low Kerbin orbit that I realized my first mistake. Luckily, it was fairly inconsequential. Instead of a scientist, the game had placed an engineer into the rocket, meaning we had to launch a quick ship to swap out the Kerbals. After this, we transferred to Duna. In orbit, we separated the lander, hopped inside, and lowered our orbit into the atmosphere. And there we have it. Urk hopped out and planted our first interplanetary flag. He named this incredible site Monkey Planet Now Claimed, and inscribed the plaque with truly an event to behold. It was at this point that I ended the stream. It was quite successful. Nothing exploded, no Kerbals died, generally, good stream. If only the next went as smoothly. The next stream began where the previous left off. We just landed and collected some sweet science. Now, in KSP, you can quite easily rack up huge amounts of science by visiting different biomes, and this is what I planned to do first thing this stream. Lucky for us, there was a different biome quite close to our landing site, so I decided to go and visit. And then, this happened. Well, fuck. No way to get back into orbit, no way to meet up with the transfer stage, and no way to get back home. Poor Urk was stranded. So, we immediately got to work on... This was actually quite easy to design, because we'd already done it. Introducing Pog Frog 1.5. Thank you. All we had to do was remove the science experiments, most of the transfer stage, add an antenna, and we were ready for launch. So, we launched. However, on the way up to orbit, this happened. Yes, that is in fact where the engine is supposed to be. Despite this minor readjustment, we pressed on with the upper stage and made it into orbit. In orbit, we opened up the solar panels and set an alarm for Duna's transfer window, which was going to be in around 150 days, meaning Urk had to entertain himself on Duna's surface for over half a year. Poor Urk. Oi, sir. We then set time acceleration to 1 million times and quickly got to the transfer window. Oi! Just wondering what a transfer window is? Nah, that's it. I've had enough. Anyway, class, you may be wondering what a transfer window is. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Today, we're learning some more basic orbital mechanics. So, here I am, in orbit at 75 kilometers in altitude, only just above Kerbin's atmosphere. Here is Jim. Say hi, Jim. He's orbiting at 150 kilometers in altitude. Which one do you expect orbits Kerbin faster? If you said Jim, you're wrong, and you should feel bad. I orbit faster. But why? Well, firstly, if you cast your mind back to circle geometry, this circumference is smaller than this one, so it has less overall distance to travel. On top of this, my craft is experiencing stronger gravity because it's closer to Kerbin. Stronger gravity means we need more force in the opposite direction to cancel it out, which means we need to go faster. Hence, our speed is higher, and our distance is shorter, making each orbit much faster than Jim's. This demonstration also applies to planets. Kerbin is closer to the Sun than Duna, and thus orbits faster. Sometimes they're close together, sometimes they're far apart. Now we would like to travel between them. Lucky for us, there's a time when they line up just right and a craft can travel between them very easily for relatively low fuel. This time is called a transfer window. The downside, of course, is you have to wait for it. Bringing us back to Pog Frog 1.5, sitting in orbit of Kerbin waiting for the optimal transfer window. And would you look at that, it looks like we're ready to go. Now, we have a slight problem. Our lander is quite low on fuel, and our Kerbal is about 19 kilometers away. Quite close to a half marathon distance. So, we better start waddling. Oh wow, would you look at that, the footage corrupted, and we're here! Amazing. We seem to be very low on fuel, but that should be okay. Let's get out of here. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, let me fix that. Ah, there we go. A nice round orbit created by our large amounts of fuel and delta V that we absolutely had on our rocket without question. No questions. Only problem here is, we seem to have run out of fuel, and we need to meet up with the transfer stage in orbit. But we can't, because there's no fuel. So Urk is stranded again. I think you know what this means. This mission is even simpler than the last one. Because Urk is no longer on the surface of Duna, we don't need to include a lander. Instead, we can simply include a small orbital vehicle for Urk to use to reunite him with the transfer stage. Unfortunately for Urk, although this rocket is on the pad and ready to go, he'll still need to wait another 150 days for the transfer window and another 100 for the transfer itself. Poor Urk. And we're here. Urk, however, doesn't have any fuel in his EVA pack, which means we need to move the rocket just right in order for him to grab onto the ladder. And there we go. We get in, meet up with the transfer stage, get inside, wait for the Duna to Kerbin transfer window, transfer back to Kerbin, ditch the engine and tank, re-enter Kerbin's atmosphere, open up the parachute, land, and recover the vessel. So finally, after several years in space, Urk is home. And unharmed. So we'll give him a one-day break, and then send him back out. So, after a long and tedious design... Okay, let me let him back in. Anyway, After a long design process, here is what the program has come up with. The wonderfully named Urk's Tomb, to remind him of how long he's going to be staying there. This craft is a ground base. Its goal is to land on the surface of Duna and use this little module here, a science lab. In a science lab, you place important data, collected from experiments, and analyze it. It takes in 1 science as 1 data, and after analysis, gives you 5 science. So basically, science times 5. Pretty pog if you ask me. Now, Mr. Kevin. Oh yeah? I'm going to issue you a challenge. If you can design the transfer craft and launcher for this base, I won't throw you into space ever again. Oh, and you have 4 seconds. Go. Okay, time's up. Oh, yeah, I think I did pretty good. Let's see what you got for us, Kevin. Oh my god. It's beautiful. The optimized engines, the fuel ducts leading into the center stage, the 300 kilograms off the mass limit, the slightly scuffed fairing.
It even has a watermark.
Okay, so, Kevin? It's bad. Anyway, we're gonna use this vehicle to take us to Duna. Oi! Why'd you throw me out? You're using me craft! Yeah, anyway. Let's get this guy up and into orbit. Alright. I think you know the drill by now. For the final time, Urk has touched down on Duna. Unfortunately for him, he will never leave again. He plants a flag and inscribes the plaque with, "Uh-oh." Poor Urk. He goes and runs all the experiments available on the craft. This would ordinarily create a pretty big bounty of science for us, but with this science lab we can turn it into a huge amount of science, given some time. And, after a year and a half of sitting inside a cramped room collecting data, Urk has generated over 8,000 science for the program to use. Urk has made great sacrifices for our space program, and for that, we are thankful. Thank you, Urk. Godspeed. Oh, wait, what the hell? Where'd he go? Kevin? Hey, Kevin, what are you doing? What the fuck? Where'd you get that from? Kevin, get back. Kevin, what the fuck? Where'd you get that? Kevin? I'm doing my own thing. Fuck you. Kevin! Where'd he go? What the hell? He'll come back, right? Right? Well, anyway, where were we? Oh, that's right. With our huge bounty of science, we can research new and exciting technologies. Better heat shields, more efficient engines, and special nuclear reactors are all available to us now. Very good. I think this means we should start building. So, we've conquered Duna. Some probes, a landing, and a base. Now let's move closer to the sun, to the purple boy. Eve, the biggest bastard in the solar system. What are we going to do there? The exact same thing as with Duna, but with a single launch. We're going to send a relay probe and a base. No lander this time around, because leaving Eve is reserved for people that have gained access to their entire nervous system. So why is Eve a total bitch to leave? 3 things. Its very dense atmosphere, general girthiness, and high gravity. At sea level, the atmosphere is so dense that some engines simply don't work at all. The other reason is that to orbit Eve, you need to be going at around 3,000 meters per second, which is pretty quick. So no leaving for us. Or at least our Kerbals. On this one-way trip to the purple hellscape, we have recruited our man, our boy, our hero, Obson Kerman. He'll be seated in the craft science lab for the remainder of his life. Poor Obson. Anyway, you know the drill? Let's get to Eve. Now that we're in orbit, we lower it into the atmosphere. Time accelerate ahead, burn up and explode. Just kidding, I'm a professional and this is definitely something I would never do. What actually happened is I put the lowest point of the orbit around 50 kilometers up so the atmosphere could slow us down. Wow, would you look at that? It's getting hot. Really, really hot. Must be all that friction, right? Yeah, that friction really generates a lot of heat on re-entry, doesn't it, guys? Yeah, friction! Definitely couldn't be any other mechanism other than friction! Oh. Hello? Yeah, who is this? Wait, what about the YouTube comments? Oh, it's not friction? Huh. No, I didn't get it wrong in the last video. You see, there's this guy in my class, and he's called Kevin. Hello again? It's me. Vsauce Derek. I'm here to talk to you about compression. No, not video compression. Air compression. Air compression is actually what causes the heating on re-entry. But how? Well, first off, what is air made of? Pretty simple. It's made of molecules. A whole lot of molecules. Now, what is temperature? Also pretty simple. It's how much a given molecule or atom is vibing. More vibes equals more kinetic energy, which equals higher temperature. Fairly simple. So as you can imagine, if you squish a bunch of air molecules together, they're going to bump into each other quite a lot. Bumping into each other equals more vibes, which equals higher temperature. Now normally moving around in the air doesn't burn you to a crisp because the air molecules can get out of the way. However, say we're traveling at a modest 3 kilometers per second. The air molecules now don't have any time to get out of the way and are compressed into a superheated plasma. Pretty cool. Actually no, pretty hot. Which is why we have this heat shield. Anyway, we don't burn up in the atmosphere, deploy the chutes, jettison the heat shield, deploy the legs, and touch down on the surface of Eve. Very good. Obson leaves the confines of the science lab for the last time in his life and plants a flag reading, Obson in the house. Woo woo. Nice. Once he gets back inside, he begins working through the mountain of data, slowly turning it into sweet, sweet science. How much science? Well, after 3.5 years, he manages to acquire 25,000 science points. Well done, Obson. Good job. Like the last time, we use the science to unlock more parts, and then we go out again. So, there we go. Eve conquered in one launch. Very good. Next up, the Joule system. Now there's a problem with going to Joule. It's very far away, which means our high-powered 4G antennas can't reach it to communicate with our crafts. Even if we upgraded to the skin-melting speeds of 5G, the signal will still be lost behind all the planets. The solution? A relay satellite network in orbit of Joule. Like real 5G, our satellites are short range. So how do we solve this problem? More satellites. Behold, the great and powerful Telstra Incorporated 5G tower dispenser. The most powerful rocket ever built. 16 satellites per layer, 2 layers per hex section, 3 hex sections. In total, 96 satellites in a single launch. Very nice. 5G coverage, here we come. To spread the satellites out nice and far, we place the craft into an orbit intersecting Joule's chunkiest moon, Tylo. Then we max out the reaction wheels, spin up the craft to a truly eye-watering speed, and... And there we go. We've rendered the map completely unusable, but we've also placed probes absolutely everywhere. I see this as a complete win. Now I know I said I'd do an ELU base this episode, but I can't be asked. Once again, you'll have to wait for episode 3. I'll tell you when the next one comes out, but only if you subscribe. This is not optional. Oh, and also follow my Twitter to gain deep insights into the human experience. This is also not optional. And while you're at it, like the video. Come on now. Being real for a minute, I haven't really acknowledged that I have in fact grown a whole lot. Thank you all for 150,000 subscribers. If you have a 1080p monitor, this is what 150,000 pixels looks like. Each pixel in this yellow square is one of you. Pog. Unless you aren't subscribed. Not Pog. Speaking of not Pog, I've ordered a bunch of new PC bits, but they're all out of stock. Hopefully once they all arrive, the videos can be 60 FPS at 1440p, which would be pretty cool. Anyway, boyos, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and adios. Sponsored by World of Warships. Hello again. I'm back in KSP. But why am I here? On ELU. That's kind of far away, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Worse, it looks like we're stranded here for the foreseeable future. Great. But how did this all happen? What led to our stranding on ELU? And where is Kevin? All good questions. Well, it all began when... Hello again, gents. Welcome back. Today, we're yet again back in KSP. In this episode, we'll be making great strides in not only sending Kerbals far away, but keeping Kerbals far away. In the last episode, the bounds of science and discovery were pushed very far. New technologies were discovered, large missions were sent to the far reaches of the solar system, and society has advanced significantly. This, however, came at a cost. Many Kerbals were unfortunately turned into a grey puff of dust in the name of progress. Jeb, Bill, Bob, Val, and in spirit, Urk and Obson, because I'm absolutely not getting them back. Sorry, Urk. They've all given the greatest possible sacrifice for the sake of the program. But we still have a long way to go. Remember, our goal is not to explore our planetary neighbours, but to explore our stellar neighbours, specifically Proxima Centauri b. In this episode, we'll be expanding our presence by building planetary bases all over the place. Not the dingy little ones we built last episode either. This time around, we're going for big lads. They won't just be bases, they'll be complexes, with their own power generation, crew quarters, mining operations, and even launch sites. Our first target is Minmus. So, let us begin. Gentlemen, this video is sponsored by Warships. Have you spent your whole life a stinky land-dwelling pleb? Are you itching for intense violence? Well, oh boy, guess what? I think it's time for you to hop on the computer, download World of Boat for free, and send some high explosives at the Japanese. Destroyers, battleships, cruisers, and aircraft carriers. A massive 400 warships, and 44 million players to send to the bottom of the ocean. But wait, there's more. The game is now partnering with Legendary Entertainment on a collaboration to bring Godzilla vs. Kong to World of Warships. What does that mean for you? Moke. Pick a side, shit lizard or giant gorilla, and unlock special rare camos, ship skins, and even Moke on the boat. Yeah! That's right, baby. Be raw. Download using the first link in the description and use either Godzilla or Titan Kong for your promo code. Forget about Godzilla though, because Godzilla is a shit lizard. Enter code Titan Kong for 300 doubloons. 1 million credits, 5 days premium, the USS Charleston, 10 monkey-themed camos, or Godzilla camos if you're a shit lizard fan, USS Smith, or Taichibana if you're a shit lizard fan, and 3 Godzilla vs. Kong ship crates. Gentlemen, you must act fast. This is an extremely limited event, so get your giant boat gorilla before it's too late. Offer ends 31st of May. Back to the video. So, Minmus. We're going to need a few modules for our base to be fully operational. Mining, refining, habitation, and a launch pad. But let's back up for a minute. Why build a base on Minmus? Hello class, it's me, Frog Guy. In this lesson, we're going to learn about drag. Aerodynamic drag. Drag is a force that acts in the opposite direction that you're moving. If I move to the right, then I'll experience a force to the left. It slows stuff down. Not what we want for high-speed rocket flight. Or is it? Yeah, most of the time. But parachutes are very useful because they can create huge amounts of drag when you want them to, slowing a speedy craft down to not so speedy speeds. But, most of the time, drag is bad. So how do we get rid of it? Well, if we can find a way to lower these guys on the right, it'll result in this guy on the left also being lowered. Maths. Now let's say, hypothetically, I want to have no drag whatsoever. Since all the terms on the right are multiplied together, and we know that anything times 0 is 0, if any one of these numbers here is 0, then the whole thing is also 0. These guys on the right here can't really be 0. Area would mean our craft is a one-dimensional line, the drag coefficient can never really be 0, and if you made velocity 0, well, yeah. Last we could change would be fluid density. Now this can actually be 0. Now I wonder, where is fluid density 0? Kevin. I mean, someone. Please tell me. Really? No one? Guys, come on, it's Minmus, you fucking idiots! I've had enough. God, why would you just pay attention? Yeah, Minmus. There's no atmosphere, meaning drag is 0. Good spot for a base, don't you think? Yes. So we want to build a base. What do we launch first? Simple. 3 things at the same time, because otherwise we'd be here for far too long. The main habitation module, called Djibouti, the beam sections on the side, called Djibouti beam section, and the crane. Except the crane didn't work, so we went for this thing. The amazing, the incredible, Big Nuts. Big Nuts will attach the beam section to the habitation module. So, let's launch. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're all here. After several minutes of futzing around with Big Nuts and a couple of Kraken encounters, the beam sections were fully assembled. So, what next? Well, we're close to completely out of funds which are needed for expanding the base. So what do? A. Collect some easy money by completing contracts. B. Sell off some science and reputation for a quick fund boost. Or C. Liquidate all capital assets and divert the funds into a multi-billion-dollar joint venture with Amin Hassan Nasser, president of Saudi Aramco Petrochemicals, to build the largest, most powerful, and most profitable chemical refinery ever built. I think the answer is pretty clear. After an hour of turning ore into monopropellant, or cash into more cash, we have arrived at 5 million funds, more than enough to make the rest of the modules for the base. However, we have a problem. It turns out where we put the base is quite important. There are 2 main resources we need for it to function. Ore, which is used to make fuel, and metal ore, which is used to make metal, which is used to make rocket parts, which is used to make rockets. Our current spot has ore, but no metal ore. So I did some prospecting, found a good spot, built a sky crane, flew it to Minmus, picked up Djibouti, and flew it about 20 kilometers east. Our new spot is rich in both ore and metal, but it's not flat and tends to cause, problem. To complete the base, we need a drill rover, a refining rover, lots of these attacher things that are unnecessary if you aren't stupid, and finally, the launch pad. And there we go. In celebration, we build a fuel tank, and a dish, and a station. Why? Well, as my new Saudi friends would tell you, because we can. This Minmus base will be our new point of rocket launching, and our first mission from it will be Gilly. If you think Minmus's 0.05 G is far too much gravity, try Gilly with its 0.005 G. That's 10 times lower. Not only is the gravity incredibly low on Gilly, but it's quite far away, so being able to build things there is a big, fat dub. This time, I'm going to send a single rover that can do all of the functions of the Minmus base, but badly. This rover will be the start point for yet another base. Its name?
Juan.
Instead of launching Juan from Kerbin with a huge, annoying launch vehicle, we can simply build it on Minmus and ship it to Gilly from there. Not only will this be easier, but it also won't cost any funds at all. Not that that matters. After a painful construction process, it's on the pad, fueled up, and ready to launch. So, let's launch. There we go, boys. One has landed. As a test, I quickly whip up a small science rover, build it up, and drive it around. However, around this time, this started happening. What? Repeatedly. I switched to the Minmus base, and then this happened. Oh shit. Not good. Luckily, I had turned quick saving and reverting back on because of this exact bullshit being a possibility. So the bases weren't gone, but they were kinda useless in this state. Dang. So for the next base, I decided I would... For this base, I've made the executive decision to launch it from Kerbin. I had a plan for this particular vessel, and it was big. Luckily, our boys at Saudi Aramco had been pumping and dumping non-stop for the past several months, netting us a very, very large amount of funds to work with. 26 million to be exact. Excellent. This would be necessary, as this next base would be quite large. So large, in fact, that 26 million wouldn't actually be enough money. Now, we could have continued to convert Kerbin's crust into monopropellant until we reached the planet's core, but that would be boring, and I know we can do better. What we needed to do was find a different resource to sell. You see, our great, strong partnership took boring old ore and converted it into boring old monopropellant. This would be the most efficient conversion without mods, but we have mods, so let's use them. Behold, the different resources of KSP Interstellar. There are a lot of these, and some of them are worth quite a bit of cash, but one stands above the rest. Antimatter. 1 kilogram of this stuff is worth a ridiculous 108 million funds. However, we can do even better. This is the diamagnetic antimatter container, which doesn't just store antiprotons, but full antihydrogen, which you can store with much higher density. In fact, right here, you're looking at 1,000 kilos, or 1 ton, of antihydrogen, which is worth 108 billion funds. Now that is a lot of dollar. So, let's partake in the ultimate drug run, and go fill it up. But first, what is antimatter? Hello again, class. Welcome back. Particle physics. Sounds complicated, but it's really not that bad. Firstly, we begin with water. If you were to zoom in really close to water, you wouldn't see anything. But if you could see something, you'd see water molecules. Lots of water molecules. Let's pick one of these molecules and look at it even closer. At this scale, you can see that water is made of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. H2O. Let's ignore the oxygen for the time being and zoom into one of the hydrogen atoms. At this scale, we see that the hydrogen atom itself is made of 1 proton and 1 electron. Protons have mass and a positive charge, and electrons have almost no mass and a negative charge. Protons and electrons, and also neutrons which have no charge, make up matter. If we have a close look at oxygen, we see that it itself is made of 8 protons, 8 neutrons, and 8 electrons. So where does antimatter come in? Well, it's basically the opposite of regular matter. Antiprotons have negative charge, and anti-electrons, which are actually called positrons, have a positive charge. This means that antiparticles and regular particles are attracted to each other. So, what happens when they touch? Annihilation. All their mass gets converted to energy by Einstein's famous equation E equals mc squared. E being energy, m being mass, and c being the speed of light, which is squared. C squared happens to be this number, 9 with 16 zeros on the end. So if you had 1 kilogram of antimatter and mixed it with 1 kilogram of regular matter, you'd have this number of joules. A lot of joules. Or 21 megatons of TNT in 1 kilo. Pretty good stuff. Which means our lovely 1 ton of antimatter is the equivalent of 21 gigatons of TNT. Very big. But still 5,000 times less than the Dino Destroyer asteroid. Now that was a big boy. Back to the challenge at hand. Collecting antimatter. Challenge number 1. You can produce antimatter in Kerbin, but it's difficult and slow. Not ideal. The other way to get antimatter is through using a collector. In space, there's actually a fairly large amount of antimatter just floating around. If you're smart, you can use strong magnetic fields to capture this antimatter and store it. This is great, but it only works in space, and works best near strong magnetic fields where there are lots of particles whizzing around. Kerbin has a magnetic field, but it's quite weak. So do all planets in KSP. But they all suck compared to our big green friend, Jool. At exactly 9,000 kilometers in altitude, on a perfectly circular, 0-degree orbit, you can get the highest possible antimatter flux. You can also stack up collectors and start collecting in the tens of grams per hour. Big stuff. However, there is another problem with this method. The collectors can only collect antiprotons, not positrons, which can only be created in a cyclotron. So, we need lots of collectors, a cyclotron, a power source, generator, radiators, and of course, engine for getting to Jool. Behold, the Warren Buffett. Let's strap it to the most powerful rocket ever built and send it up. Once at Jool, we place ourselves at 9,000 kilometers, start producing positrons, and begin the lengthy collection process. And after a mere 6 years of spinning around the big green boy, the container was filled with a ridiculous 1 ton of antimatter. Time to bring it back to Kerbin. After another 2 years in space, the massive bounty of antimatter is finally back. So we recover the vessel and are rewarded with 96 billion funds. Very good. Now that we will never have money problems again, we can begin construction of our largest project yet, the Jool spacecraft. Since it's going to be so large, launching it in one go would be infeasible. So instead, the program has decided to launch it in several smaller chunks and perform what is known in the business as orbital assembly. This would require many launches, but once assembled, we would have a real big boy in space. Not just any big boy either. This would be a proper spaceship. Lots of fuel in these spherical tanks, this big fusion engine for high efficiency, a nuclear reactor for power, a ring centrifuge particle accelerator thing that looks cool, and a lander for collecting surface science. But before we launch, learn time. Let's rewind the tape a little bit. This big fusion engine for high efficiency. What do I mean by this? What makes a rocket engine efficient? First of all, let's look at a small example. These two rockets are both exactly 7 tons and have the same amount of fuel. The only difference between them is the engines they use. This one uses a conventional liquid fuel engine, and this one uses a nuclear engine. If we burn all the fuel in both rockets, which one will be going fastest at the end? The nuclear engine. Obviously, why else would we put a nuclear reactor in space? You dumb? So why is this? Conservation of momentum. You may remember back in episode 1 when I asked Kevin about Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The rocket engine expels hot gas backwards very fast, which imparts an equal and opposite force on the rocket, causing it to accelerate. If you throw the hot gas back even faster, then you get more force for the same amount of fuel. This is exactly what the nuclear engine is doing. It uses a nuclear reaction in its core to heat up a gas to incredible temperatures that are much higher than what normal chemical rockets can achieve. This hot gas expands more than regular hot gas, which gives it higher exhaust velocity, and thus higher efficiency. So what about our futuristic fusion rocket? How does that work? I don't know. But what I do know is that it uses a nuclear fusion reaction to release lots of energy and then shoots hydrogen through it to get its thrust. Efficiency is measured in specific impulse, which is measured in seconds. Higher seconds is better. But why seconds? 400 seconds would mean that a rocket engine with 100 kilograms of fuel would produce 100 kilograms of thrust for 400 seconds before it ran out of fuel. The best chemical rockets can do about 400 seconds of specific impulse. The nuclear rocket engine in stock KSP does 800 seconds, and the ion engine can do 4,000 seconds. This is still baby shit though. The fusion engine that we've been talking about can do 15,500 seconds in high thrust mode, and 27,000 seconds in the most efficient mode. But we can do even better. The best engines can do 100, even 200,000, with the very best able to do a ridiculous 2 million seconds of specific impulse. These engines are so powerful that they can realistically accelerate the craft to a significant fraction of the speed of light. Very nice. Anyway, back to the Joule mission. We've got a few modules to launch: propulsion, command, centrifuge, reactor, habitation, labs, new labs because the old ones are bad, and the lander. So, let's go. Once the spaceship was fully assembled, I went to give it a name. But what to name it? Something that is definitely the Big Funny. I consulted the world map, zoomed into West Africa, into Burkina Faso, and to its capital, Ouagadougou. Immense. Once around Joule, we placed the craft into a parking orbit, detached the lander, and began the hunt for lots of science. Lots of data was collected, and our fuel was almost depleted. We headed back to Ouagadougou, docked, and transferred the science into the lab. After several more months of zooming around the green boy, the research had been completed. In total, we had collected 41,000 science from our mission, but the labs had multiplied this by 5, leaving us with an absolutely massive 207,000 science. In celebration, I get a Kerbal out of the habitation module, who is instantly vaporized by the high-energy neutrons from the fusion engine. RIP. I hurried to the R&D building and unlocked every technology available, including the warp drives. Our next base will be on the surface of the furthest planet in the Kerbal system. Good old Elu. I've learned from our previous surface-based mistakes and placed everything necessary for the base to function on one vessel. Its name... This long boy has the premier in power generation. A literal black hole. And many other important features, like a launch pad, drills, and an ISRU module. The interesting part of this base is how we're bringing it to Elu. You'd expect for a rocket of this size, it would need a massive launch vehicle. But no. With our shiny new technologies, we can condense this vehicle into this power node. It uses 4 antimatter-powered jet engines, a massive fusion engine, and the warp drive. So let's launch. Up in space, we don't bother getting into orbit. Instead, we begin charging the warp drive, and... "20 minutes later, we've traveled 76 million kilometers, and we're here. We take it down to a low orbit, and touchdown. In less than a week, we've placed a base on the furthest planet in the solar system. Very nice. In celebration, we build a space station and launch it from our base. Incredible. We've pretty much conquered the entire solar system, so naturally, our next destination is... For our first interstellar voyage, we'll send a lander to plant a flag on the planet's surface. This will need an interstellar transfer stage, and a lander with enough delta V to land and return to orbit. For this job, we've recycled the Ouagadougou lander, remembered to include a ladder, and built the very first interstellar transfer stage. So, we put it on a launcher, name it Shitfart 14, and launch. Once in space, we charge up the warp drive, and... Here we are, boys. Proxima Centauri, and her small exoplanet, Proxima Centauri b. We detach the lander and fly it down to the surface. World of Warships. That's not good. You know what? I'm gonna go. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Huh! Yeah, see you later, idiots. Hey guys. Jimmy. Where'd he go? He drove away in his space car?
Do we think he's actually going to get a full night's sleep or not?
Wait. What? Wait. Can I at least have my phone? What? Oh, I mean, yeah, sure. Alright. Well, I'm just gonna watch some YouTube now. I guess you guys can leave. True that.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and what I have for you today is lock made.
Wait a minute. Holy shit. It's my brand new plush line. That's right, boys. I've partnered up with Makeshift and made this little boy right here. Look at him. He wants to enter your house. That's right. Your very own frog in a suit. Kick him, crush him, dap him up aggressively. Don't lose sight of him. He'll sneak into your walls and won't stop knocking. Put him above you. Imposing, striking, dominant. This is a frog who thinks you are pathetic. Put him below you. Sad, apathetic, and resigned to his fate. For real, this is the single highest quality plush I have ever seen in my life. The exterior is fleece. The suit is stitched on very well. The eyes are embroidered and hard. And oh my god. You can own one of these boys today by clicking the first link in the description or that horrible, smelly, slimy pinned comment. Do it fast. After 30 days, they will no longer be for sale. Gentlemen, I have one goal with this campaign. Sell more plushes than this goddamn stupid cat. Look at it. This fucking stupid thing. What is wrong with it? Okay, that's kind of cute. This dumbass cat has sold over 1,500 plushes, and we need to sell more. Click that link in the pinned comment and buy it. I assure you, you will not regret your decision. Yeah. Oh shit. Hey guys, fancy seeing you again. How you been? Sir, why'd you, run away? Anyway, we've set a course for Elu, which as you can see, is rapidly Oh shit! And would you look at that? Back at the start of the last video, stranded on Elu. Kevin has gone ahead and destroyed pretty much every base I built with his giant armada. Ouagadougou, annihilated. Urk, dead. Obson Kerman, face down in a highly corrosive lake. Djibouti, it's seen better days, and most importantly, he's murdered all the Kerbals in the KSC and taken it over for himself. Gentlemen, the Bean Space program is in shambles. All thanks to this rat bastard. Today, we're not building rockets, we're building weapons. Instead of fuel and oxidizer, we have gunpowder and high explosives. Instead of a noble quest to push the boundaries of discovery and science, we're here to kill, destroy, and conquer. My sources tell me that Kevin is rebuilding the KSC and has taken its 96 billion funds to build up military bases on other planets. Some bases are large, and some are small. Today we're going to destroy his shit-ass bases, and then I will kill him. Personally. So, let us begin. Okay, so first off, we need a sitrep. Kevin has in fact noticed that his hangar is empty and is currently searching for us with several hundred drones. One of those drones happens to be near us. Another thing that happens to be near us is this, the last base we built. Kevin somehow forgot about Elu and didn't destroy it, so using this base we can build a craft with weapons. Its goal will be to destroy the search drone driving around on Elu's surface looking for us. But, to do that, we must first learn about weapons. War. Possibly the most ancient part of the human experience. Us apes have been killing each other for a very, very long time, and the first weapon used for this purpose was the humble rock. And then we invented this thing, and these, and some of those, and bam 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 bam, we invented chemical explosives, the topic of today's lecture. Now how does an explosive work? Well, it's all about releasing a huge amount of energy in the shortest possible time. If you've ever thrown a log of wood in a fire, you'd know that it burns way too slow to be an explosive. But it does have a lot of energy. In fact, if you were to somehow release all the energy in the wood at once, it would be the equivalent of 14 M67 grenades. So, energy matters, and time matters, which is where explosives come in. A chemical explosive is a substance that can undergo a chemical chain reaction in a very short period of time. Now all these explosives do is release hot, expanding gas, which you wouldn't really expect to be able to do this. So, to kill Kevin's little search drone, we'll get a nice fat bomb, strap it to something innocuous, and detonate it once it's close. For this job, we'll use this. A stroller. To prevent suspicion, we need a brave Kerbal volunteer to act as the baby. Otherwise, our plan would be far too obvious. The plan is simple. Drive up next to the drone and detonate the bomb. If we're seen, we play it cool, and act as if we're just another baby in its stroller. Okay, enough talking. Let's go blow some shit up. Excellent. The threat has been eliminated. Even better, many parts of the drone are undamaged and can be salvaged for our use in our next mission. In particular, the radar and the guns. This will be quite useful because our next target is a satellite in low Elu orbit. But first, guns. How do they work? It's pretty simple. Gunpowder explodes, hot gas expands, pressure builds up behind the bullet which pushes on it, and the bullet is shot out of the barrel at high speed. Guns have been around for quite a long time. But they used to look like this, and were pretty shit. These old muskets required you to carry around 2 separate pouches for gunpowder and bullets. The powder would be poured down the end of the barrel, and the bullet will be placed on top. Then you get a big old stick and compact the powder and bullet, remove the stick, pour a bit of powder in this thing called the pan, cock the musket,
Full cock.
and finally, you could shoot. 1 bullet. Then you'd have to do that all over again. Eventually, someone realized that shooting once every 20 seconds was less than ideal, and proper bullets, clips, belts, and magazines were invented. These could feed a gun as fast as its operator could chamber a new round. But this is also far too slow. Instead of manually operating the bolt like a peasant, people realized that the recoil of the gun could do that for you. And thus, the machine gun was born. Now, bullets don't actually have that much kinetic energy, but they deploy it in a fraction of a second. Take this 50 BMG round. 50 BMG rounds can do this. Pretty impressive. Since the bullet is 45 grams and exits the barrel at 908 meters per second, we can use this equation and some quick maths to figure out that it only has about 18 kilojoules of energy. Or 5 calories. So, we've got a gun, now we need some way of aiming it. If I take this gun and try shoot down something passing overhead, this happens. The gun is aiming at where the plane is, rather than where the plane will be, and isn't leading its shots enough to get any hits. To lead our shots properly, we need to know the target's speed, distance, and direction it's traveling in. This is where radar comes in. Radar waves are simply another form of light with a much longer wavelength. If we shoot a bunch of radar waves at our target, a short amount of time later, we'll receive them back. Since we know how fast light travels, we can work out how far away an object is by measuring the time between sending and receiving the signal and dividing that by 2. We can also tell how fast it's moving by either taking its position at 2 points in time and finding the distance it covers, or by using what's called the Doppler effect. Basically, since the target is moving at a different speed than our radar, the radar waves it reflects will either be a little bit stretched or a little bit squished. Now, if we combine this funky radar technology with our gun, we get this. The Goalkeeper CIWS. The radar allows the gun to track a target, find its range and speed, and then aim at the exact spot it'll be once its bullets reach that. And, would you look at that? 1 CIWS, ready to go. All we need to do now is wait for that pesky satellite. Alright, next up, we're going to commandeer an ore tanker coming from one of Kevin's mining outposts on Bop. Now thus far, we've remained undetected, and I'd like to keep it that way. So instead of something big and flashy, we're going to build a ship with a laser weapon thing and a single Kerbal on a seat. The laser will destroy the guard drone, and the Kerbal will take over the tanker with the help of a very special weapon. This beautiful craft will be named Thrombus. So let's go. Now the guard drone is dead, we dismount our Kerbal and send him in. And the ore tanker has been secured. Now we can take it back to base and use its ore to make more mining stations to build our crafts even faster. But first, we've used guns. But what if I told you that we don't need gunpowder to accelerate our little projectile? Railguns. Regular guns use good old expanding gas to move projectiles, but railguns use magnetic fields and electricity. But why bother? Regular guns are just fine. It's all about speed. That 50 BMG round I was talking about earlier could go at 908 meters per second. That's pretty dang fast, right? Yes. But if you want to go faster, then you're out of luck. Gas-powered weapons rely on how fast the gas is physically capable of expanding, and 908 meters per second is approaching the upper limit. But railguns don't have an upper limit. In fact, the only limit on their speed is how much power you can dump into the system. So how do they work? Well, you get 2 conductive rails and put the projectile in between them, which completes the circuit. Once you fire, a huge amount of power is delivered from capacitors into the rails, which creates an incredibly powerful magnetic field and launches the projectile forwards. These bad boys have been able to shoot projectiles at over 2,500 meters per second, which in KSP terms is orbital velocity. What we're going to use this technology on is this. Kevin has basically stolen the Ouagadougou design and placed it in dual orbit to collect antimatter for his fleet. Now, if you remember last video, you know that per kilo, antimatter is pretty much the most explosive thing in the universe. and since Kevin's collector has a fair amount of it in storage, that makes this craft quite vulnerable. He's tried to cover for this fact by armoring up the area around the antimatter container, which is where our new railgun system comes in. The best way to cut through armor is to move faster, and railguns definitely make stuff move faster. So all you need to do is sneak in a small ship with a railgun, aim it at the antimatter storage, sit back, and watch the single, very big gamma ray firework. For this job, we've come up with this beautiful craft. Peebus. So, let's go. Yeah! So far, the weapons that we've been using have been pretty baby. Sure, setting off an antimatter container creates an enormous explosion, but we don't have any antimatter and we can't really make it. But what we do have is uranium. Uranium, of course, can be made into bombs. Nuclear bombs. Nuclear bombs operate on a fairly simple principle. Fission, or the splitting of atoms. You split apart atoms, split atoms release energy and other particles, which go and split more atoms. This releases an enormous amount of energy. Nuclear weapon yields are measured in kilotons or megatons, referring to the equivalent amount of TNT that you'd need to detonate to match it. Now, the way you actually go about doing all this is the tricky part. There's only one natural element that's fissile, that being uranium. But uranium is pretty common, and by itself not very good for making bombs with. What you really need is a special isotope of uranium, uranium-235. The most common form of uranium, U-238, can't sustain a nuclear chain reaction, but U-235 can. The only problem is 99.3% of natural uranium is 238, whereas U-235 only makes up 0.7%. In order to make our bomb, we need to enrich this uranium from 0.7% to over 80%. This is very difficult, because chemically they're almost the exact same. The only useful difference is that U-238 has 3 more neutrons, which makes it ever so slightly heavier. The first machine used to enrich uranium was this, the Calutron, a mass spectrometer which enriched 0.7% uranium to 25% uranium at a huge rate of 50 micrograms per hour. This would take 20,000 hours or 2 years of continuous operation to make 1 single gram. It worked by shooting an ionized beam of uranium through a magnetic field. This magnetic field would deflect the beam into a collector. Since the U-238 is slightly heavier, it was deflected less than the U-235, which meant you could separate the two just a little bit. The U-235 for the Manhattan Project was made using this method, and thousands of Calutrons were built, but later dismantled for better methods, like the gas centrifuge. These bad boys take in uranium hexafluoride gas, put it into a centrifuge spinning thousands of times per second, and using the slight difference in mass, a very slightly more enriched stream of gas comes out. This needs to be repeated thousands of times, and then you get highly enriched uranium hexafluoride, which you can process later into uranium metal. Now that we've got the stuff, we need to find a way to make it go boom. The first nuclear bomb used in war, the Little Boy, used a gun design, where one part of the U-235 was shot into another using chemical explosives. Once the two parts combined, they became critical, and a nuclear chain reaction began. This was the second ever nuclear detonation and was fairly primitive by today's standards. Pretty much every nuclear weapon these days is a thermonuclear weapon. Thermonuclear bombs are a two-stage design where a regular fission bomb explodes and sets off a secondary fusion stage. That's right, they use a nuclear bomb to detonate an even more powerful nuclear bomb. Pure fission bombs can at most achieve 500 kilotons of yield, whereas thermonuclear bombs can go from several hundred kilotons to tens of megatons. The largest of these devices was the Soviet Tsar bomb, which exploded with a yield of 50 megatons. However, the design of this bomb called for a 100 megaton yield, which was scaled back once they realized that was dumb. Anyway, we're going to use all this funky nuclear technology and stick it in this, the B-83 nuclear bomb, a thermonuclear device with a maximum yield of 1.3 megatons. Our delivery vehicle will be this, a hypersonic interplanetary missile. Our target is Kevin's Lathe base, which is well defended with surface-to-air missile batteries and patrolling aircraft. It'll speed towards Lathe, turn on its air-breathing engines, fly low to avoid detection by radar, and deliver our little present to the base. So, let's launch. Nice. Moving closer to Kerbin, we have the planet you forgot exists. Dres. This planet is unremarkable. And of course, Kevin forgot to put any sort of military presence there whatsoever. We're going to use this blind spot to build up a very large presence, using the minerals in its surface to construct a weapon. A very special weapon. But that'll take some time and a lot of mining drones. Moving even closer, Duna, where Kevin has a fairly sizable presence, a base with a few tanks and a whole bunch of surface-to-air missile sites. In some simulations, this base proved to be a tough nut to crack. I tried a helicopter, but Duna's atmosphere was prohibitively thin. I tried some tanks, but Kevin's battalion outgunned us very easily. I tried this high-speed bomber, which was shot down immediately. But then, I had an idea. You see, nuclear warheads underwent many design iterations during their development. Increased power, deliverable versions in bombs, and smaller warheads. One such development was this, the W9. This warhead was small enough that it could be loaded into an artillery shell and fired out of a gun. This gun was called Atomic Annie, and could fire this projectile up to 30 kilometers away. The warhead itself had a yield of 15 kilotons, which was equivalent to Little Boy. Now, this cannon is great, but it's vulnerable to aeroplanes. Lucky for us, though, Kevin assumed that Duna couldn't support any planes since it has no oxygen, and didn't investigate further than that, so no planes to worry about. All we need to do now is send it over. So let's go. Wonderful. Gentlemen, I think it's time we scale things up. Moving back to Dres, as you can see, we've mined a lot of stuff and completed production of our special weapon. An engine. A really, really big engine. But where to move it? We've taken Jewel and Duna, I don't want to destroy Kerbin, and Moho, he's cool. This leaves one last target. Eve. I don't like Eve one bit, and Kevin has built a lot of stuff on it. SAM sites, surface bases, aircraft, orbiting platforms. But I don't have to deal with that stuff, or with Eve, if it's not there. Gentlemen, start the engines. What the fuck? Turning our attention back to Kerbin, this is where the bulk of Kevin's force is. He has hundreds of planes, tanks, and drones. But at this point, so do we. And ours all happen to be stationed in orbit, ready to strike at any moment. And now is that moment. Holy fuck! I smell something. Ah, Jesus Christ! You're an alien! I fucking knew it! You can't fool me, you little shit. I had you from day one. Alright, well. I'm just gonna go over here and punch in some numbers. Don't worry about it, Kevin. And start charging. Alrighty, Kev. I'm sending you back to Proxima Centauri. Clearly, where you belong. So see you later, Kevin. May we never meet ever again. And that's it, fellas. I'm done. I'm free. No more KSP. I'm going on holiday for about a month, but once I'm back, big things are coming. So get subscribed. Follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch, buy the frog, and I'll see you next time. I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking. Hello again. I'm currently tweaking. Welcome to Schedule 1. Money. Making money. Moving money. Losing money. And the consequences of money. This is Schedule 1, a game about making money by selling products. Today's goal is simple. Make $10 million. Simple in theory, but to make $10 million we need to build an entire empire. Automate production of truly horrific abominations. Let's mix it with a big jug of ethically sourced horse cum. Survive attacks from rival cartels, ambush local law enforcement and pawn off their firearms, smoke that shit that makes you fly, bunny hop into oncoming traffic, vent lean, create experimental products, lose everything in the casino, win everything back at the casino, and build the largest legitimate business the world's ever seen. So, let us begin. Schedule 1 begins here. But this is the tutorial, so I don't care. Skip. Ah, shit. They got us. Alright, video over. Bye! Nah, just kidding. I managed to escape in the RV while my elderly, disabled Uncle Nelson got thrown in prison and amalgamated into the Flesh Nexus. Poor guy. Once I made my beautiful character, I stepped out of the RV, breathed in the fresh air, and the game could begin. So how do we make $10 million?
I know. We download Opera GX.
That's right, fuckos, this video is sponsored by Opera GX. Are you tired of your bland, lifeless, spiritually bankrupt browser? Well, don't fret. Don't you fucking dare. If you fret, I will kill you. You can download Opera GX for free and get your hands on these new fantasy browser themes. Opera GX has a myriad of great features, such as video pop-out, watching an absolute cracker of a YouTube video. Wow, this guy's hilarious. Well, now you can take it wherever you go. Enjoy my videos while shopping for tools, investigating the speed of body decomposition, and searching for countries with favorable extradition laws. Wait, what? But that's not all. I'm talking GXbox. My background is a dragon. My mouse is a sword. I am browsing in the dark ages. Not quite your tempo? Well, you can try out my mod. It's got keyboard sounds. It's got a startup animation. It's got an epic background. And it's got a small team of goblins that will occasionally enter your home. But it's okay. They just want to take a small bit of food so they can feed their little goblin family and make it through the harsh and unforgiving winter. What? Worried about switching browsers? Shut up, dum-dum. We've got the quick import tool. Import your bookmarks, history, cookies, and nodes directly into Opera GX. What are you waiting for? A bountiful harvest? Download Opera GX for free today using my link in the description and pinned comment, and if you don't, I will literally kill you. Have a great day. Yippee! Once again, thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Anyways, so how do we make $10 million? Well, we grow product, sell product, use the proceeds to grow more product, and repeat. The RV conveniently had some nice high-end growing equipment inside, so while I waited for our nefarious products to grow, I stepped out and had a little explore. Raise real estate. Eat shit and die. The very first thing the game has us do is collect a bit of cash from dead drops. This, however, is not the very first thing I did. The very first thing I did was this. Go to the bus stop, get on the bench and spam spacebar for 10 seconds, then leave the bus stop. Okay. 1, 2, dead. Oh! No! Put me down! Put me down! I'm still going up. I'm coming down to Earth. Ah! Holy shit. That was so fast. Anyway, once we collected our money, there was a huge explosion in the distance. The fuck was that? And, shit. Oh. It was the RV. Welcome to Highland Point. This is our territory. Don't interfere. Tuberculosis. Despite the fact my home had just been viciously exploded, I still had some cash. Enough cash to check into a basic motel and get my bearings. Is that Richard Nixon? It is. Holy fuck, it's Tricky Dick! All of our wonderful growing equipment had been horribly exploded in the horrible explosion. So I bought some more supplies, picked up some seeds from a dead drop, planted them, harvested the product, and sold it to my very first customer. 2 OG Kush for a whopping $70. At this rate, I'd only need to sell 285,714 OG Kush to reach 10 million. Surely there was a faster way to make money around here. Like, maybe at the Piss Hut. Or Taco Ticklers. Or maybe I could pickpocket people. Oh, I'm that fucking good. Fuck. No. You'll never take me alive. You'll never take me alive. Bus stop. Up. Luckily for me, using the power of bus stop technology, I had launched myself to a nearby roof and evaded the cops. Naturally, this gave me some undeserved confidence, so I did this. Do I do it again? I'm doing it. Oh my god. Fuck! Well, damn. Following my lengthy, arduous, harsh 5-second prison sentence, I was released, only to be arrested for pickpocketing again, and chased around for several minutes for breaking curfew. These cops weren't fucking around. Surely there was something I could do about them. Surely I could fight back. Surely I could
go find the baseball bat and beat the shit out of the cops and take their guns from their bodies.
Oh. You mean this baseball bat? And you mean those cops? Okay. Kill! I have a gun. Kill! Assaulting the police is awesome, especially in Schedule 1 because I could sell their guns at the pawn shop for a lot of money. Using this ethical, sustainable source of revenue, I could buy some stuff. Stuff like this skateboard, which allowed me to get around town faster, and do this. Dude, what? Holy fuck. Whee! Oh shit, absolutely incredible. There was one problem though. I had shot so many officers that they started issuing guns that dissolve into blood, which meant no more easy money. Shit. This meant if I wanted $10 million, I'd have to, actually grow some product and sell it. Easier said than done in this rinky-dink Richard Nixon motel room. Lucky for me, I still had a fair bit of money from all that police brutalizing, so I invested in some swanky real estate. Oh, not that swanky. The sweatshop. So I bought some more grow tents, filled the soil, watered the plants, and just like that, production doubled overnight. We were scaling, we were thriving, and we were still producing absolute dog shit. Great. So how do we fix this? Gentlemen, behold, the mixing machine. The mixing machine is simple. Add your product and a mixer. Say for instance, chili. Chili plus OG Kush equals Bolivian butt sniff 5000. Potent stuff. Over the course of the next couple of hours, I locked myself away in my den and began concocting several hideous abominations. First, I mixed some green crack and energy drink, creating heart palpitations. Then, things got worse. Sun Tzu's Art of War. Poop shit. Richard Nixon. Ayo, who got that monkey? Definitely not gasoline, which, trust me, was definitely not gasoline. The shit that killed Biggie. Mega cum. Fuck! Bingus. And horse. A delicate blend of green crack and a subtle hint of Viagra. Now, you'd think that if your dealer started offering fucked up shit like definitely not gasoline, you might think twice. But not here. Somehow, this shit was flying off the shelves, and my phone was lighting up. People were asking,
please, can I have 3 of the shit that killed Biggie?
Or,
hey mate, can I get 7 horse?
Or if they were feeling particularly zesty, brother, I need 5 mega cum. Then, one day, out in the wild, I found him. A man carrying an entire jug of horse semen. I've taken the horse semen. Ah, shit. put a gun. Yeah, I'll just, like, Indiana Jones style fucking slide out the horse semen, put in a loaded firearm into his back pocket. You go right ahead, buddy. Mixing the jug of horse semen created Mostly Cum, a mix with some pretty solid margins. This would be a better option for making money, but I wasn't a high enough level to actually buy large quantities of horse cum. Dude, what's even the point? What's even the fucking point? Anyway, business was booming. In the day, I'd tend to my crops, harvest them, mix them with all sorts of fucked up shit, hand out free samples to unsuspecting randoms. Oh my god. And at night, I'd do my deals. Naturally, the one night where I was carrying half the global supply of heart palpitations, I got ambushed. No! Oh, now I can't sell. Ah! That was a lot of manual effort. All gone. With larger quantities and qualities of product came more customers. If they liked it, they would message me later, and if they didn't like it, they would die. I had to make the rules, okay? With demand skyrocketing, I ran into a new problem. Distribution. Selling all the product myself was tedious and risky. If only someone could do it for me. Gentlemen, I present to you our first employee, Benji. Benji is a dealer, so while I toil away in the sweatshop creating horrific affronts to God, let's call this one Bunghole 3. He works the streets and sells my product. This freed up my time and allowed me to focus on expansion. And as luck would have it, I just unlocked the warehouse. The warehouse is in the middle of the map, only opens late at night, and is the primary source of naughty goods. Better production equipment, weapons, and employees. Naturally, I bought a machete and hired on my first botanist, Kimberly. She would tend to the crops while I was out doing my very important duties, like attacking the police with a machete. Once I got it all set up, Kimberly would plant and harvest, I would package, and Benji would distribute. The money was well and truly rolling in, and now we had less than 1% of $10 million. There was only one logical option. More. Out in Westville, I bought another property and quickly kitted it out with top-of-the-line growing stations. At this point, I'd also unlocked the ability to purchase industrial quantities of horse cum, which was good, because I would be needing two things: industrial quantities of horse cum and donuts. Mixing Granddaddy Purple, some horse cum, a donut, and another donut created our next devilish mixture: hairy balls. Hairy balls had a very interesting effect, so I went outside and handed out a free sample to a random guy on the street. Sick. Smoke it, smoke it, smoke it. You hear that? Something's about to happen. Gentlemen, this was our moneymaker. Over the next few hours, I scaled up production. Full automation would require some organization, getting chemists to run the mixing machines, hiring a handler to move product around, and taking in regular deliveries of our questionable precursor ingredients. No fucking way. What? It's the fucking guy again. What, did he order another 300 gallons of horse cum? He ordered another 300 gallons of horse cum. Why would someone need so much horse cum? I don't know, Jim, but it's stressing me out, man. As time went on, soon enough, hairy balls became the most popular product in town. And of course, I obliged. Selling huge volumes at night, and even better, when the customer inevitably detonated, I could sneak in and steal it back. Thank you very much. I had discovered the infinite money glitch. Everything was going incredibly. But then, I got a message. I have a business proposition I would like to discuss with you. Meet me at the parking lot next to Taco Ticklers. I'll be in the black SUV. None other than tuberculosis wanted to meet. The rat bastard that blew up my precious, beautiful RV. He had a proposition. Bulk distribution. Instead of selling a jar of hairy balls here, and a jar of hairy balls there, we could sell 40 at once. This was efficient. This was scalable. And if I didn't work with him, his people would hunt me down and brutally murder me with knives. So I figured, why not? Let's join forces. A couple of days later, an order came through for 45 Granddaddy Purple. So I made the delivery and received about $1,000. Oh, I did a few more deals, and every time it was the same story. Gentlemen, we were getting scammed. Not only did this rat bastard have the gall to blow up my RV, but now he was paying us peasant wages for our hard work. Within a couple of days, my mind had been made. No more Benzies, no more wholesaling. The truce is off. Come at me, fuckos! Turns out his threat was a little bit empty. I wasn't even ambushed for several weeks, but when I was ambushed, I made sure to send a message. Oh! Oh, fuck! I'm getting jumped! I'm getting jumped! Oh, there's 4 of them! Bang! 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 Come at me! Fucking sit! With the truce called off, it was time to dismantle the Benzies operation piece by piece. Step 1, equip speed dealers. Step 2, steal their customers. Step 3, brutally murder their associates in cold blood. And step 4, graffiti. I tag everything. A few penises, a red squiggle, green squiggle, bingers 2, a blue squiggle, and chat's personal favorite. Boo! Chat loved boo so much that I did it again. Boo! And again. Boo! And again. Boo! And again. Boo! In no time, I'd unlock the next region, then the next one. I got another dealer, then another dealer. I scaled up Hairy Balls production even more, but with scaled up Hairy Balls production came scaled up Hairy Balls consumption. And with scaled up Hairy Balls consumption came consequences. People are exploding everywhere. Fucking hell. Okay, let's have another look at our net worth. Any guesses? 10%? 20%? 30%? Nope. We were at 1%. If we wanted to reach $10 million within my lifetime, Hairy Balls was simply not going to cut it. So, let's assess our options. Fun juice had recently become available to us, so I cooked some up, smoked that shit, and started fucking tweaking. Kill, 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 kill. Okay, decent product. Alternatively, we could call up fungal fill and get into mushrooms, or we could step into the big leagues. Flour. Producing flour requires all sorts of things like a mill, and wheat, and lots of free space. All 3 of which I did not have at the bungalow. So where could we find wheat, a mill, and a bunch of free space? The barn. So I bought the barn. Behold, the barn. I spent hours in this barn toiling away trying to figure out the best way to lay everything out. And in those hours, I kept spending more money, and even more money. I'd go to the dealers and take their money. I'd sell a bit of Hairy Balls here and there. Oh! But over time, the dealers ran out of money, the Hairy Balls production emptied, and my bank account started looking meek. Spinning all this stuff back up was going to be really tedious and annoying. I know. Let's go gambling. Out of my way. I need to gamble. I need to gamble now. Now, some may argue that visiting the casino nearly broke is tempting fate. And I would say, yes. But what else was I supposed to do? My job? Gross. That sounds like work. The casino literally gives you free money. All we had to do was win enough to run the machine for 1 more day. And my god, we did not start off well. 14, fuck it. Fuck! Okay, 20. Oh, he's got a fucking ace. I have to stand. Please. Fuck! Guys, I'm losing it all. Fuck it. Putting the whole company on black. 14! Oh, that's so terrible. And he's got a 10. Hit. Stand. No more bets. Fuck! Oh, casino! You've rinsed me! With all my cash gone, I had 2 options. Concede, having lost $3,000, or withdraw and go again.
Yeah. Remember, every gambler quits right before their big break. Keep it a champ.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win it all back. Hit. Ah! Nah, we just need another 1,000. We just need another $1,000. We just need the $1,000 more dollars.
Yeah. This is a test mark. You can pass it. I know it.
I think we stand on 15. Please. Fuck! Fuck! Hit. Ah! Just another $1,000. Just another $1,000. Just another $1,000. Stand on that. Stand on that. Fuck! It's gonna be clubs. Bring it home, baby. Fuck! I'm about to go postal, and here we were. The last 1,000 in the bank. If we didn't get that win, we would be broken. Destitute. It would all be over.
The night is always darkest just before the dawn.
Oh, that's an easy stand. Easy stand. He's on a 6. He's on a 6. 8, 12, 17. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, and then we ride the bus, and then we park the fucking bus. Park the bus, baby. Red. Uh-huh. Well, I guess higher. I don't know. Outside. Very good. It's gonna be highest likelihood. It's gotta be club. I'm sending club. Let's go. Yes! Fuck you! Fuck you all! Yeah, baby! I never had any doubt. Ooh, you want to arrest me? Arrest me for having too much swag? Come back with a warrant. Fuck it. You want to take my money? Well, let me just... Yes! I'm the best. I'm the fucking best. Suck it! And just for good measure... Yeah! Against the odds, we had done it. The company had survived. Our bank account was in good health. The path to victory was clear. All we had left to do was sell our new product. Finally, I could finish our flour production facility and buy our coca seeds. Well, I would have bought the seeds if the guy selling them hadn't accidentally opened a portal to the back rooms. Hello. No! What? Tell the door. Please don't do that to me again. With the seeds acquired, the machine was done, and bricks were flowing. All we had left to do was sell it, which was extremely easy. Why was it extremely easy? Because everyone in this town absolutely loves baking. I got a bunch more customers, hired another dealer, got even more customers, sold thousands of dollars of product at night, hired another dealer, bought the pump-action shotgun and blasted some police officers, and eventually, everyone in this town was now addicted. Even the priest couldn't resist. Nothing could stop us. We were going to... Those bitch-ass Benzies just tried to rob me. This is what they got. 1 brick Harry Balls, 4 baggy sexy bar, 5 Harry Balls, key to the Gnome Kingdom, 3 Bolivians, pet toad Bartholomew, percolator, 476 cash. I had fucking had it with these guys. Every now and then, I'd find one of them and shoot them in the head, but clearly that wasn't sending the message. They'd steal from my dealers, or ambush me, or even walk down the street minding their own business. How fucking dare they? This had all gone on for far too long. A bomb. I had gotten word from Uncle Nelson that underneath the Benzies mansion was a tunnel. A tunnel this man could grant me access to for $10,000 in cash. While he dug, I made contact with Billy, the worker at the chemical plant, who, in exchange for a brick of delicious flour, would give me the precursor ingredients for a bomb. In the warehouse, I could give the weapons guy the ingredients, and he could make our bomb for a price. He wanted a thief in the docks dealt with. Why not just deal with him yourself? I'm a man of God. Right. Yes. A man of God. With a thief dealt with, the bomb could be made. And the next day, I rose bright and early to do my deed. The job is done. The entry point is on the cliff face, directly below the north side of the house. Island Man is up this way. There it is. I see it. I see it in the distance. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Plant bomb. Oh, it's beaming. Wait, what? Is that a gnome? It is a gnome. Oh! Suck shit, losers. And with that, the Benzies were gone. Well, the rest of the game was surely going to be easy. I could freely scale up my production, murder police, and make as much money as I wanted. I shot some officers, hit the casino in one big... Yeah! Let's fucking go! I bought a car. I bought the warehouse at the docks, and using the bricks of flour I was producing in the barn, created several new fucked up products. Fucked up products like, your mother and I are getting a divorce, Whoopi Goldberg, Southern Egyptian, Furburger Deluxe, Mega Million, Scratcher, Skunk, Bubba Kush, and even young Ethiopian men. What? These mixes had a lot of effects, and were very popular. Give it a test. What do you think? Whoa! We'd done it. The cap had been reached. Every single person in town was spending as much as they possibly could on my product. On a good day, I could pull in 50 grand, and at this rate, it would only take 200 more days to reach 10 million. Even with everything absolutely maxed out, this would still take forever. So, I had an idea. Mods! I got the dynamic orders mod, shelf restocking, better dealers that run around at the fucking speed of light. Look at them go! The AK-47 for more efficient cop murdering. I could even buy a minigun. But all that pales in comparison to Bigger Bets. Bigger Bets is a very small mod. All it does is up the limit on the slot machines from $100 to $10,000. Now, you might think that that is an excellent way to lose all of your money. And to that I say, yes. However, these slot machines are a little different. If we have a look on the wiki, we can find the odds for hitting any of the 4 wins. And doing a bit of math, we can work out that on average, these machines won't lose you money over the long run, they'll give you money over the long run, with an expected value of 1.36 times whatever you put in. Interesting. I knew what I needed to do. I was gonna rinse this fucking casino for all it was worth. So I took myself and my $200,000 back to the casino and started spinning. Hit it again, hit it again. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! Come on, come on, come on. Go, Bell! Fuck! Dude, I'm on 90,000! What happened? No, 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 no. Please! Fuck! No! No! It's over. It's fucking over. Oh my god, how many losses in a row was that? That's ridiculous! In 4 minutes, I had lost all 200,000 of my precious dollary dues. I was ruined. A 200k bankroll on these machines has a 57% risk of ruin, but a $1 million bankroll only has a 6% chance, and a $5 million bankroll has a 0.0001% chance of ruining. Unless I got really unlucky, if I won that big jackpot just once, we would be set. All I had to do was a few more spins. 5 spins, let's go. You're right. You're actually right. 5 spins, that's all we need. That's all we need is 5 big fucking spins. Let's go. Come on! Fuck! No! Ah! Oh. Okay. Okay. We all know where this is going. Ah! Let's go! Ah! I'm ruined. I'm ruined. Alright, let's go. What the fuck? 7! Yeah! Let's go! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Look at it. Oh, look at that! I don't need you anymore! Kill! Kill! Fuck you, Melissa! You never believed in me. Oh my god. Finally, I had won that first million. But why stop there? Oh! Yes! Come on! Yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah! Oh yeah! I can't stop winning. Come on! Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Come on! Yeah! Where's Melissa? Where's Melissa? Yes! Oh my god. That's $10 million, baby! Let's fucking go! Kill! 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 Well, turns out building the empire was a complete waste of time. Anyway, that's it for me today. Remember kids, don't do drugs because gambling is much more profitable. Goodbye.
Oh shit, fuck on my roommate's door, ha!
Did you see it? On the left side of the door frame, barely visible on camera, a white translucent object slowly creeps out of frame. As so, what do you think?
Hello again. Welcome to Finland. Finland, one of the countries of all time. Cars, sausages, beer, 0.07% of people, 11% of all saunas, lakes, driving a tractor while heavily under the influence. What is this word? Molotov cocktail. Why is the snow speaking Finnish? And the sport of rally car racing. Today is the day we immerse ourselves in this alien world of rally car racing. We're gonna build this good car, tune it, upgrade it, scull 12 beers and drive it into oncoming traffic, take it to the local rally race, and with some luck, win. This journey was very hard, and made significantly more difficult because if I die in the game, then that's it. I die in real life too. So, let us begin. We began on the start screen. I named myself Helsinki Fata, chose this beautiful photo for my mugshot, and began. The year is 1976. A boy is born. Me, Helsinki Fata. Fast forward 19 years and it's 1995. Our boy is living in a nondescript lake house at the lake of fuck. Upon waking up, we had a near unlimited number of possibilities. So, of course, we inhaled 8 beers, watched the incredible Finnish film Topless Gun, and pissed all over the hot rocks in the sauna. In the garage was our Project Rally car, or at least all of its bits. This right here is the car's chassis, and inside the garage was everything else. Panels, doors, engine block, pistons, crankshaft, fuel tank, clutch, gearbox, struts, wishbones, brakes, shock absorbers, cylinder head, T-34 85M main battle tank. Oh wait, that's not in the garage, that's in today's sponsor, World of Tanks. Gentlemen, it is time. The metamorphosis has already begun. I am the World of Tanks, the greatest tank free-to-play video game ever created with over 100 million players around the globe. Can you guess what this game is about? Tanks. Over 600 million tanks. Destroyers, artillery, small, medium, and Changus. I am going to assault the French. Oh wait, maybe. The Germans. Actually, no. I'm going to assault the British. I will fight them on the beaches, I will fight them in the fields, and I will fight them across the 40 battle arenas spread all over the world. Do you know how many that is? I have no idea. I lost my frontal lobe in an industrial tank accident. You would not believe me how historically accurate they made this game. Believe me, I was there. Earn experience, modify, and upgrade your tank. Finnish comrade, join me in glorious battle against the Soviet menace and defend our beautiful homeland. Download World of Tanks for free with the link in the description. Use code TANKMANIA to get 7 days of premium for free. 250,000 credits, premium tank Excelsior, 3 rental tanks, Tiger 131, Cromwell, and T-34 85M. Do it now, or the Finns will be defeated. Also, they released some merch, so go check that out. Right, yeah. The crankshaft, fuel tank, clutch, gearbox, struts, wishbones, brakes, shock absorbers, cylinder head, head gasket, rocker shaft, camshaft, you get the idea. Helping me build this car was nothing. I was going to try to build it without using any guides. Was this a good idea? No. All these parts fit together in a specific, sometimes very irritating way. Just go in. Just go in. Fuck! Not to mention, each part has bolts, and the devs, thinking that screwing in hundreds of bolts would be far too easy, elected to make every single one have a size. Wait, you can't bolt this part in with the spanner? Sorry, fucko, that's the wrong spanner. Try again, sweaty. If I was going to build this car, it was going to take a long time. So, naturally, I got bored, went to bed, was woken in the middle of the night by the phone ringing, and I couldn't see shit. To make matters even worse was the most annoying character in the entire game. Bug. To get rid of Bug, I need to take a trip into town and get some mosquito spray, among some other very important items, like beer and sausages. I had 2 vehicles to choose from, this motorbike, which can only carry one thing at a time, or the tractor, which is really slow. 20 minutes later, I arrived in the bustling metropolis of I bought my groceries and then drove the tractor for another 20 minutes back home. Building the car was going to take a long time, so while I struggle to figure out what the hell the distributor is and why I would need it for my car, why don't we talk about engines? An engine's job is simple. Convert the chemical energy of gasoline into kinetic energy in the car. First off, we start with suck, squeeze, bang, and blow. The 4 steps of a 4-stroke engine. The engine sucks in a mixture of fuel and air, squeezes it really tight, ignites it with a spark plug, and blows out the exhaust. A little car has 4 cylinders, each sucking, squeezing, banging, and blowing. These 4 cylinders house 4 pistons, which each connect to the crankshaft. The pistons go up and down, and the crankshaft goes round and round. The crankshaft is connected to the wheels through the clutch and gearbox. Put your foot down on the gas, the engine spins faster, the wheels spin faster, and off you go. Simple, right? Yeah, well, obviously it's not that easy, as you can clearly see by my inability to assemble the clutch. My man, it's been 30 minutes. Why can't you figure it out? No, stop fucking the car with the tractor! Next up is suspension. Huh? Now, why do we need suspension? Well, without it, things get a bit bumpy. You need suspension not only to absorb bumps in the road, keep the wheels in contact with it. Brakes. Probably the most simple part of the car. The brake discs are connected directly to the wheels. When you press on the brake pedal, brake pads push against the discs and convert their kinetic energy into heat. And there we go. I'd pretty much finished the car. You know, excluding the wiring, wheels, tires, brake fluid, clutch fluid, engine oil, coolant, camshaft alignment, and replacing about 15 parts that would inevitably break within 5 minutes of driving. You know, we were basically done. I retired back to the house to eat some food and drink a bit of water. But I couldn't. The sausages were spoiled. In fact, all the food in the fridge was spoiled. Oh no, I had spent so long working on the car that my house had been disconnected from the electricity for not paying in time. This could not have come at a worse time, because I had 0 food, and tomorrow was Sunday. Timo's is not open on Sunday. Of course, I didn't know this, so I rode into town in a mild panic after my hunger meter had gone red. Timo, open up, I need to eat your food, Timo, open up, open up. Shit. The sun had well and truly come up, which told me that Timo's was clearly not going to open today, so I elected to ride my bike back home. On my way back, I came across the dance pavilion, which had 2 cars outside of it, blasting some funky beats. The game actually let me open the back doors of this car and climb inside, so seeing that I had nothing better to do, I gave it a go and hopped in. This was a terrible mistake. Immediately it was clear that the man driving had in fact consumed a rather large amount of alcohol prior and was driving at an alarmingly high speed with alarmingly low control. I then made an even worse decision and swore at the driver. This put him into a frenzied rage and he immediately stomped the gas, drove straight into a tree, and died. Well, shit. The only thing I could really do was hop out and walk home. So that's what I did. Things, however, were not looking good. Being out in the sun and running home like this was rapidly increasing my thirst. I walked for what felt like hours along the dirt track leading home, and eventually my house was just visible in the distance. I was so close to water. I reached the mailbox, looked inside to try pay the utilities, collapsed. Oh. No. And died. Attempt number 2. This attempt did not last long. I named myself drank until I blacked out, pissed on the TV, and died. Attempt 3. I gave myself the brilliant name Glorbo Florbo. This time I was going to use a guide and try to build the car a little faster. The first thing the guide wanted me to do was get in the tractor and go collect some stuff. One of those stuff were these wheels inside this abandoned mansion. The wheels were on the top floor, so of course, I went to the top floor, ignoring the wasp nest right above me. No! Attempt 4. I did all the same stuff as the late Glorbo Florbo, but yet again, died to the wasps, like a complete idiot. Nope. Oh my god. Fuck! Attempt 5. This time, I saw the wasp nest and managed to sneak past it without getting stung. Using the guide and some of the knowledge I had accumulated over the past 12 hours, I was able to build up the car fairly quickly. And before I knew it, the engine was in, the suspension was suspended, the panels were attached, and wired. Did the car work? No. But it did in fact look like a car. All this work had been quite exhausting, so I loaded up this little boat with some supplies and took a nice relaxing trip to the island in the center of the lake. I was here for the fish trap, but also to just chill for a while and eat some sausages. That is, if I didn't burn every single one. Shit. Leaving the island, I made sure to ransack it for everything it had. This camera, lantern, coffee stuff, bucket, fish trap, and fireworks. Arriving back home, I needed to go buy yet more stuff from town, and I still only had the tractor to work with. Hopefully, this would be the last time I'd have to make this long, laborious trip. Nope. Back home, I put the final touches on the car, wired the last things, filled up the fluids, pissed in the radiator for enhanced cooling, and what do you know? It was ready to be started. I put the key in the ignition, gave it a turn, and... well, that didn't sound good. This little crunch sound had completely drained the battery, so while it was charging, I went inside to watch some TV. Soon. Attempt 2 at starting the car, and against all odds, it actually worked. Oh my god, it started! Now granted, the car was making this horrific banging sound, but it ran. This banging was caused by the camshaft gear being out of alignment. To fix it, I'd have to take the engine out, remove the cover plate, and rotate it back into alignment. But why does the camshaft need to be aligned? Remember suck, squeeze, bang, and blow? This only works if these valves are correctly timed. These valves are needed to keep the air and fuel inside the cylinder during the squeeze and bang stages. The camshaft is responsible for opening and closing these valves at the correct time. One valve is for the intake and the other is for the exhaust. If they aren't timed properly, you could be intaking air through the exhaust and exhausting air through the intake. As you can imagine, not good for Mr. Car. Once the camshaft was aligned and the engine thrown back in the car, it was time to start her up again. Shit. This time, something else was broken. Of course. Taking off the valve cover, I discovered that the rocker shaft, which is what actuates the valves, was broken. To fix this, I'd need to buy a new one at Fleetari's repair shop. So I did, and threw it in the car.
Oh! Oh! It runs!
Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah. Ooh! Gentlemen, we had done it. Everything seemed to be working. I could even put it in gear and move. This was extremely satisfying. After working on this thing for hours and hours, it finally ran. Naturally, I gave it a quick test drive around the dirt outside the house when I drove it into a ditch and it broke. Fuck! It was time to take our little car on its maiden voyage. I got it onto the highway and jammed the throttle all the way down. The acceleration was bad. The car topped out at just over 100 kilometers an hour, giving it a 0 to 100 time of about 60 seconds. Miraculously, I had managed to reach town without the car breaking down. So I turned her around and headed back home. This is where things went wrong. Perhaps running the car at full throttle constantly wasn't such a good idea. As I crossed the bridge near the repair shop, I heard this. That did not sound good, and the car was slowly losing power. I managed to limp a few more 100 meters before it ultimately died on the turn off to the repair shop. Taking the engine apart, I found this. A blown head gasket, and one of the pistons just missing. Luckily, I was near the repair shop, so I could easily go buy some new parts. Unluckily, it was Saturday, and the shop wouldn't be open until Monday. I could just wait, but that would take hours, so I decided to hop on the bus and take it back home. This was a terrible mistake. I left my computer running to go take a piss, only to come back to the bus humping another car. Reviewing the footage, I was horrified to see this complete doorbus crash into the bus while on the wrong side of the road. Now this, by itself, was pretty unlucky, but what made it even worse was that this idiot had a trailer attached to his car, which had managed to get the bus perfectly stuck in the middle of the road. This is awesome. Since I was technically still moving, even if only a few centimeters per second, I couldn't get off the bus, and I couldn't leave. The only option here was to quit to menu and revert the last 3 hours of progress. Awesome. Fuck! This put us back to when the rocker shaft was broken, so once again I hopped on the bike to go get a new one. It being Wednesday, I knew that the only other person on the road leading into the repair shop was the guy in the green car. But for some reason, the road to my house was taped off, which would indicate the rally was taking place. Further up the road, my suspicions were confirmed when a rally car travelling at approximately 2% the speed of light shot past, barely missing me. Whoa. I don't know why the rally was on, it only happens on the weekend, and it was clearly Wednesday, but whatever. Now, if I had any sense, I would have gotten off the road, seeing as it was clearly pretty hazardous. But I was tired and frustrated at what had happened on the bus. So I hopped back on the road on my bike, and 5 minutes later, got completely obliterated. No! In shock, I stared at the death screen for a good 2 minutes before resigning to my fate. Disabling permadeath, naming myself, I give up, and trying again. Hello again. Welcome back to Finland. In the last video, we experienced the many wonders of Finnish culture. Building a rally car, getting very intoxicated, tractor driving, dying of dehydration, hydraulic press channel, dying for pissing on the TV, dying from giant wasps, getting into a bus, having the bus collide with another car head-on, getting stuck, reverting your progress, hopping on a motorbike and dying from a rally car smashing into you at 150 kilometers an hour. No! You know, normal Finnish stuff. Last video we died a lot of times, and made zero progress, because every time I died, I had to start over from the beginning. In this video, I've disabled permadeath. Trust me, this was a good idea. Today, we're gonna actually build up our rally car, and, with some luck, win the rally. Death will not stop us, but it'll definitely get in the way. So, let us begin. We began back at home, with the car ready for assembly. I got the wheels from the wasp-infested mansion, and the car was built. To get the car running, I had to buy a few more things from town. Of course, the only vehicle I had access to was the slow, not fun, very boring tractor. Normally getting to town would take it about 15 minutes. However, I got into town significantly faster because of this. The train. Disabling permadeath was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my entire life, because if I had to build the car again, things would have gone down very differently. I woke up in the graveyard in town, bought the battery I needed, and pondered how to get home. Our best option was getting a ride from the guy in the green car. My cousin. Pena. This is a man that has nothing better to do than drive along the dirt road at ridiculous speeds, 24 hours a day, one hand on the wheel, and the other on the vodka. Definitely someone I'd like to climb into a car with. Now, if you were being driven home by a raging alcoholic, do you think swearing at him would be a good idea? Shortly after giving him the finger, he stomped the gas, accelerated to a very high speed, launched the car at 100 kilometers an hour directly into a tree, and we both died. Maybe swearing at him was not such a good idea, so this time I let him drive me home at a much more reasonable 60 kilometers an hour. But you know what can go a lot faster than 60 kilometers an hour? The F-14 Tomcat from today's sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder. That's right, boys, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever created. 2,000 vehicles, tanks, aircraft, helicopters, and... Oh no! Combined arms warfare. What does that even mean? I have no idea. It's either multiple modes of combat within the same battle space, or something to do with Siamese twins. Every single vehicle is detailed and modeled down to the smallest detail. Health bars? No. You fool. You idiot. You moron. Every component is deeply modeled. Oh no, my tracks have been shot. Oh no, my turret can't rotate. Oh no! I'm dead. War Hunter, War Thunder offers the most immersive possible combat experience. And guess what? It's free. Play it now on PC, Xbox Series XS, PlayStation 5, or any previous generation console. War Hunter, War Thunder spans over 100 years of vehicle warfare. Biplanes, gunships, whatever the hell this thing is. Wait, you don't have a joystick to fly the F-14 Tomcat? Don't you worry, fucko, you can fly with a mouse. My favorite thing about War Hunter, War Thunder, is the frighteningly deep knowledge within the community. Some might say too deep. Play War Thunder now on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox using my link in the description, and you'll get a bunch of free stuff, multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters, and much, much more. What are you waiting for? Download today and fly a $50 million jet directly into the ground. Anyway, we were not in fact in an F-14 Tomcat, but in Penna's green car. I stopped him at the side of the tractor and hopped out to survey the damage. To make a very long, painful story short, this tractor is a fucking bastard. The very next thing I did was disconnect the tractor from the trailer, which was a terrible mistake. I fetched the bike back from home and used it to unflip the tractor with about 10 minutes of finagling. Yes! Now from here you'd think things would be easy, right? I could just simply use the tractor to flip over the trailer and then drive off. Nope. First, I tried lifting the trailer with the fork loader. It didn't work. Shit! I unflipped the tractor again. Yes! And tried ramming it. It didn't work. Stop! No! Oh my god! Another 10 minutes of finagling with the bike, and the tractor was unflipped again. What? This time, I took things a bit slower, did some maneuvering with the fork loader, and finally got the trailer flipped the right way around. And the tractor flipped over again. No! Another flip of the tractor, and another attempt. I got the trailer completely flat with the help of the tractor, and tried bumping it with a beer case to help get the wheels unstuck. What? And this happened. What? This was after 40 minutes of the same bullshit happening over and over. I'd get the trailer flat to the ground, it would spring itself back into position, and I'd be back at square one. I couldn't take it. It was time to cheat. I went back home, saved the game, installed the Grab Anything mod, and went back to the scene of the crime. It turns out this was actually a great idea. When I picked up the trailer, it behaved normally. But when I let it go, it did this. When I disconnected the trailer at the very beginning, it locked it into that orientation at that position, so when I tried to move it, it would force itself back. The only way to unlock it would be to attach it to the tractor, which was not possible with the trailer on its side. So to fix it, I grabbed the trailer, oriented it the right way round, and stuck it to the tractor. Oh my god. It worked. Back home, it was time to continue building the Satsuma, which I'd managed to get running only for one of its pistons to commit die and fire itself out of the engine. I replaced the piston and head gasket, fired up the car again, and took her for another test drive.
Oh no! Oh dear! Ah!
Well, shit. Turns out the piston firing itself out of the engine also destroyed the oil pan, and the engine had no oil in it. No oil is bad. I didn't know that the oil pan had a hole in it. All I had done was check the dipstick, which read no oil, so I tried adding an entire bottle of motor oil, which went through the engine and out of the pan onto the floor. Well done. After fixing the oil pan and adding another bottle of motor oil, the car did indeed work just fine. The car worked, but my feeble little brain did not. To test the car, I decided against driving it and instead just revved the engine a bit. Enough to get the water in the radiator hot enough to where it exploded out of the cap. Oh shit. Me, being a bit of an idiot and wanting to get a better look, switched off the engine and unscrewed the cap, which, let me remind you, had a bunch of superheated steam underneath it. Oh. My eyes! Yep. I'm a fucking idiot. Now, the car could run, which is all great, but if I wanted to win the rally race in this thing, I would need to substantially upgrade it. Better tires, better wheels, a better engine, better exhaust, proper racing seats, nitrous, the list goes on. To get these upgrades, we would need money. Lots and lots of money. And me? Well, I was broke. In my summer car, there are a lot of ways of making money. Everything from chopping and delivering firewood, to putting ads in people's letterboxes, to illegally brewing sugar wine and selling it to the local alcoholic. One of the best jobs you can do is finding junk cars by the side of the road and towing them back to the repair shop. The first bit of junk I found was this bucket thing. The day I chose to do this wasn't exactly ideal. Saturday. The rally would be on, and cars would be flying down the dirt road every few minutes. That, however, was not the issue. The issue was these guys standing by the road to watch the rally, and my, less than optimal driving. Unbeknownst to me, this action had sealed my fate. Since it was Saturday, the shop wasn't even open, so I left the junk there and drove the rest of the way home on the dirt track, where every few minutes an idiot rally driver would smash into me at incredible speed. Back home, I sleep. Today was going to be good. Today was going to be productive. Today I was going to get the bat. Oh shit. Yep. That guy I ran over earlier, he died. Yes. Well, shit. Prison. Our stay here was for 10 days. May not seem so bad, especially considering we murdered someone, but 10 days in my summer car is 20 hours. Factoring in sleep, our stay here could be as low as 15-ish hours, real time, no abusing save states, just sitting here. Damn. Okay, time's up. In prison, I had hatched a devious plan. Robbery. Timo's. A simple establishment. The grocery store on one end and the pub on the other. The pub has this inside. A slot machine. Timo lost the keys to it a while ago, so it's just been sitting there collecting cash. The plan was simple. Drive the tractor into town, smash the window with the fork, attach the machine to the fork, and violently yank it out of the store. The plan sounded good enough, and so, the heist was on. I loaded up the tractor and drove it into town in the dead of night. There, I found our victim, Timo's pub, and the slot machine inside. Unlucky for us, though, were these two guys outside. So with some quick thinking, I used the tractor's fork loader and, moved them. I I smashed open the window, attached the machine to the tractor, and yanked it out with ferocious anger. Yes! I took it to the sports field, laid it down on its front, pried off the back plate with a screwdriver, and began ransacking it for everything it had. Everything it had turned out to be 7,000 marks. Not bad. A celebration was in order. I popped over to Timo's and bought myself a pizza. For 2,700 marks. Somehow he knew I had broken his window and had fined me for my trouble. Prison had made me a violent, angry man. And this sent me completely over the edge. I sculled back a healthy 10 beers and began pissing and shitting all over the place. These fucking bastards had locked me up for doing basically nothing, and now they were taking what was rightfully mine. I drank more. I pissed more. I punched this guy in the head. I took the slot machine to the highway and placed it in the way of oncoming cars. I was here to tear down society. Fuck it, the rally was on. They wanted to lock me up for running over one guy? Well, how about I run over all these fuckers? Well, shit. 153 days in prison is a long time. About 230 hours of waiting that I, definitely waited for. It gave me time to think, to consider, to ponder. Was I on the right path? Was a life of crime really for me? No. Once I got out of here, it was time to build the car and win that goddamn rally. And in no time at all, I was out. Our first task was getting the car inspected. I wouldn't even be allowed to participate if the car wasn't road legal, so I had to make it road legal. To do that, I needed more money. And no, I would not be partaking in any more crime to do this. I was a new man. So, my first money-making venture was illegally brewing sugar wine to sell to the local alcoholic. You know, like a businessman. Firewood. First you chop it, then you deliver. 3,400 marks. Sewage. My uncle lost his license traveling at 169 kilometers an hour on the M31, and he's given me the keys to his sewage truck. Suck out sewage, get paid. Sewage. More sewage. The sewage truck is very big. Make sure to drive it carefully and watch out for that pole. More sewage. The tank is full. Time to dump it in the waste treatment plant. Whoopsie, I accidentally dumped it all over the floor. We got cash. Upgrades. Rear wing. Very important. Gauge cluster. Bam. Tachometer. Bam. Drunk man is calling. Drive him home. Money. Green car driving. Fuck. Okay. Listen, mate, I just need you to fuck off. Right now. Grandma wants groceries. I buy Grandma a bunch of groceries. Drunk man, delivered home again. Sugar wine, sold to drunk man. Sewage. So much sewage. Dead moose on the highway. Wait a minute. This isn't Finland. Timo wants me to advertise. Okay, Timo. I'll advertise for you, Timo. I have flipped the car. Picking strawberries. Man insults you while you make a terrible wage. Who are you looking at, you fucking dickhead? I forgot about Grandma's groceries. They've all gone off. Here you go, Grandma. 8 kilos of spoiled sausages and 20 liters of moldy milk. Yes, Grandma. That's awesome, Grandma. Can I have my Yes, Grandma. Really cool, Grandma. Okay. Finally. 74 marks. More sugar wine deliveries. Hey, look. It's Penna. I'll just stop to let him cross the intersection. Cruising down the street in my 6'4", jocking the bitches, slapping the... Is that a bee? And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Inspection. Will we pass? Will we fail? Who knows? Well, this guy does. How does he know? Just fucking banging on the car with a screwdriver. Yep. And what do you know? We failed. You fucking dickhead. Do you know who I am? I need this car right now. You know what? I'll be right back. I fixed up everything Mr. Inspection Dickhead wanted me to fix, got him to hit my car with his trusty screwdriver again, and what do you know? We passed. The repair shop owner Fleetari caught wind I had shat all over the inspection shop parking lot and rewarded me with a 50% discount and 10 bottles of the strongest booze in all of Finland. Thanks, mate. Gentlemen, the time was upon us. The car was working well, it was registered, and it had a few upgrades. The day was Saturday. I could just tell big things were going to happen today. I drove up to the rally sign-up station and signed up. Well, I would have signed up if I hadn't forgotten my helmet. Shit. Satsuma was in fact drivable, but had been having a few issues with the suspension. Quite a few issues, in fact. Cornering was basically impossible, and when I hopped out of the car, it did this. I found that if I took a wheel off and then just stuck it back on. So, rally o'clock, it was. I drove to the start, this guy counted me down, and off I went. The race did not last long. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, flip, fuck, shit. Attempt 2, this time, was even worse. no, 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 no! Attempt 3. This time was even worse. God, fuck! Attempt 4. This time I took things a little slower. Instead of barreling around the corners at over 100 kilometers an hour and flying off the track, I took them at 80 kilometers an hour, keeping all 4 wheels in contact with the ground and preventing any crashes. This strategy worked. I didn't even crash once throughout the entire track. Just, you know, after I finished. Slow and steady does win the race, boys. Now let's see what we got. Dead last. Oh, alright. Okay, I guess I'll, Fuck! All hope wasn't lost. Stage 2 of the race was tomorrow, and it was the same route as Stage 1, but in reverse. Surely tomorrow, I would redeem myself. I took the car back to the start of the rally and parked there overnight as per the rules. Except I didn't read the rules closely enough, because I parked in the wrong spot. To get to the start of Stage 2, I'd have to take the highway, which has a speed limit of 100 kilometers an hour. I'd been completely ignoring the speed limit, which turned out to be quite a costly mistake. This little fucker got me going 115 kilometers an hour. Only 15% over. I'm sure the fine isn't that bad. Shit. That is a lot of money. I didn't have the money to pay the fine, so I just gave him the finger and fucked off. Anyway, I had a job to do. Get a good time on the second stage and try my best to get out of last place. And before I knew it, the rally was on. On the straights I got up to 100 kilometers an hour, and in the turns I could manage just a bit below that. Of course, going at this speed with my flimsy little car, mistakes were bound to happen. We spun, but we could keep going. Then we flipped the car. No! But we could keep going. Then we launched it into a ditch. The door was hanging off, but we could keep going. And then we hit a rock. We could not keep going. I was extremely close to the end, so I jumped out of the car and legged it all the way to the finish line. I still had a bit of hope, despite all the tumbling around in the car. We had driven fairly well, and so I checked our time. It, wasn't good. My time was so bad, it didn't even show up on the leaderboard. A time so terrible that it sent me spiraling into a deep depression. I drank a case of beer, drove to Fleetari's, found the 10 bottles of booze, and drank until I blacked out. And blacked out again. And blacked out again. And again. And again. And again. And then it was next week. During my bout of violent alcoholism, I found 9,000 marks of unpaid fines on the kitchen counter. Fucking 9,000 marks and unpaid fines. So, I was in a lot of debt, the police would probably be at my door to throw me back in jail soon, and I still had a rally to win. Things were not looking good in the Mart household. I needed money, and fast. So when Mr. Drunkman called at 2 AM asking for a ride home, I obliged. I picked him up, and he began his usual drunken babbling. But this time, he let me in on a little secret. His wife had bought a winning lottery ticket, and he had stolen it and the money without her realizing. He said he kept the money hidden away in a suitcase. How much money? 5 million marks. If I could find that suitcase, that would be enough money to pay off my debts and build the rally car of my dreams. Did I really want to steal from this man? I had sworn off a life of crime. Yet here I was considering stealing millions from this guy who thinks he's my friend. Approximately 3 seconds of pondering later, I concluded, money. To find the briefcase, I would have to scour the entire map. Every little nook, every cranny. Oh, look, there it is. I threw it in the back of my car and drove home, having a minor accident on the way. Shit. I opened the briefcase, and oh my, that is a lot of money. Literally 15,000 presses of E later, I was left with 1.5 million marks. Much less than the advertised 5 million, but hey, he probably spent it on sugar wine or something. It was time for some upgrades. I bought the entire catalogue. The best suspension, the best carburetor, nitrous, a new steering wheel, all the cool body panels, the best radiator, time on the dynamometer to measure our immense power. And most importantly, a cool paint job. Gentlemen, the car was ready for round 2. I gave it a good test on the highway, and of course I got pulled over and find 30,000 marks on the spot. Fucking dickhead. The car was ready, but I needed some practice. So I took it to the dirt track and drove the route over and over. Every corner, every gear shift, each slight bump and bend. I even got rid of the stick shift and switched to paddles for speedier shifting. And a couple of hours of practice later, we were finally ready for competition. Saturday, the start of the rally. Big things were about to happen. This dude counted me down, and off we went. The car was very fast. All the upgrades had turned it into an absolute weapon on the track. I shot past the repair shop, around the sharp bends, went a bit wide on this turn and hit a tree, but let's ignore that. Past the turn off to my house, past Grandma's house, over the train tracks, and across the line. The pace felt very good, and checking the standings confirmed my suspicions. Ooh, yes. That's right, fellas. First place. I was officially in the running to actually win the rally. All I had to do was have a similarly good performance on stage 2. I took the car back to the parking area and parked in the right spot and went back home. Tomorrow, I was gonna win. Back home, I sleep. This sleep was a bit different. I was not woken by the pleasant sounds of the Finnish countryside or even the phone ringing, but by a belligerent drunk man in my room with an axe. Turns out he didn't appreciate me taking his money. Fair enough. Well, with him subdued, I went to finish the rally. Stage 2. This time I'd parked in the correct spot and wouldn't be incurring a time penalty. I took the car to the start of the next stage where I signed up, and before I knew it, the rally was on. All that practice had paid off. I knew the corners. I knew the bumps. We flew over the train tracks, past Grandma's house, past the turn off to my house, into the sharp left turn, past the drunk man's house, past the repair shop and the mansion with wasps in it, through the farmland, and before I knew it, the race was done. There it was. Oh yes, we had driven pretty damn good, and were 30 seconds ahead of second place. I knew just how to celebrate. The fireworks back home. On the way back, I crossed the bridge. I'd crossed the bridge many times at this point, but this time, it felt different. Thank you once again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You can download them from the link in the description. Or you can go hunt warts or something. I don't know. Ow! Ow! Ah! Ow! My legs! Oh my god, that hurt! Ow! Ow! Oh no. No, 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 no! Hello again. Welcome back to Finland. A couple of months ago, I had a no good, very bad, terrible idea. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be fun if I made a YouTube short, where for every subscriber it got, I'd drive 20 meters in this wonderful game, My Summer Car. The catch? The entire distance would be driven in this, the Satsuma. A car I assembled myself. But Satsuma has a little problem. Every part in the engine has durability and can break. Every single one. And believe me, they do break. Often. Now this probably would have been a good idea if I didn't make one simple, crucial mistake. Underestimating just how many people like watching numbers go up. And so, on a fateful August day, I released that short. This is the story of why that was a terrible mistake. So, let us begin. But first, I recently caught an employee using Google Chrome. This is exactly how that went down. Okay, Jim, I'll put you down for your regular 22-hour shift. Wait a minute. Using Chrome? You fucking... Buckle up, fuckos, because this video is sponsored by Opera GX, the most bussin' web browser ever. Riz? Who the fuck wrote this? Do you want more from your dainty, shit web browser? Well, fear not, because GX Mods has got you covered. Typing on my keyboard these days has become far too peaceful. Introducing the Meow Keyboard Mod. The Fart Keyboard Mod. Or maybe download my mod. Don't like my mod? Well, fuck you. If you don't like my mod, the GX store is filled with mods that will tickle your fancy. Did you think that was all, you naive manlet? Opera GX supports Chrome extensions like everyone's favorite Mr. Beast on every thumbnail across all of YouTube. Don't like YouTube? The sidebar allows you to go wherever you want. Twitch.tv, Discord.gg, TikTok.ccp, and everyone's favorite X. Skex. Do you like free games? Well, the GX Corner can set you up with the deal of a lifetime every 5 minutes. It also keeps you up to date with all of the important news. The fuck? What are you waiting for? Download Opera GX today, or I will find you and do terrible things to your foreskin. This isn't a joke. Michael? Use my link in the description and pinned comment, and thank you to Opera GX once again for sponsoring this video. Anyway, with that, it was time to release the short. So I released the short. For every like it got, I'd drive 1 meter, and for every subscriber it got, I'd drive 20. My expectations weren't particularly high, so when the short became my best performing short, got over 300,000 likes and over 50,000 subscribers, I went, oh no. That translates to 1,507.6 kilometers. In this. Well. Shit. I couldn't back out now. I'd said I was going to do it, so I guess it was time for a Martincito Pants Classic. A really long live stream. So, I spent a few days making some plans and preparations, and when the day came, went live. Thursday. A good day to begin the longest drive of my life. I loaded the car up with the 2 most important items, beer and chips, and set off. The first lap around the lake would serve as a good warm-up lap. I crossed over the train tracks. I drove past my idiot cousin. I got some supplies from home. A jerry can, a helmet, a jack stand, and some motor oil. I drove past Grandma's house and the wonderful smelling sewer truck that I drove. The donations. So many donations. Now this is where it might be important to mention a small, tiny little detail. My team and I thought to ourselves, well, this stream is going to be great and all, but it's lacking a certain amount of interactivity. This right here is where we turned this bad idea into a fucking terrible one. We thought to ourselves, wouldn't it be funny if every donation that gets sent adds a bit of distance? 10 meters for every $1, let's say. And then, we thought to ourselves, that's clearly not going to be enough distance. Let's add a multiplier. Yes, I got another great idea. With all that weighing on my mind, I had no choice but to keep driving. So I kept driving. I drove back over the train tracks, past the swamp, past some lumber, onto the highway, off the highway, into town, onto the dirt track, past the dance pavilion, and before I knew it, lap 1 had been completed. Now, it's hard to sound relatable when complaining about a literal flood of money, but the distance was in fact increasing very fast. Or at least it should have been. The distance hadn't actually moved at all for the past 20 minutes. Yes, that's right. Shortly after the stream started, the code shit itself and died. Why? Well, for the code to tell how much someone donated, we first had to convert their currency into US dollars. But for some reason, the system we were using was missing some of the more obscure currencies. So when someone donated in fucking Cambodian riel, the code was like, what the fuck is a Cambodian riel? And died. Aside from the code shitting itself and the distance being negative, for some reason, Thursday had been a success and the car was working great.
Greetings from Minnesota. Hope the suffering is good.
Soda! In the other room, the monkeys had been furiously assaulting their keyboards and had finally got the code back up and running again. Oh, the code's up and running. The distance went up 300 kilometers. What? It was in this moment, right here, that I realized I fucked up. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Anyway, I sleep. Friday. Waking up, I checked my wonderful watch that I got from 100% legitimate means and did not steal from anyone at all. It read 10 AM Friday. A perfect day for driving everyone's favorite shitmobile, Satsuma. Ah yes, Satsuma. A car that I built myself long ago. Not a huge surprise then that Satsuma, as it turns out, is the least reliable piece of shit ever put on 4 wheels. Sometimes the oil is just black, the coolant haze being inside the radiator, all of my tyres have gone flat, there's a small rodent living in the engine, the head gasket has exploded. The carburetor fell off, now the car is very much on fire. The battery has gone flat. Again. All the body panels have mysteriously gone missing. The pistons are gone. Okay, I've sorted all that out. Time for a nice, relaxing drive. So yeah, this car sucks, and sooner or later it was gonna eat shit and die. And when it did, I'd have to figure out what went wrong and fix it myself. Anyway, with all that being said, it was Friday. A great day for driving, which is exactly what I did. The entire day. I encountered Cousin. I overtook Cousin. I crashed my car into a rock. I crashed into a pile of lumber. And then a donation told me to buckle my seatbelt.
Buckle thy harness.
Well, you fucker. Fuck. In this crash, my windshield had made the regrettable decision of breaking into a million pieces, which is unfortunate for me because a windshield offers protection from things such as high velocity bug. Unfortunately, the only person capable of repairing my windshield is this guy, the local mechanic, and repairing it would take him several days. This is precisely why I brought a helmet with me, so if any bugs were about, they wouldn't find their way into my eyeballs. And so, let's keep it moving. Back to the road. The rest of the driving on Friday was mostly uneventful, apart from when I crashed the car, and also when I crashed the car again, and when I drove over the train tracks. Oh yeah! Yeah, so what the fuck was that? That, my friends, is Idiot Tier, a $500 YouTube membership tier that adds 20 more kilometers. So when some lovely gentleman pressed join, clicked Idiot Tier, entered his bank details, more than likely got a call from the bank asking him what the fuck he's doing, and clicked purchase, it did this. Oh, there it is! And with that, the day was over. Sleepy time. Honk. Honk. Saturday. Yet another beautiful day in Finland. Now, let's have a look at the distance. Okay, we've done 87 kilometers. That's a pretty good pace. At this rate, we're gonna get there at... Yes, that's right. In 2 hours, the distance had increased by 1,000 kilometers. Have you ever heard of the Bugatti Chiron? The fastest car on Earth? That car still wouldn't be able to keep up. Now, yes, that's pretty bad, but surely the donations would calm down as time went on. Right? Right? Anyway, Saturday would bring about more challenges. The rally race. Driving on this road was now significantly more dangerous because of these guys. Their only goal is to go fast. They do not care if something's in their way. But I had a plan. Wait for one of the drivers to shoot past and try my best to follow him. I waited for my moment, a car came barreling past, and the chase was on. I can hit people! No, 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 no! Oh no. Please tell me I didn't hit anyone. Well, shit. This guy right here is one lucky bloke. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. It's just upside down. Once I'd finagled the car back onto its wheels, I continued driving. Please start. I'm begging you. Yes! Maybe trying to keep up with the car in front of me was a bad idea. So how about instead let's drive a bit more conservatively. Make sure I don't set the car. Whoa, no! Fucking bruh. The rest of the day I spent driving, looking around for my ratchet set, and losing bits of my car. I ended the night at the dance pavilion. Not for any particular reason, just because I wanted to see what was going on. To be perfectly honest, not much. I like this guy's moves. I made a bit of a scene and the security guard didn't really appreciate that, so no, I'm not coming over there. No. Let's go home. Going home would take me past the repair shop, and while I was there, I figured that I should probably take a quick look at the car and see how it's doing. To make a long story short, not great. Car engines need oil. If you don't have oil, then the metal in the engine scrapes against the other metal in the engine, and horrible, no good, very bad things happen. Oil is meant to be a slightly golden color, but when I checked the dipstick, it was not in fact a golden color, and in fact, pitch black, just black. Running the car on this filthy oil had no doubt done a lot of damage to the engine, but that would be a problem for future Mart. Current Mart just replaced the oil and went home. Sunday. We had completed a pretty decent 118 kilometers out of 2,600. Fuck! Things were looking progressively worse and worse and worse. Today, I was gonna try moving the sofa from my house into town so I could sleep there. The problem with that, however, is the sofa is far too big for little Satsuma. But I could do this. During my trip into town, I had to cross over the train tracks. In fact, for every lap I did around the map, I'd cross over them twice. Once here, and once over here. And every time I went over them, I prayed, I hoped, I begged that the train wasn't there to turn me into a fine, finished paste. Even worse, the stupid sofa I was holding was taking up half of my screen. And so, of course. Well, never mind then. I guess all that worrying was all for— The train is here! No! Well. Shit. It's okay, I made some preparations before I started this stream. I have this bike. Arriving on scene, the car was looking a little worse for wear. The fuel tank had fallen out, my supplies were scattered all over the floor, and the sofa was nowhere to be seen. I had the couch is no longer here, so I got to fixing. Once everything was back on the car, I filled up the fuel tank with my jerry can and started her up. Yes! Driving the car, I quickly realized that one of the wheels was very much bent. So to fix this, I went back home and found the digging bar. So watch this. See how the wheel's bent slightly to the right? Do that. That's a little better. Ooh, that's a lot better. And with the car fully repaired, I sleep. Monday. The start of a brand new week, and more importantly, no more rally race. Today, I was going to try drive as far as possible, and to prepare my mind and body for this task, I present to you Chip. And of course, once Chip was complete, road. Oh yeah! Oh my god! And that was Monday. A few more laps around the lake complete, and what the fuck is that? Three. Tuesday. Around this point, I was getting a bit sick of having to wear the helmet whenever I was driving, and chat was too. So I came up with an idea. Meet Fleetari, the mechanic. Fleetari is the only guy that can fix my windshield in the entire country of Finland, and doing so takes him several days, which in real life is a few hours. No good. So I offered the chat two options. Fix the windshield instantly, but in return drink an entire case of beer, or do nothing and keep driving normally. Chat clearly and resoundingly voted for drunk driving. I'm so proud. So, Fleetari fixed my windshield, I put back 20 beers in a row, and hit the road. And you know what? I get it. It should be illegal to be having this much fun behind the wheel.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The rest of Tuesday went pretty well, considering the circumstances. I managed to find the sofa that went missing after the train incident, and it completed another solid day of driving. I was in town, so I figured why not have a meal and beer at the pub. And this is where I met my old nemesis. This guy. I don't know his name. Many moons ago, I beat him up and stole his watch. Turns out, he didn't appreciate that very much. Oh shit, he's punching me. Yep. I got knocked out. I didn't realize at the time, but he also took his watch back. Where's my watch? That fucking bastard. As the hours wore on, I got bored of driving like a conservative grandma. Ever since I found an entire bottle of nitrous sitting in the boot of my car, I have a lot of nitrous, I've been absolutely ripping it down the track. That was until, of course, I hit this bump a little too hard, the car veered sharply off the road, and came to a stop at the hands of lumber. No! This very minor high-speed accident caused the head gasket to explode. I didn't realize this, however, so after a lot of troubleshooting, the car driving weirdly, the car not starting, and various other silly happenings, I finally replaced the head gasket and fuel pump, and the car worked just fine. And you know what that means? Murder. That guy who stole my watch, he was gonna fucking get it. I am taking that thing back, that dickhead. In fact, I think I can bring a sledgehammer. Once I found the sledgehammer, you bitch, placed it near the dance pavilion for safekeeping. With that done, back to the road. Clearly, I hadn't learned my lesson from the previous crash and had still been absolutely sending it wherever I could. Which, of course, ended predictably. To get ourselves there! Fuck. Fuck. Yet again, the windshield was gone. Now this wouldn't be that big of a deal if I had my helmet, but I didn't. My helmet was in fact nowhere to be seen. Shit, where's my helmet? Presumably at some point in the last few hours, it flew out of my car while I was driving. To prevent getting stung in the eye by a bug, I'd have to drive a lot slower than normal. This is about where our comedy of errors begins. I arrived in town. No helmet. I checked the junkyard. No helmet. I drove along the dirt track. No helmet. And then, the engine rat made its appearance. There's a rat in my car! Naturally, I just cranked up the radio and pretended the rat wasn't there. Arriving at the repair shop, I fixed the mangled suspension and replaced the alternator belt. But the rodent remained. Well, I didn't know what was causing the noise, so I just kept driving. Just a bit up the road, however, the radiator started doing this. Well, let's have another look at the engine. I correctly hypothesized that the cause of my engine rodent issue was the water pump being broken. Everything else was spinning properly, but the water pump wasn't. I also checked the oil. The oil looked, bad. Now pay attention to this very bad black oil. Remember it. It will be important later. So, after a quick trip back to the repair shop, I could take the old water pump out and get a new... Never mind. It was closed. Yes, today was Saturday, and Fleetari's repair shop wouldn't be open until Monday, so I had to occupy myself until then. Fleetari owns this car. Now it may look cool, but this car kinda sucks major ass. But, since the Satsuma was out of action, it was really all I had. Taking the car home was fine, until I reached the dirt road. Oh my god, it's so bad. On dirt, this car has next to no grip, so I had to drive very slowly and carefully, making sure not to take any corners too fast or risk flying off the track. The grip was so bad that my speed was below 30 miles an hour. Oh my god, he's coming on my ass! He's not doing that, no. The rest of the drive was uneventful. I drove it home without dying. I only said some very suspicious sentences. One very suspicious sentence. At home, I really didn't have much to do, so I went to get some food. Alright, I'll be back. And had a good sauna. Now let's piss on it. In the sauna, I pondered.
You gonna make me act up.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Wait a second. Saturday night parties, dancing, the dance pavilion. Wait a second. The watch guy. I knew just what I had to do. Oh, there he is. I prepared this earlier. This is not working. Fucking. Yep. He knocked me out. Again. I awoke on the bus stop bench in town, a whole 30 hours after the fight on Monday. Look, every cloud has a silver lining, except of course nuclear mushroom clouds, which have a lining of strontium-90. This particular cloud's silver lining was the fact that it was Monday, and Fleetaris would be open. I took the bike back to the muscle car, and the muscle car back to the repair shop. Finally, I could buy a new water pump. And what do you know? The car was fixed. Yep, completely fixed. Nothing else wrong with it whatsoever. Totally fixed, running flawlessly even. With our perfect 110% really fixed car, I continued on the search for the helmet. I checked around the bushes, some spots where I'd been off-road, and eventually ended up at the small dirt oval track thing. It was here, I just sort of gave up looking for the helmet, and drove around and around at low speed, wondering how on earth I got into this mess. Uh-oh. 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 What happened? What happened? No. No. I'm not out of fuel. What happened? What happened? The big one. The search for my helmet had landed me here, on a small dirt track, broken down, in the middle of nowhere. I checked the engine oil, and sure enough, it looked just like I'd left it. Black. Replacing the oil didn't help. The damage had already been done. With what I had on hand, there really wasn't much I could do. What had probably happened was a part broke, and the only way for me to get a new one was at the mechanic on the other side of the map. So, I started hypothesizing. Like the engine might have just like seized, or like there's just too much gunk. The camshaft? The little gunk that's actually is the camshaft. That is. Yeah. It could have been many things, and really I had no idea what. I still fiddled around a little bit, and in doing so ran the battery down until it died. Well, fuck. Shit. It looked like I was going to have to tow the car all the way from here back to the repair shop. So, allow me to introduce to you the sewage truck. This truck has a powerful engine, is nice and heavy, and is great for towing things. Problem is, the truck is all the way over here at Grandma's house, just outside of walking distance. So instead, I walked over to the bus stop and waited for the bus. Wait, there's the bus! There's the bus! Yes! Stop. Stop, bus. Stop, 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 bus, bus, bus. Public transportation. The bus took me back to town, where I got in the van, took the van to the repair shop, got out of the van, got on the bike, took the bike to the truck, got off the bike, put the bike in the truck, gently, and began the drive over to Satsuma. I was a bit rusty behind the wheel of this bad boy, so figuring out how everything worked was a bit of a process. But once the truck was worked out, I got on the road and began the drive. Getting to our destination, however, proved to be more difficult than expected. Oh my god, no, 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 no! Ah! The bike just didn't have it in it to get the truck back upright. Yeah.
Archimedes said, "Give me a motorbike long enough and a riverbed on which to place it, and I shall flip the truck."
Well, at least I had the bike. Everything's fucked. Everything's fucked right now. It's all fucked. None of this is good. It's all fucked. So, what was the plan? Well, it was getting dark and I was tired. So first things first, back home to sleep. Okay, now what? Gentlemen, allow me to introduce my savior, my hero, my messiah, the tractor. The fork loader on the front would be my ticket to truck uprightness, and with my newfound enthusiasm, I set off. several minutes of driving the slowest vehicle on Earth later, I arrived. Okay, first things first, let's assess the situation. Alright, the situation has been assessed, let's get back in the tractor and... Off to a flying start. Righting the tractor proved difficult, but we got there in the end. Okay, time for my master plan. Wedge the fork in between the ground and the truck, and... Believe me, I tried, but the truck was well and truly bogged beyond saving. So fuck it. I give up. Yes, I admit a defeat, but really, the truck isn't essential. Satsuma is. To get Satsuma back to the repair shop, I plan to put it on the trailer and drive it back via the highway. The problem with that approach is using the fork loader at all. Just fucking get on the fucking trailer, you piece of shit! Making matters worse, my fuel was getting lower, and lower, and lower. 10 minutes of having violent car sex with Satsuma later, it was finally on the trailer. Yes! Finally! Things were looking up. On the highway, I listened to some sick beats to drown out the thoughts of running out of fuel, but man, the fuel. This appropriate music came on right as my fuel was at its very lowest. If I got stranded out here, that would be fucking miserable. The turnoff to the town was in sight. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it! But the fuel. It was so low, the engine started hiccuping. We were so close. But then... we made it! Hooray! In town, I filled the thirsty, parched, dry tractor with its favorite drink of diesel. I also tried fiddling around a bit with the car, but nothing came of it. So, back in the tractor and onto the repair shop. And would you believe it? Right there, by the side of the road, my helmet. There's the helmet! Yes! I finally found my helmet. At long last, something good happened to me. But, what are those lights? No. Mart. Mart, what are you doing? No, Mart, get back in the tractor. No, no, Mart, no! Yeah. I'm not sure why I didn't just get back in the tractor and pull over, but, yeah. Here we are. Getting Satsuma back into the trailer, predictably, sucked. But once it was in, yes, I could get back on the road and finally get the car back to the repair shop. And here we are. So, you'd think that was the end of it, right? We're at the repair shop, surely now we can just fix up the car and get back on the road. Nope. The pain didn't stop. It only got worse. First, I tried changing some of the easy-to-access parts. The distributor, the fuel pump, the fuel filter, and the spark plugs.
Finally, I have found my purpose. Vehicular destruction of my cousin's car. I am become Pinar. Destroyer of car doors.
He's gonna destroy my door. You just... God. So, let's try again. Yep. No dice. I fiddled with the alternator, took off the cylinder head, and replaced the head gasket. Still didn't work. 3 whole hours of the car not working, and things were only looking worse. It wasn't a fuel problem, it wasn't a head gasket problem, it wasn't this, or that, or the other thing. Honestly, I was at a bit of a loss, and all the batteries I had on hand were flat. To get more, I'd have to go into town and buy some. Okay, I'm gonna go buy another battery. Naturally, the vehicle for that job was the van. I sped into town, arrived in town, put the batteries in the van, and set back off for the repair shop when I did this.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh. Why? Why? Getting the van back upright proved difficult. Oh my god! Please! No! This is a fucking nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare. It won't end. I can't flip the car.
Might be a car issue. Have you tried fixing it?
Yes! Oh my god, sit! Back at the repair shop, I put everything together and tried starting the car up again. It didn't work. I tried another battery. It didn't work. I got a new rocker shaft. It didn't work. I took the fuel tank out. For some reason. That didn't work. I concluded that I had no idea what was wrong and that I probably needed to rebuild the engine. If I couldn't figure it out, surely replacing every single part would fix it. Right? Right? Well, I really had no other choice. So, I got to work. Onto pistons.
I think the boot's not attached right. That's why the car's not starting, man.
Why can't I figure this out? I'll replace literally all these parts. Yeah, there goes the gearbox. These pistons are fucked. Oh, it worked! Half an hour of rebuilding the engine later, the new parts were in, and it was back in the car. Wonderful. And so, I gave it a go. Let's give it a roll. And the battery was flat. So I tried another. Also flat. Yeah. And another. Flat again. Yep. That's right. I had run every single battery on the map down to 0 charge. I tried charging a dead battery at the charger at home. Dead batteries can't be charged. I looked in Timo's shop. No batteries. He was sold out. The engine was fixed, but I couldn't start it. Just fuck. I searched far and wide for a single battery with a morsel of charge. Nothing. 5 hours of the car being broken, and it was still fucking broken. All I could really do was just sit around, drink beer, and wait for the shop to restock. It took ages. But finally, oh my god, they're back. Batteries! Yes! I put a fresh one in, and, alright. I'm fucking nervous. This better work. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah! Gentlemen, after 6 hours of broken Satsuma, it finally worked. And now was time for my dastardly plan. You see, the distance done stat counts distance by measuring the car's speedometer. Not the actual speed, but the speed the car thinks it's going. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you the dynamometer. Typically used to measure the power of a vehicle, I was going to use it to spin the tires as fast as physically possible. First gear, 60 kilometers an hour. Second gear, 100. Third gear, 150. Fourth gear, 226 kilometers an hour. The highest possible speed in the Satsuma. Now you might think, but this is cheating. And yes. But cast your eyes to the distance left stat. Now, let me speed up the video. Do you notice anything alarming? Is there anything about this video that seems off? Yes, the distance left is still going up. This is where I finally realized I was truly doomed. Even at the highest possible speed, it still wasn't enough to outpace the ravenous viewers. And even better, a few minutes of running the car at its highest RPM later, the engine... Why are the brakes not working? Did this. Why are the brakes not working? No, don't break my car, no, stop! Removing the engine once more, I found a, do we have a hole in the block? Yeah. Giant hole in the engine block. Fuck. Oh yeah! Oh God. And what do you know, the engine was ready for a test. Of course, now that I'd rebuilt the whole thing, all of the new parts were untuned. It's not very powerful, so it ran like shit. Well, fuck. And finally, after almost exactly 8 hours of not having the car drive on the dirt track, we were back. 19.5 hours on long streams like this tends to be very close to maximum pain. Around this time, it was about 4 AM. I hadn't seen sunlight in over 8 hours, the donations and their annoying messages hadn't stopped for the entire stream, and my desire to sleep was incredibly intense. This is where I start getting a bit delusional and paranoid. What if someone finds out where I live? What if Chad isn't willingly giving me money, but I'm stealing it from them? I mean, why am I even here anyway? I don't deserve this. This whole thing is a mistake. I'm not supposed to be here. Someone else. Come on, get your head back. Get asleep. Come on, get your head back. I should probably be paying attention to the road. I'm just zoned out. It really didn't help that half the donation messages went something along the lines of, haha, we are torturing you for our entertainment. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Not very nice. But I knew just the guy to take it all out on. Watch guy. Oh fuck it! I won. I beat him up. Did I feel a sense of accomplishment? No. Did I feel a sense of satisfaction? No. Did I feel anything? Not really. The only thing I really felt was pain. Lots and lots of pain. And where else to lay my feelings to rest than the blackjack table? I think it's time for a game of blackjack, gentlemen. And so I sat there, slowly losing my money, slowly losing my mind. I think it was time to give up. 20.5 hours of my summer car later, I had driven 585 kilometers, and the distance had increased from 1,500 to 6,448 kilometers. Fuck. So, that's it. That was the stream. I haven't touched my summer car since, but Finland doesn't forget, and Finland never forgives. Literally every single thing I have done since then has had a flood of comments underneath it about the drive. Literally everywhere. Community posts, my second channel, Twitter, even my Instagram that I've never even mentioned one single time, and occasionally in real life too. So I guess I have unfinished business. Now, this challenge would literally never end if I didn't change something. So I've changed something. Instead of donations adding distance, they make playing the game a living hell. You horrible people can now fuck with the steering, accelerate and brake, add piss, and make me a violent alcoholic for a short period. All the proceeds from the big first stream will be going towards the Royal Children's Hospital Foundation. The only thing that can still add distance is subscribers. So if you want to prolong my pain just a little bit more, subscribe and I'll drive 1 more meter. The next big stream will be in about a week. I'll drive for 24 hours, and the proceeds, once again, will be donated to the Royal Children's Hospital. So join me in my future Finnish endeavors, and mark my words, this distance will read 0. Eventually. Hello again. My house is on fire. Welcome back to Finland. This is a live stream on the game My Summer Car. I did this live stream about a year ago, and it was quite possibly one of the worst decisions I've ever made. In this live stream, if a viewer subscribed, liked the stream, or donated money, I had to drive this car a few meters. This car, of course, is Satsuma. And Satsuma is still a huge piece of shit. Oh fuck, not again. I thought this challenge would be easy. You know, do a bit of driving, make a bit of money, high fives all around, and go home. It wasn't. 20 hours later, I looked like this. Satsuma had driven over 500 kilometers, and the distance left was 6,500. This is the story of completing that distance. The obstacles, the crashes, the trials and tribulations, the myriad of characters we met along the way, and the pain.
Turning left.
So much pain. Oh my god! Oh fuck! So, let us begin. But first, new merch! That's right, fuckos, it's new merch o'clock! Come on down to ButtonCDMS.com and pick up some of the finest, most immaculate, least smelly merchandise you've ever laid your eyes on. We've got Finland Racing commemorating the completion of this fucking distance, and the Pissmobile.
Piss, 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 piss.
1 in 20 packages might contain piss. These garments are quite possibly some of the clothes ever made. Handcrafted by the top 100 ranked sweatshop workers using only the highest quality asbestos, cigarette ash, and the occasional wax that fell into the machine. Go now to ButtonCDMS.com, one of the finest websites ever created, where you can click buy now on my brand new shirts. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Shirts not your style? Seriously? Go fuck yourself! We sell hoodies, perfect for storing all your favorite things. Your phone, your keys, your AirPods, a pre-cracked egg, souls of the damned, forever bound to roam this cursed land. And your wallet. So what are you waiting for? A train? Go to ButtonCDMS.com right now, or I might do something regrettable. Don't test me, fucko. I'll do it. Make some purchases and commemorate this monumental event. You must act fast. In 30 days, a month will have passed. Wait, what? Which means the merch will no longer be for sale. You must hurry. This is the deal of a lifetime. Anyway, where was I? And so began the next several months of my summer car. Arrive at work, stream my summer car, answer emails, drive Satsuma, edit videos, rebuild the engine, stare at the wall, piss on Timo, hang Garfield, drive Satsuma, crash into my cousin, rebuild the engine again, go to prison for crashing into my cousin, can't drive in prison. Fuck. The prison sentence is only 5 days. Get out of prison. As you can see, 6,500 kilometers is a very, very long distance. Just driving and driving a little more and maybe a little more driving. You know, this time I was on the highway and things were going pretty well and I was driving along.
Prank him, John. Legal sword, legal sword.
Oh shit! UFO! UFO! Stop the car! Where'd it go? I thought I might get lucky and see the UFO again, so I stuck my head out the window and looked up. In hindsight, this was a terrible mistake. What the fuck? Somehow, I was fine. The other car, not so much. Of course, I did not go to check on them, I did not make sure they were okay, and I did not make any attempt to help them whatsoever. What I did was tend to poor little Satsuma. Oh, are you okay? Oh, the fuel tank came out, let's get that back in. Oh, this is a good car, this is a good car, yeah, you're a good car. Once Satsuma was fixed, curiosity got the best of me, and I had a look at the other car. It was the yellow one, the one that sometimes hangs around Timo's, the owner of which calls me a pussy.
Hei, onks tää nyt se Peräjärve?
Well, who's the pussy now, huh? Who's the pussy now, you fucking cunt? The guy was definitely dead, but the girl that accompanies him, she'd survived. Even worse, she wanted my help. Surely someone else will handle this, right? Yeah, someone else will handle this. I mean, I've got other priorities, you know, I gotta keep driving and... Of course, I wasn't actually dead. Oh, fuck. I wasn't dead, but the guy in the yellow car definitely was. Which, of course, meant more prison. Timo. Goodbye. Timo, you don't understand. I killed a man. Yeah. Sitting in the prison cell in this game gives you time to think, and consider, and ponder, and whatnot. What was that UFO? Why was the yellow car on the wrong side of the road? Did the driver recently undergo a frontal lobotomy? Why did the girl want my help? I mean, surely someone else could have helped her, right? And then, I thought about other things. Okay, how much will it hurt if I piss on the TV? Huh. This isn't that bad. The next time I fired up the stream, something was a bit different. This little guy. There he is! Maxwell. Or Dingus? Why is he called Dingus? From here on, Maxwell will be accompanying me on this journey as my passenger princess. Now, Maxwell likes doing a few things. Firstly, he loves being rotated. And secondly, he enjoys staring into the deepest recesses of my soul right before I make a terrible decision. To celebrate Maxwell, I shot a few dozen fireworks at my dickhead cousin, fuck you, and had a nice meal at the pub. Whoa. At the pub, I found out that I can do this. These guys are having a really fucking enthralling conversation. They're staring at each other really deeply. Give me a little kiss. Alright, enough of that. Back to the driving, and our next milestone had finally been reached. 2,000 kilometers. Hooray! Life once again returned to normal. No more horrific vehicular manslaughters, no more prison, and no more women asking for my help. Just good, clean driving. The car continued braking, the NPCs on the road continued being idiots, I got hit by the train, I got extremely drunk, I went to grab my motorbike and... Wait a minute. Oh, fuck. She's still here. She's been lying there for like a whole week. A whole week and 2 days. So, during the last 9 days, I had died, come back to life, served my prison sentence, got a cat, rotated the cat, got hit by a train, rebuilt my entire wheel assembly, done whatever this is, and she had been lying here, completely motionless, the entire time. Clearly, if someone else was going to do something about this, they would have done it by now. Gentlemen, abduction time. Come on, girl. Come on. You'll be right. Just get in the car. Fuck proceeds to kidnap a woman. Hey, she wanted my help. Is she dead? She's not dead. No, I can't look there. No, that's terrible. The leg is stuck in the door. No, I can't look at that. This is... Get your leg back in the fucking door. I'm just driving my car. Nothing to see here. I am staring straight ahead. I'm helping. I should probably wear a helmet. Imagine if she were to wake up right now and just see this dude driving her around wearing a fucking helmet. Just get in the vehicle. Get in the vehicle. What is she fucking doing? Someone in the chat. Accelerate. W-Riz. W-Riz.
That Bill Cosby Riz.
Oh, there we go. Alright. You've been saved. You have a wonderful night. I should probably not leave her out in the cold. In you come. The ragdolls in this game. Oh my god, the back of her head. In you go. No. Man, you need to get some rest, man. With the girl, safely. Taken from the side of the road, cautiously. Taken back home, and delicately placed on the couch. It was time for bed. That's fucking terrible. Wow. I'm such a hero. When I woke up, she was gone. And in her place was a note. Thanks for helping me out. You are such a nice dude. Wait a minute. Ew! Dude, that's fucking gross! Yuck! The next time I went into town, there she was. No longer in the yellow car with the guy, but standing by Timo's, presumably waiting for me to come and take her on a date. Which I definitely shouldn't do. You know, I gotta keep driving. As I drove on, I crossed under 4,000 kilometers left. Hooray! And while I was crossing under 4,000 kilometers left, I was thinking, manly things like trucks and engine blocks and whatnot. I am the car guy after all. I have to be thinking manly, mechanical thoughts. Tractors, yeah. Gearbox.
Turning left.
Oh my god! No, not in the left! Of course, I really should have been driving. You know, finishing that all-important distance. So that's what I did. You know, I just kept driving, and driving, and driving, and driving. Another hard day's work on the road, and the distance left had once again shrunk. Nighttime had descended upon Finland. And it was time for bed. When I woke up, I had a quick stretch, paid my electricity bill, jumped in the shower, and then I got a phone call. What the fuck? Pretty sure that bloke's supposed to be dead. Why is he telling me to help him move his stuff? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You win. You win. I'll take the girl out. Alright, Martin Rizzo Pants. What was the plan? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I have extensive woman experience. So believe me, she's in good hands. Okay, firstly, women don't like men who smell like piss and shit. So right in the shower I hopped, washing off a thick layer of grease, sweat, bugs, piss, and other abhorrent smells. Secondly, perfume. And thirdly, they like a man who is sharp. Behold, Martin Rizzo Pants at work. One drive into town later, and there she was. I quickly bolted a passenger seat into the car, and introduced myself. Ah, shit, she doesn't like the bucket seat. Hold on a minute. Alright. Showtime. Good afternoon, love. Oh. Nah, just don't mind the stuff. That looks uncomfortable. What's this? Is that cool? You be my girlfriend? Don't touch that. Stop touching that. Don't fucking touch things. Let me play some good music for you. Do you like the Commando 2 soundtrack? Do you like cars? I like cars. Stop touching things. Fuck, I gotta piss really bad. Hold on, excuse me. Oh. Oh, that's better. What? You having fun? You having fun yet? Will you be my girlfriend, please? Shit. Don't touch that. God, you're stupid. Have you got your seatbelt on? No, I'm not letting you out. Why do you want to get out? Don't you want to be my girlfriend? Stop changing this fucking channel. You having fun? You having fun? Do you still want to leave? Are you sure? Oh! I think I should go. I think I should just go. It was a good day. Bye. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Timo. What? The pub closed. Where's Timo going? Is he going out the back? He's gonna get on his bike. No, don't go through my car! Timo! Are you okay? Timo, stop having sex with your bike! Watching Timo crash his bike into my car gave me a genius idea that was sure to cheer me up. Abduction. You'll be okay, Timo. Believe me, you'll be okay. Slam the door on his head. Did this cheer me up? Yes. I mean, it was temporary, but just look at this. Absolutely exquisite. Timo, you're literally the best. Oh, Timo's doing the thug shaker. Timo, do the throat shaker! I wonder if Timo's will be open right now. Oh, it's you. Unbelievably, we'd reached halfway done. And there it is! Halfway! Holy shit, we only have 3,266 kilometers left. Later, I also found the bus driver just lying by the side of the road. So, you know. I just tried to shut the door. Sir! And then my uncle. Bam! And then the sports field guy. Oh god! And in. With all three rather large men in my car, I had created the clown car. Oh my god, it's a fucking actual clown car. Well, this wasn't so bad. I mean, I was still a repulsive, hideous man that no woman would ever want to date, but... Clown car. Oh my god! Isn't that right, Maxwell? Anyway. The clown car's nearly empty. Let's fill her up. Oh, I think it's time to smoke a cigarette, actually. I love how the people are causing just phantom forces on the garden. Ah, fuck. I'm not dead. I wasn't dead, but the bus driver, the groundskeeper, my uncle, and Maxwell, they were nowhere to be found. In their place were the police, of course. No doubt he had to lock me away for all of... Oh no! No! This. Oh. Shit. Well, let's get this over with. So, where's Maxwell? Well, I don't know. I didn't see anything during the giant explosion, and judging by how far other items had been launched, he could be almost anywhere. So, I searched. Along the forest, behind all the buildings, in amongst all the little nooks and crannies, I found many items that had been thrown hundreds of meters, but no Maxwell. I searched the same spots again, around the lake, down by the highway, around every single house. No Maxwell. No dingus. No girlfriend. Well, I only have what, like 8 fucking billion kilometers left? Yeah, 8 fucking billion. Isn't that just great? Awesome. Wonderful. Just what I fucking needed. I just love driving in my summer car.
Drinking.
Oh my fucking god! You people are trying to fucking kill me.
Accelerating.
What? Three, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1. Where's Maxwell? Where's Satsuma? Why am I back at the house? What the fuck happened? Nothing's going right. The girl hates me. I just exploded my car. The one little guy I actually cared about, Maxwell, sent him into fucking space. And every day, my criminal record gets longer. I know what'll cheer me up. Fireworks. I love fireworks. You love fireworks. Don't we all just love fireworks?
John, did we prank him too hard? Yeah, me too. Hey, you smell that?
And that brings us squarely up to date. No Maxwell, no GF, no house. The only things I had left were my fucking shit, terrible car, and a lot of kilometers. So I drove. The kilometers slowly, painfully ticking down. I didn't have a shower anymore, so gradually I became filthier and filthier and filthier. I tried taking out the girl again, but she didn't like the smell, or my vibe, or my car, or anything about me at all, really.
You are very smelly man.
Mm-hmm.
You smell like fish.
Mm-hmm.
You should take shower.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Many hours of driving later, we had reached our penultimate milestone. 1,000 kilometers left. I'd made an agreement with chat long ago that the last 1,000 kilometers were to be done on the dirt track. Well, this sucked.
Accelerating.
I'd take breaks every now and then, stop here, stop there, look around a bit, stretch the legs, admire the large piles of... what's this? Wood. Eventually, I stopped here. A familiar spot. The drunk man's house. He used to sit right here while I fed him my homebrewed sugar wine, and he gave me money. The last time I stood here was probably years ago. But even so, it all looked so familiar. The red car, the well, the little table he used to sit at. What is that? I'm sorry. I lost everything. It was all my fault. Everyone is better off this way. I'm so done with this shit, man. Just ended. Oh, man. Look, I would take a shower right here. But no, I'm just a smelly boy. No shower, no GF, no cat. What? What? Maxwell! Meow! You a good little guy? Uh-huh. Yep, you're a good little guy? Uh-huh. He's going back in the vehicle. You know what? What the fuck am I being a sook for? The distance is almost done. The girl still seems interested, for some reason. Maxwell is back. The car still runs. It will all be okay. But I've got some work to do. First things first, this place is filthy. Let's clean up. Stacking them up. Stacking them up. Spark plugs. Some more batteries. Put the light bulbs over here. Oil filters can go here. Beauty. I've cleaned up. Next, I need to fix this car. Desperately. We're gonna use this guy, the sledgehammer. It might not look like the ideal tool for the job, but believe me, watch this. Oop! It's getting fixed. She's a beauty. Look at it. Look at it all coming together. Look at that. Back in town, I gave the car a makeover. I've been the piss baby driving the piss baby car for far too long. It was time for something more respectable. Something I would be proud to own. And something that a woman would think is cool. I know. Red. Of course, I had to show it off to as many people in the town as possible, including Penna. Guess who's behind me? Who is that on my screen? Hey, you're not getting away that easy. Sorry, fucko. There's a dude.
Terve! Ootko nää halukas vuokraan tän asunnon?
Yes. Oh! A bed! Hold on a second. Oh! I'm no longer the piss baby. A sink. Wonderful tap. Can I peel over the floor? I can. Oh, yeah. And just like that, we were so back. The car, good as new. The map, cleaned up. Maxwell, found. And the house, still burned down. But now, we've got an apartment. Finally, I was feeling it again. This was the one. It was time to take the girl out one more time. Please still be there. She is still there. Okay. Hello. Oh my god. She got in on her own free will. It would be pretty cool if this car had a leopard print style interior. What did you just change it again? What, you didn't like the screams? Do you like the Commando 2 soundtrack? Alright, you ready to see the sick drift? So what's the verdict, huh? You having fun?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Stop the car and let me out. No! I thought you were having fun. No, go ahead. Thanks for nothing. Fuck off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. She's just walking home, you know, well, at least, this didn't happen. Oh! Okay, let's take her advice and make my car more presentable. No more roll cage, no more bucket seat. Let's order some window tint and leopard print covers. Ugh. And voila, it's beautiful. What a fucking beauty. Look at that. Okay, the girl's back. It's date time. G'day, love. How you going? Yeah. Full leopard style. You don't like my zebra style? Are you serious? So, hi. How are you doing? You having fun? She's cranking it. She's cranking it up.
Turning left.
Holy fucking shit. Don't worry about that, love. That's just the voices. Yeah.
Mark, Grandma again. Stop by and finger me good when you get a chance again like
Dude,
old
just
times.
stop.
Love, Grandma.
Stop. Ah! Where did she go? What happened? Now, while this might not look like dating success to you, trust me, the magic is working. I think. I'm hideous! I'm hideous! I'll be alone forever! Anyway, once I got a hold of myself, I swapped out the zebra print for the real authentic leopard stuff, and waited for her to come back. At this point, I did consider maybe, just maybe, she'd had enough of me. I mean, I couldn't be certain. I just, you know, I had an inkling. Even so, every lap I'd check the spot, and sure enough, every lap, she wasn't there. I mean, I didn't have to take her out or anything. Like, I could just keep driving and, you know, finish the distance. So, that's what I resigned myself to. Like always, I just kept driving, and driving, and driving. Until, of course, there she was.
Moro, mitäs sulle kuuluu?
Oh. So, you like the interior? You like the leopard? Does this make me attractive? Am I hot? Am I hot? So, sorry about last time. But we're past that, right? I mean, like, you know, like... Fuck it. Please play Commando 2 soundtrack. You want to check out the ski ramps, huh? All right. Should relax and drink some. Challenging a guy like me to some drinking. Don't be such a pussy. Drink some. All right. I'll get the real heavy hitters out. An entire bottle of booze. Do I have another bottle of booze? It's empty. No, it's not.
Mikä oli?
And just like that, the final stream had arrived. The very last 418 kilometers of this fucking distance. And how else to finish it off than a final, long live stream. It was perfect. I had done it. There was literally nothing more the game could throw at me at this point. Something broke, I can fix it. Car bogged, I can unbog it. Bug in my eye, doesn't matter, just keep driving. Oh, hey, the watch guy's back. Fucking dickhead. Yes! Wristwatch. It's back. As the final kilometers wound down, I reflected on everything that had brought me here. 300 kilometers, teaming with his store. 250 kilometers, Fleetari and his repair shop. 200 kilometers, Cousin Penna and the terrible bog. 150 kilometers, the highest of highs. 100 kilometers, the lowest of lows. 60 kilometers, and everything in between. Hello? Oh, hi. Yeah. You're going to multiply. Full responsibility. What? You're what? No. No, this can't be happening. No, this isn't right. No, what the fuck? What the fuck? No, this cannot be happening. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Oh. Where the fuck am I? Oh, shit. Damn. Damn. Well, there we are. That is 6,500 kilometers. Wait a second. Do you hear that? Hold on. Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Psst. Buy the merch. Hold on a second. What's that noise? Is that a... Hello again. Welcome to My Winter Car. A game set in Finland. Finland, one of the countries ever created. It has a brilliant, vibrant culture of drinking, driving vehicles, drinking while driving vehicles, being a little autistic, pissing on the sauna, yummy sausages, rally racing, getting killed by Rally Race 8 Million Lakes, setting off fireworks in your own house, and of course, the brutal, unforgiving winter. My Winter Car is the sequel to My Summer Car, a game I have a little bit of experience in, and like My Summer Car, we have a simple goal. Buy a car, build the car, and race the car. How hard could that possibly be? So, let us begin. 1999, Finland, Perijärvi, apartment number 6, Monday, 9 AM, attempt 1. This is where I found myself a few weeks ago, when I launched My Winter Car, named myself the incredible, illustrious Florbo, turned on permadeath, and began. Immediately I noticed I had not started at my parents' house in the middle of the lake, but in the apartment in town. Clearly, this was my apartment, with beer bottles strewn all over the floor, and a few subtle urine puddles that really elevate the feng shui of the living space. For this run, all I wanted was to get the car running. This car, the Chorus Revette. So how do we do that? Well, a good start would probably be finding the car. But the car wasn't over here, or over here, and it definitely wasn't in here. What the fuck? I couldn't find the Revette, but I could find the Sorbet. Okay. My humble daily driver that kinda, a little bit, sucks giant donkey balls. After scraping all the ice off the windows, I started her up and began exploring when I came across Timo's Pub. Timo's Pub! Timo! In My Summer Car, Timo's was our primary source of food and supplies. And Timo. But, in My Winter Car, his store has been put out of business by a new player in town. About 100 meters down the road, a 24-hour service station, Pisk. Yo! Wow. Pisk has quite the vibe. Calm music, a big seating area, kids' play equipment with just a little bit of piss on it. Oh yeah, a couple of attendants, one bad day away from ending it all, and this. Arknight's Enfield! That's right, fuckos, this video is sponsored by Arknight's Enfield, the brand new hit real-time strategy RPG with factory building? Oh, hell yeah! You play as the Administrator, the Engineer, so to speak, tasked with building a foothold for humanity on Talos 2. And by that, I mean destroy, kill, and plunder with impunity. Look at these high-level enemies. They're too strong for me to fight them normally, but I can fight them with turrets. Play as one of 24 unique operators, sure to activate your neurons. Sorry, did I just say play as one? I meant play as 4 operators at the same time. Wow, I just barely defeated this boss with my weak, wimp-ass gear. But now, I have a new resource, which means a new production line, which means new upgrades and new gear. And now, I can do this. I was lucky enough to play this game for several days before it came out in these 2 videos on my second channel. And it was actually really fun. Like, for real. I got lucky and pulled this 6-star operator, struggled immensely against this boss. A triangle. I stretched my industrial empire far and wide, and even snuck into the Port Kimball blast furnace in Wollongong, where I got trapped in the coal coking machine. I'm Coke. The combat is pretty challenging, the factory building is delicious, and the story is multifaceted. So what are you waiting for? World Bonobo Day? Use my link in the description and download Arknights Enfield now for free. Available on PlayStation 5, PC, and mobile. Anyway. Pisk, calm music, lots of seats, play echoing with piss on it, and this. A little note with a phone number to buy the Chorus Revette. And gambling. Back home, I gave that number a call, and the guy picked up, telling me to come grab the car at his house. Very exciting stuff. So I ran back outside, which was now dark. Shit. Navigating in the dark would probably be a bad idea, because, you know, it's dark. So I tried sleeping through the night, which didn't work because the night is about 18 hours long. Shit. This was also when I noticed a new, interesting bar in the top left. Problem. Problem is simple. If I have beer, no problem. But if I have no beer, problem. So a quick trip to Pisk and a couple of cases of beer later, my problem was solved. But beer makes you piss. So I started uncontrollably pissing all over the floor when I accidentally pissed on the electrical box. Yup, that's dark. And fucking died. And with that, Glorbo Florbo had survived for one singular day. Attempt 2. Name myself the Piss Note, pissed on the TV and electrocuted my dickhole. Attempt 3. Name myself Kim Il-sung and gathered some important data pertaining to fireworks and their specific thrust. And attempt 4. Name myself stripped down, stark naked, meandering off into the endless icy abyss, never to be seen again. Which leaves us at attempt 5. Lock in, fellas. It's car time. For this attempt, I named myself Florbo Glorbo, who bears no affiliation whatsoever to Glorbo Florbo and his regrettable misfortunes. I started this attempt with the usual visit to Pisk, where I bought some sausages and beer and had a quick explore of the highway, when I saw this. Oh my fucking god! Kidnap. Kidnap. Abduct. Okay, let's get him in the backseat. Stop! No, don't do it! With my new friend acquired, it was time to grab that car. So, I drove to my parents' house in the center of the lake, grabbed the tractor, and made my way there. Let me turn on the radio. Back to music. Once I arrived, I paid the 500 marks, listened to the guy yap for about 5 minutes straight. Take all this stuff. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! And the Chorus Revette was mine. Now all I had to do was a bit of high-impact sexual tractor violence, and the Revette was home. But we've got a problem. This is just the car's chassis. That's it. No engine, no suspension, no wheels, just this. If I wanted to get the car running, first I would need to find all the missing parts, and I would find them in here. This is a classifieds magazine. Think Craigslist or eBay, but analog. It's got all sorts of listings like this box of 5 car parts, this epic frog purse, 10,000 wasps, and the soul of a Lithuanian man harvested in 1972. This sounded like a great way to get our missing parts, but we've got 2 small problems. Firstly, how do we keep track of which parts we've already got? This one's easy. Spreadsheet. Problem 2, buying these boxes of parts costs money. This gave us a new goal. Money. So how do we make money in Waimatakar? Well, we do tasks for people, and they pay us. My first money-making endeavor was becoming a mailman and delivering ads. Every few days, I'd receive a stack of ads, selling everything from sausages and beer, all the way up to foot jobs. Which I just made up then, they do not sell that. I'd then neatly place those ads into mailboxes and at the end of the week collect an absolutely horrendous 136 marks. My second money-making endeavor was becoming the world's shittest taxi driver. The job works like this. Once a customer calls, I turn on the meter, speed over to them, pick up the customer, drive at a comfortable pace, turn off the meter, and collect their payment. More interesting than delivering ads, but it also suffered from one little issue. The pay sucked mega donkey ass. So, let's try something a bit more profitable. I know, homebrewed illegal moonshine. Add 1 yeast, 6 sugar, and a bunch of water to this bucket. Seal up the lid and wait several days until it stops going like... This is kill you. Spelled like this. In my summer car, we sold enormous volumes of Kill You to this guy, and nothing bad happened afterwards. In my winter car, he's moved in next door, which is even more convenient for my moonshining. What isn't so convenient is sometimes, at a crisp 3 AM, he wakes the neighborhood up with his earth-shatteringly loud finish music. Oh my god! What is also not so convenient is this. He wants me to drink some of the Kill You before he'll buy more. Now, I am a bit of a casual alcoholic, but this man is a ranked, competitive alcoholic. So about 4 bottles of the stuff later, I blacked out. Maybe we should try something else. How about selling firewood? People need to heat their house, otherwise they freeze to death. Most people happen to think that this is a bad thing, so they're willing to pay quite a lot to have this not happen. In my summer car, this job was decent, but very tedious because every single log had to be manually cut and manually thrown into the trailer. My winter car does away with much of this tedium with this, the log splitter. Back the tractor up to it, attach the drive shaft, crank up the throttle, and feed the hungry machine some tasty logs. Yummy! About 5 minutes later, the trailer was filled, so I reattached the tractor, made my delivery, and bam, $3,200. Does this guy ever shut the fuck up? That is more like it. A couple more firewood deliveries and we'd made some serious cash. Enough cash to call up some more numbers in the classifieds and take a whole bunch more part deliveries. Slowly but surely, the spreadsheet was filling out. But we had a new problem. Now that we'd delivered firewood to everyone we could, they didn't need any more. Damn. But they did need their poop sucked. This is the sewage truck. People call up asking for their poop tank to be sucked dry. We drive the truck over, drop in the tube, suck their poop, and they pay us 1,200 marks. Very solid job, but several poop sucks later, the poop truck was now full. In a perfect world, I would deal with the poop responsibly and get it treated at the waste treatment plant. But this is not a perfect world. The cheap option is to take a quick trip to my secret poop spot and dump it there. Well, it would have been the cheap option if some fucking bastard hadn't found my secret poop spot and reported my secret poop spot to the police. What part about secret poop spot do you not understand? Fuck you. Of course, I didn't find out I'd been reported until I got a fine in the mail. For 7,000 marks. Well, what do? We can't pay off the fine because we don't have enough money, and if I end up in jail, I will piss on the TV and kill myself. We could visit the factory in the outskirts of town and get a job, but I had one last trick up my sleeves. Remember how the taxi sucked mega donkey ass? Well, what if we did a little thing called fraud? The scheme is simple. Step 1. Wait for a valued customer to call our wonderful taxi company. Step 2. Take the call and inform the valued customer that you'll be right there. Step 3. Start the meter. Step 4. Wait. As time goes on, the meter goes up. Fill up your car, have a cigarette, eat a delicious burger, slap away your children's future. Step 5. It's been 2 days and the meter has reached over 10 grand. Congratulations. Step 6. Pick up the customer and take them to their destination. And step 7. Gouge their fucking eyes out with a 10,000 mark taxi fare. He just hands it to me? Thank you and see you later. Print the receipt. There you go. Oh. So, let's get those parts. This was without a doubt the most tedious part of the car building process. I'd buy a classifieds magazine, call up some numbers, wait for them to pick up the phone, listen to them yap, and yap a little more, and yap even more, and a bit more, and some more, and still talking, and talking, and talking. The longest I've ever seen was a little over 5 fucking minutes of this guy yapping, brother, just shut the fuck up, please! Once the parts were ordered, I'd do my favorite thing in the world. Wait. And a few hours later, the parts would be mine, and the spreadsheet would look a little more green. Repeat that several times, and you get this. A garage full of bullshit, and a car finally ready to be built. Tomorrow. So I smoked a cheeky cigarette, and dozed off to a deep, deep sleep. My fucking house is on fire. What happened? What? No. Fuck. Fuck. Well, fuck. Luckily, the house fire only burns down the house and leaves the garage. It's just that, you know, the house burns down. So, there's no more house. Well, I guess it's car time. So, after a high-quality depression burger from Pisk, I got to work. First, I built the engine, then the front suspension, the rear suspension, the wheels. I put the engine in, attached the gearbox and drive shaft, put in all that annoying shit in the engine bay. I bolted in the interior, I bolted on the exterior, filled the fluids, wired up everything, and within only a few hours, the car was fully assembled. For once, something was easy in this game. All we had left to do was turn the key and start the car. Oh, fuck. Troubleshooting a car follows a simple logical process. For an engine to work, it needs three things: air, fuel, and spark. If we're missing one, it's not going to work. Let's start with fuel. Fuel comes from the fuel tank, into the fuel pump, into the carburetor, gets mixed with air and ignited in the cylinders. The fuel pump was fine, the carburetor was fine, the rockers and pistons were fine, even the exhaust was fine. But then, I noticed something. This is the camshaft. It has these little lobes on it that control when the engine's valves open and close. And this is the crankshaft. It's the part that turns the up and down of the pistons into round and round. If the crankshaft and camshaft aren't aligned properly, then we could be opening a valve while the piston is in the way. So how do we know if they're aligned? This little notch on the crankshaft gear needs to be here, and this little arrow on the camshaft gear needs to be here. So I realigned everything, tried starting the car again, and it didn't work. Okay. Spark. Putting the key in the ignition completes the following circuit. Electrical energy, depicted here in the form of gnomes, comes from the battery. The gnomes travel into the ignition coil where the battery's 12 volts is up to several thousand volts. You can think of this as launching the gnomes at high speed. These high-speed gnomes are then sent to the distributor, which controls when the spark plugs generate their sparks. Once the time is right, the high-speed gnomes are allowed to pass through the distributor into one of the spark plugs. Because they're going so fast, they can jump this air gap where they create a hot plasma that ignites the fuel and air mixture. Of course, none of this works if our little electricity gnomes aren't going fast enough. And this is when I found that the ignition coil wasn't wired up. With that fixed, I was confident that this time it would work. And of course, it did not. Alright. Air. Air comes in through the air filter, gets mixed with fuel in the carburetor, and that mix is sucked into the engine and combusted. When you step on the gas in a car, what that's doing is opening this butterfly valve called the throttle. This allows more air to come in, and it's the carburetor's job to spray in the right amount of fuel to make sure it's using all that air. If we have too much fuel, we call the mixture rich, and if we have too much air, we call the mixture lean. Okay. This was where I remembered something very important. This game is not my summer car. It's my winter car, and winter is cold. Cold fuel doesn't vaporize very well, and we need it to vaporize for the combustion to work properly. This means we want the fuel to turn from a liquid into a gas. How do we do that? Well, we consult the humble phase diagram. The horizontal axis is temperature, how hot our gasoline is, and the vertical axis is pressure. If we raise the temperature, say by running the engine, the gasoline vaporizes better. But to run the engine, we gotta start the engine, so that's not gonna work. The other way to vaporize it better is to lower the pressure, and that's where this valve in the carburetor comes in. The choke. Think about what's happening when one of our pistons is going down with the intake valve open. It's creating a low pressure zone in the chamber here, which is getting filled by air and fuel. But if we restrict how much air can come in, say by closing the choke, this means that the chamber can't suck as much air in, which means this area is now at a lower pressure. As we can see in the phase diagram, a lower pressure means better vaporization. So, if I pull the choke out, hopefully, it will start. Oh! And it actually did! Let's fucking go! We did it, boy! Yeah! Yes! 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 After somewhere around 30 hours of my winter car, I finally had the winter car. Once I threw some sandbags in the back for extra grip, I gave it a proper shakedown, taking it down the ice road at an absolutely incredible 100 k's an hour. Yeah, okay, it's slow, but it works. In deep snow, it was especially good. The Sorbet could only do about 40 k's an hour, while the Revette could do a staggering 60 k's an hour. Ooh. On the highway, it wasn't particularly impressive, but it did complete a lap. We had done it. The goal had been reached. We had bought a car, found all of its parts, assembled it, and against all odds, it actually worked. So I started heading back home, again over the ice, when it all came apart. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Where's the joke? Turn off. Uh-oh. Look, just broke. So, this is a bit of a pickle. My car was not working. I'd foolishly forgotten my winter coat at home. It was dark. And I had a problem. I've been digitally brightening a lot of this video so you can actually see the game. But this is not what I was seeing. I was seeing this. But the cold didn't get me. No. It wasn't the cold. It was no beer. Hello again, gents. Welcome back. 1 million subscribers. The number has well and truly gotten bigger. This video is a Q&A. I asked you fellas to come up with a bunch of questions on this post, lots of which were really good, and some of which were not. And in this video, I'm gonna give you my answers. So, let us begin. Alright, first question. A nice relaxed opener to get the audience invested. Would you consider yourself fat or obese? Thank you, Bubba Gaming. Do channel memes that you start ever annoy you or come back to haunt you? Yep. They don't really haunt me, but people spamming boat in the chat does actually get very unfunny after a while. Lucky for me though, for some mysterious reason, you guys decided to stop, all at the exact same time. Curious. What's something you hate about your community? Probably the fact that none of you play the greatest anime game ever created, Genshin Impact. I'm about to make an impact. Genshin Impact is an open world role-playing game. What roles can you play? Women. More specifically, anime women. Go on a massive adventure in Teyvat, where 7 different elemental powers hold control. The game has recently updated to version 2.4. What does that mean? More content, new characters, a new map, new events, and new outfits. Play this game with your friends. Don't have any friends? Good, it's time to make some new friends. Introducing the returning characters, Zhongli and Ganyu. Take the new characters to the brand new map. And real talk for a minute. Look at how goddamn gorgeous this game is. Holy shit, how do they do it? Look at this Lantern Festival. Every single area looks freaking incredible. What if you want to farm? Done. What if you want to fight? Done. And what if you want to fish?
Sorry I missed your call. I was on my other line.
Once again, thank you to Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video. Use my link in the description to get it on iOS, Android, PC, or PS4, or 5. Do it. Right now. Okay. I'm going back to fishing. Goodbye. What's something you hate about your community? Probably the people. Yeah, that's right. I actually really hate every single one of you on a personal level. If you ever approach me, I will not hesitate to kill you! How many hours do you have on Factorio, and is it really that addictive? 800 hours. Yes. What is your address? You would know, wouldn't you? Think about it. Where would I most likely live? What video are you most proud of? Inversely, which are you least proud of? Okay, most proud of, probably the KSP series. Least proud of, the first Factorio video. Now, I just want to say, this Factorio video is the second most viewed Factorio video on all of YouTube, right behind my other Factorio video. So clearly, a lot of people do like it, but I find it very tedious. I mean, just listen to me. Biters, enemy of the factory, and haters of progress. And the loud haha funny words get old pretty quick. The KSP series is pretty cool. I've seen a few comments from people saying that they now study physics-related subjects because of those videos, which I think is pretty amazing. Maybe it's real, I hope it's real. That'd be cool. Not only that, but I just straight up think they're my best work. What extremist political ideology do you subscribe to? Up here? Nah. Maybe here? Nah. Over here? Nah. How about here? Nah. I like it right here. Grill. Are you Australian? Yep. What's your cat's name? Also, what are his hobbies? So I actually have two cats. This one is Arnie, and this one is Eddie. Eddie lives most of his life at the neighbor's house. Sometimes he comes over to our house and spends his time eating this plant and vomiting up a few hours later. And this is Arnie. His main hobby as of late has been staring at this particular patch in the garden for hours at a time. What is the workflow to make a video like? So I got a bunch of people asking roughly this question, so I thought I'd outline it in detail in another video. Probably on my second channel, so go subscribe there. What do you think about the current political situation in Ukraine? Oh, yep. When did the channel blow up? Right now. Well, to answer that question properly, I really need to go all the way back to the beginning. It's 2011, and I've just created my first YouTube channel. Following this, I discovered Minecraft, the Yogscast, and Node Cubed.
Hello, procrastinators!
I see what they're doing. They play video game, they make video on video game, and get a lot of views. I could do that too. So I got some shitty screen recording software for my 2011 MacBook Pro, got my 8-year-old brother on a Minecraft server, and recorded and uploaded 6 videos to my brand new channel in one day. The results? Great success, unimaginable fame, and Oscar-winning performance, is what I thought would happen. And dreamt about that night. What actually happened was nothing. No views whatsoever. 10-year-old me was very sad. Not to worry, I made a few more videos here and there, one of which I remember managed to get 350 views, which I thought was pretty amazing. Then, radio silence. Ding dong, it's 2013. I've just started high school and I've released another video. The first surviving video on this channel. This video is on the powder toy.
I'm so high right now.
It's not particularly interesting, but it's here. My next move was again, radio silence. Until 2014, when I uploaded a bunch of videos. These 2 affronts to God, a Minecraft video, this Just Cause 2 video, which is interesting because it's called episode 6 and there aren't any other episodes on my channel, and these other 2 affronts to God. Then, I pulled my signature move, and didn't upload for another year. August 2015, I upload the first public video still remaining on my channel, Sleeping Dogs. This is the first video I uploaded with my new PC. This PC to be exact. Right there. Which was a significant upgrade from the 2011 MacBook Pro. I made another 2 Sleeping Dogs videos, and then made a bunch of videos on Battlefield 4. Were they any good? Eh. I put this one on the Battlefield 4 subreddit, and it managed to get 450 views. Pretty cool. I uploaded a few more things in 2017, one more video in 2018 on Arma 3, and that was it. Radio silence. My 37 subscribers were left waiting. Now, as you can probably imagine, I've wanted to be a YouTuber for a very long time, but I never had a consistent style or idea to make into a channel. But then, suddenly, I had an idea. I would make videos on games I liked. They would sort of be a review, but mainly I'd talk about why they're good. The style of these videos would mainly be influenced by these 3 YouTubers. The most important part, however, was the upload schedule. I promised myself I would take as long as I needed to make the video that I wanted. And so I did. I started work on my Civ 5 videos script in a library at university. And 4 months later, it was done. Here's a view graph of the start of my channel, and here's the Civ 5 video. This was my first proper attempt at making a real YouTube video, and wasn't that bad. It got on average 10 views each day, many of them coming from Reddit and this clip. For a first attempt, not bad. I learned a lot. This gave me a pretty solid boost of motivation, and I got to work on my Just Cause 2 video, which I got done in like 2.5 weeks, which is pretty much unheard of for me. The next video was the Factorio video. The one I said in hindsight was kinda crap. As you can see by the graph though, it did pretty good. On the release of this video, I had 80 subscribers, and over the next 2 months that number grew to 153. Slow, but steady growth. June 2nd, 2020. I release my From the Depths video, and oh boy, does it do well. After 30 days, I go from 153 subscribers to 25,000. All from this one video. Then I made this one, and that one, and then this one, and the subs went like, woo, and then it was now. Any tips for someone who wants to do it too? That is, make YouTube videos? Yes. It's all about the grind set. If you're starting at basically zero, then you can't lose. Every video you make has a chance to pop off, and every time you don't pop off, you add another video for people to watch once you do. If you make good content and are self-aware enough to actually know if it's good, then you will succeed. It's not a matter of if, but when. I would add to that by saying quality is always better than quantity. No one wants to go through your back catalogue of 2,000 Minecraft Let's Plays. Your videos need to be good. What made you want to speedrun Just Cause 3 3 gosh darn times? Well, the first time was a novelty. I wanted to see if it could even be done. The second one was mainly to try get other people to speedrun it since I thought a bit of competition would be fun. And the third was to assert my dominance.
Bam!
I'm curious what you've done as a study. Considering how you explain stuff in your KSP videos, you do seem somewhat familiar with physics. So did you study something in the STEM direction? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Yes, I did. So I've been playing KSP since about 2013, or since I was 12. So it's safe to say that it definitely had an impact on me growing up. In high school, I took a physics unit, which turned out to be my best subject. I didn't really study much in high school, which resulted in less than desirable marks for university. I wanted to do engineering, but didn't have the required grades to get there. So instead, I did physics. At university, I got my shit together, learned how to study, and did pretty well.
Is that a frog?
I didn't particularly like this university course. Sure, I liked physics, but the way it was taught was kinda shit. The main physics unit I did had no lectures that you could physically attend, which I liked. Instead, it just had recorded videos that you watched online. Oh, how innocent I was. Despite this, I got pretty good grades during my first year, and managed to transfer to a better uni doing aeronautical engineering. This was quite a lot more difficult, but they had physical lectures. For 2 months. Then, COVID hit, and pretty much the entire city went into lockdown. Now, instead of one class with recorded lectures, every single class I had recorded lectures. I remember having a particularly smooth brain moment when my tutor announced there would be an assignment over Zoom. Me, not realizing my mic wasn't muted, went, "Oh no, an assignment!" The tutor paused, I realized my mic wasn't muted, and I crawled under my table in shame. I finished that semester and started on the next one when I decided I'd had enough of online uni and deferred my studies for a year to try pursuing YouTube. That was October of 2020, and I had around 85,000 subscribers. The plan was to do YouTube full-time for a year and see where I could go. Well, it's been over a year, and I'm not going back anytime soon. If you stack 2 lasagnas on top of each other, do you end up with 1 or 2 lasagnas? 1 lasagna, just bigger. Do you ever fear that if YouTube or Twitch somehow die, you aren't in a position to stay financially stable? Now, I used to think this a while ago, but no, not really. YouTube is absolutely huge. In 2020 alone, viewers spent 100 billion hours watching gaming content on YouTube. That's 11 million years. It's the second biggest website in the world behind Google. Literal billions of people use YouTube every day, so I really don't see it going anywhere. What is far more likely is people lose interest in my channel for whatever reason, and that's it. Channel's dead. What car did you get? For those who don't know, after the Battlefield video was released, I let myself buy a car, which I've now done. It's this, a 2020 Mazda MX-5. I've already driven it about 2,000 kilometers, and it's very, very nice. How does having such a large community impact your video production? Do you feel pressure to keep the fanbase happy? Do you ever worry it could spiral out of control and turn into something you don't like? Okay, so in terms of the fans, they don't really have an impact. To be completely honest, I don't really care about what the fans want. Quote, if I find the video funny or interesting in some way, then I'm gonna make it. People ask all the time if I could make a video on this game or look into this thing, but no. I don't want to, so I won't. As for it spiraling out of control, not really. I think I would have to do something very dumb for that to happen, so I will simply not. Do you like how long did you sleep after your 18-odd hour Just Cause 3 speedruns? Well, the first one I don't really remember. The second stream, however, I do. Not only was it more stressful than the previous one, but it was still really, really long. When I went to bed that morning, it was dark and around 3 or 4 a.m. And when I woke up, it was dark and around 7 or 8 p.m. Then I had dinner and went back to bed and slept until it was bright again the next day. Needless to say, that run completely killed me. How'd you get good at voiceovers? Also, what's your process of writing scripts? Voiceovers. It's really pretty simple. Practice. I like to voice out stuff as I write the script, which offers plenty of practice for reading it. The place where I tend to get the most ideas tends to either be sitting on the toilet taking a shit, or in the shower. Also, just speaking louder. This is honestly the easiest way to make a voiceover sound better. If you think you're being too loud, move back from the microphone a bit and speak louder. As for writing scripts, I don't know. I'll be touching on this more in the video production video, so once again, subscribe to my second channel. Right up there. Just click it right there. I know you want to. Why did you choose the Rainbow Frog as your character? Were there any other characters that you used before the frog? Okay, the Rainbow Frog was my YouTube profile picture, which I had when I released my Civ 5 video, so I just kept it. I've no idea what the picture was before the frog, and to be honest, I don't really care. Why did you choose to name your channel Mod and Cedo Pants? Pretty simple. It was the name my dad gave to my first email address. I then used it as my Minecraft username, and eventually used it for everything else. How'd you decide on the kinda high-paced, whimsical humor? How big of a part does your editing play in it? And do you think getting another editor would make your vids lose some of that charm? Okay, so I never really decided what sort of humor I'd have. I just make stuff that I find funny. The high pace is simply a result of me having less and less patience. Once again, if you watch your own videos 50 times over before releasing it, you know which parts are boring and which aren't. In terms of editing, I think that's really where the funny comes out. Sure, I do write in jokes to the script. You'll be sitting on the toilet taking a shit, but editing is really where they come alive. Now, about having an editor, right now I don't. I do all the editing myself, but I am planning on getting some for my second channel. If you've worked with other YouTubers and know your way around editing software, do not be afraid to hit me up. How does it feel to be the only frog who... Who what? Do you have motivation to start and finish a series like KSP, or do you just kind of hop from video and game whenever you feel like it? So this may shock you, but I never hop from video to video. If I did this, I'd start videos all the time, and finish videos none of the time. So why then are the KSP videos so spaced out, you may be wondering? Well, it's a deliberate decision. If I make 4 KSP videos in a row, then people are going to think the whole channel's about KSP. But it's not. The channel's about me. Me. Does your throat ever get hurt by screaming so much? Yes. Do you like to suffer? Yes. What recording software and editing software do you use? OBS Studio, Audacity, and Adobe Premiere Pro. OBS Studio is the industry standard screen recording and streaming software these days, and is completely free, so use it. Audacity is good for recording stuff like voiceovers and is also free, and in terms of editing, the exact software doesn't really matter. It's about how you use it. If you want some good editing software, I'm told DaVinci Resolve is decent and free, so you might as well give it a go. Are there any video games that you would want to make a video on, but just don't know how to tackle them? Now, I made the mistake of leaving my laptop out while Tristan was in the house, so we answered this question with this. I tackle them by taking a huge shit on the toilet. Usually. But sometimes, I like to sit back in my room, completely naked. Thanks, Tristan. What would be 2 pieces of advice you'd give to someone struggling to find their style of content creation? Alrighty, number 1, make more stuff. Again, if you're starting at 0, there isn't any downside in experimenting. See what you enjoy making, and then make it. And don't get stuck in analysis paralysis. Number 2, don't give up or move on until the video is done. If you give yourself permission to scrap your first videos, then you won't ever make anything. They're not going to be great, but that's okay. Don't give up, and before you know it, you'll have made something. Are you going to wrap up the KSP Kevin conundrum? Perhaps. How much time do you put into your videos? I'm not talking about the editing, I mean like how long does it take for you to record all the stuff you do? Every time you release a video, it seems you've put days of playtime into it. So a lot of people have asked how long it takes to edit, but that's really only half the story. Playing the game, writing the script, and collecting footage can also be an incredibly long process. For the Battlefield 2042 video, for instance, I spent almost 100 hours playing that game, trying to find interesting stuff. For the Factorio video, we spent around 85 hours on that single world, and for my most recent Just Cause 3 video, I must have spent over 100 hours planning out and practicing parts of the route. Then, I need to write the script, which is often a painful and long process full of uncertainty and me thinking that all this time spent in the game was wasted. Then, begins editing, which is relatively enjoyable and takes another 2 or so weeks. None of the steps in making video are really all that fun. They're quite fulfilling, but they aren't fun. But, you know, it's my job. That's life. How much did you invest in starting your YouTube/streaming stuff? So I started with a decent enough computer setup and a crap headset mic on my HyperX Cloud 2s. The very first thing I invested in was this USB microphone. I don't even know what it's called, but it cost me around 90 Australian dollars and is good enough. Fun fact, the arm that it sits on is more expensive than the microphone itself. How much
Pregnant
do you
man,
bench
pregnant
press?
man, pregnant
70
man,
kilos for
pregnant
1
man,
rep
pregnant
and 60
man,
kilos for
pregnant
10
man,
reps.
pregnant man,
Not
pregnant
particularly
man,
incredible,
pregnant man,
but
pregnant
like
man,
most
pregnant
things,
man, pregnant
it's a
man,
process.
pregnant man,
Maybe in a
pregnant
year
man,
I'll give you guys an
pregnant
update,
man, pregnant
and we can see
man,
where we're at.
pregnant
Have you
man,
considered
pregnant
streaming
man,
more than your
pregnant
current
man,
stream
pregnant
rate of,
man,
I stream
pregnant
whenever
man,
I
pregnant
require a
man,
deep vein
pregnant
thrombosis
man,
CBT
pregnant
to
man,
escape my
pregnant
mother's
man,
cooking?
pregnant man,
Okay,
pregnant
first
man,
of all,
pregnant man,
my mum
pregnant
cooks
man,
great
pregnant
food.
man, pregnant man,
So
pregnant
shut
man,
up.
pregnant man,
Secondly,
pregnant man,
yes,
pregnant
I want to
man,
try
pregnant
streaming
man,
on Twitch
pregnant man,
consistently.
pregnant
Now that
man,
I'm big
pregnant man,
YouTube
pregnant
band,
man,
it's time to
pregnant
weasel
man,
my way into the
pregnant
Twitch
man,
community
pregnant man,
like a
pregnant man,
parasitic
pregnant
tapeworm.
man, pregnant man, pregnant man,
Good evening.
wakey ribbit.
Twitch is going to be my next big venture. I'll try streaming each workday, but I may have to cut that down if it's too much, and then I'll take the footage from those streams, throw them in an editor to make into shorter videos, and then I'll upload said videos on my second channel with hopefully some consistency. Ultimately, this means more content for you. In what way has your content improved over time, and what would you tell your past self about making it on YouTube? Okay, so most noticeably, the voiceovers and the pacing. My older videos have a more dead-sounding mart.
For instance, purchasing great people with faith.
For instance, purchasing great people. Just speak up! And have much longer intros that are kind of boring. As for advice for past me, I'd just tell them the video ideas that worked well, and tell them not to make a Battlefield 2042 tier list. Pretty simple. What other creators do you take inspiration from / enjoy the most? Quite a few. Here's the list I compiled from my current subscriptions. These people range from current favorites to old classics that I don't really watch anymore, but definitely had an impact on me. If you see your name here, say hello. You've seen very rapid growth in what many would consider a short amount of time. What's your feelings on this burst in popularity? Also, early congratulations on 1 million subscribers. Thank you. I'll be honest, it feels good. But I know I'll get used to it soon. There's a psychology term for this effect called the hedonic treadmill. Basically, you get used to better situations very quickly and are always left wanting more. That being said, I don't take it for granted. I am very grateful, but every time I think about my YouTube channel, it doesn't just instantly fill me with joy and cure my every woe. And finally, many people asked, will you ever reveal your face?
Yes. Alright.
Uh-oh. Wait, no. Hello again. Welcome to America. A few weeks ago, 4 of my friends and I took a trip to this strange land. 5 days in Los Angeles, 4 days in San Diego at TwitchCon, and 3 days in fabulous Las Vegas. This video documents our experiences, the antics, the pure shenanigans, and our trials and tribulations across our 12-day trip. From Machete Man to Scientologists, terrible foam pits, bodily fluids, Mexican nightclubs, and fully automatic machine guns, it was truly a trip to behold. So, let us begin. First off, why America? Simple answer, I want to go to TwitchCon. But TwitchCon would only be for 4 days, and getting an expensive flight all the way to America for a short convention, well, that's just wasteful. Joining me on this expedition were 4 friends. Ben, Tristan, Sydney, and Kai. They would be accompanying me as my entourage, violently flinging away anyone who came near us at TwitchCon. The stage was set, the bookings were made, and all we had to do was get to America. This time, I made the wise decision of not swimming there, so I had to get some flights. 5 hours to Fiji, a 3-hour layover where I drank real Fiji water, and another 9 hours to Los Angeles. All things considered, it really wasn't that bad, especially because I had brought with me a secret weapon. My brand new YouTube. That's right, fuckos. You've wanted, you've waited, and now the chance is here. The Marsh YouTube. He's sick and tired of living in your walls, and now he has a gun. He's living under your skin. Take it off. Take off your skin. What will he do next? Why is he behind me? What is he doing with the gun? Why is he watching over me ominously as I sleep? No, I can't take it. I've had enough. Take this, you froggy fuck. Purchase him now with the link in the description or pinned comment. Do it now. Gentlemen, do not under any circumstances allow this product to enter your walls. I did once. Big mistake. Put him up on a shelf. Put him up on your desk. Put him up your up. No, don't do that. Just keep an eye on him. He's watching. If confiscated by an enemy of the state, deny all knowledge of... What the fuck? I promise, there are no listening devices inside this frog. What are you waiting for, fuckos? Click that link right there and buy it now. It is only available for a limited time. All things considered, it really wasn't that bad, especially because I had brought with me a secret weapon. Benzodiazepines. Oh look, it's LA. I picked up our amazing, incredible, powerful rental car, the Chevrolet Equinox, and drove back to LAX to get Sydney.
I've seen Peter Griffin twice.
Sid and I wouldn't be joined by the others for a few more hours, which gave us some time to check into the hotel, set up the camera equipment, and go for a couple of walks around Santa Monica. To set up the camera equipment, all I had to do was plug in both microphones, yet somehow, I fucked it up. The lav mic sounded like this, and the shotgun mic, like this. crunchy. Once the camera was set up, we left it behind in the hotel and went for a walk. Our thinking was, we don't need to bring the camera, how much shit can you possibly see on a 1-hour walk? Well, it turns out, you can see a lot of shit. The hotel I had chosen was right across from the Santa Monica Pier. You know, like GTA. So of course, that was our first destination.
How he playing GTA 2.
Yeah. The people around us were also, for lack of a better term, rather GTA-like. One guy might walk past talking about last quarter's financial reports and how the business needs X and Y for continued year-over-year growth, while another is standing completely still, PCP'd out of his mind, deeply engrossed in the hallucinated worms wriggling around in the pavement. This contrast took a bit of getting used to. Houses all around us worth millions and millions of dollars, and sleeping in the sand right across from them, dozens of homeless people. We made our way to the end of the pier, saw the pretty spectacular sunset, and began walking back when things got stranger. On the bridge that links the pier to Colorado Avenue and Route 66, we saw some guy grab onto the guardrail with both of his hands and make a kind of jumping motion, like he was psyching himself out to jump off the bridge. Further down the road, I turned to look down an alley as we passed, and I saw this freaky looking homeless woman staring back at me, sitting on a mattress in a parking lot. And finally, the crown jewel of our first walk in the United States. A homeless man ran up right in front of us, turned slightly into a corner, dropped down his pants, and shat all over the wall.
There it is. Come on now, man.
Sydney and I didn't say a word. We simply stared at each other in stunned silence.
How are you feeling about seeing a homeless woman shitting, Mr. Sydney?
It was a fucking experience and a half, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree.
Back at the hotel, we were like, huh, that was fucking weird. Let's do it again. Walk number 2. This walk was longer, and would you believe it, even weirder than walk number 1. The very first thing I saw was pretty clearly 2 people just straight up having sex, down the street. You know, just... Next, we made our way onto the beach and walked along the famous concrete walkway between the sand and the street. This path seemed to attract a particular pungent odor. The one you get from smoking a little bit of that Zaza, if you know what I mean. Another thing you couldn't go 30 steps without seeing were homeless people. Yeah. Lots. And lots of homeless people. Since it was nighttime, they'd all gone to bed, but, you know, they're homeless. So going to bed really just means curling up on the beach and going to sleep. We walked a bit further and came across Mr. Skeleton Man, just a whole pack of dog food that had been spilled over the ground, and finally, this guy. Now, he wasn't on the path, but a few meters off of it in the sand. This was definitely a good thing, because he was waving what looked like a stick around his head. However, as we got closer, I noticed something strange. You see, this is not a stick. It's a machete. You know when there's a guy in your GTA lobby spawning in random NPCs with weapons to go attack people? Yeah, that was this guy right here. Us, having seen all this crazy shit in the span of 2 hours, didn't think to call the police since, I don't know, what if it's just normal? What if Machete Guy is just there, you know, what if he's part of the beach? After our encounter with Machete Man, we were like, maybe it's not such a good idea to walk around at night here. So what do we do first thing when the rest of the boys arrived? Another walk. I am, however, getting ahead of myself, because first we had to go pick them up from the airport. First Ben, then Kai and Tristan.
Tristan! Good to see you, Kai.
How we doing? How we doing?
The boys! In the car, we told them about all the fucked shit we had seen in literally just 2 hours of walking.
I see a homeless guy like sprint into a corner ahead of us. I turned left to like look at what he's doing because I thought maybe he was doing drugs or getting ready to fucking kill us. And he's just got his ass, he's pulled his pants down and he's fucking projectile shitting onto the wall. It was a white wall. It was a white wall, and this bloke was fucking turning it chocolate coloured.
We were quite hungry at this point, so we went ahead and got some good old-fashioned McDonald's, beginning the ultimate American fast food / chain restaurant tier list. Now, to be frank, American McDonald's gets shat on by Australian McDonald's. It might just be LA McDonald's, but the food was dry, the sauces were not that good, and it was just ugh. So we collectively decided on it being D tier. Back at the hotel, we went for our third walk. We checked out Santa Monica Pier again, had a good look at the wall shit, saw many, many more homeless, and met another character of Santa Monica. This guy. Let's just call him, Rectum Plunderer. He was clearly on something and insisted he'd been fucked.
No. Sorry, really fucking tonight, dude.
Detecting our strange accents, he asked where we were from.
It's probably
the fuck? Are you British motherfuckers?
Yeah.
He was pretty sure someone had drugged him, and as far as we could tell, he was either really, really drunk, which I kinda doubt, or he had in fact been drugged. We walked around with him for about 20 more minutes, allowing him some time to sober up, and allowing us time to just talk complete and utter shit.
See, Earl is your fucking uncle? You're fucking lying, brother.
You know how he passed away?
Yes, you got sun in my finger right now.
That's what the media told you.
Do you think you got assessment by Illuminati? I don't think that's over there. We kind of got some other thing going on. Have you ever heard of the Green Party?
During our walk, we saw several more interesting characters of Santa Monica. Push-up guy, yelling guy in the middle of the street, walking around weird guy, standing perfectly still guy, and of course, our guy, who kept swinging between saying funny shit
You fucking tonight?
and really concerning shit.
I know who did it. I'm gonna kill him tomorrow. Do that. I got a Glock in my Rara. Yeah, no, I really do have a Glock. I'm gonna come tomorrow. I'm gonna shoot him up tomorrow. Don't do that.
Once our walk was up, we parted ways. Of course, not before getting him to yell "Hoodoo's at the top of his lungs.
Hoodoo's you fucking you American.
And that was the end of the night. Sleepy time. Day 2. Still in LA. At this point, it really hadn't hit us that we were in another country, so for breakfast we decided to go to a classic American diner. It was a mere 15-minute walk away. How bad could that be? To be totally honest, today was pretty boring. No wall shitters, no machete man, and no rectum plunderer. We got some SIM cards, went to a thrift store, found some funny shirts, and got some Chick-fil-A for lunch.
It's Spoderman.
To be honest, Chick-fil-A was mid. It was plain, it was dry, but it was better than McDonald's, thus landing it in C tier. Later in the day, we made a visit to Gold's Gym Venice, the gym where this guy trained for Mr. Olympia. After paying the very fucking steep $50 entry fee, we went inside and got a little workout in. This place was absolutely huge and full of big people. I've never seen a professional bodybuilder in my life, but I'm pretty sure we saw at least 4 or 5 in this one single gym.
Fucking easy.
Near the entrance were these golden dumbbells, each of them weighing in at over 150 kilos or 350 pounds. Naturally, we wanted to get a photo with them, and asked the biggest guy we could find to take it with the Fruity Pig Polaroid. The guy that took the photo happened to be IFBB pro Will Harris, better known as Big Will. He was super nice and told us he had a photo of himself on the wall. And what do you know? There he is, on the wall. Naturally, we got a photo with him as well. Then we had dinner, and that was the end of the day. Sleepy time. Day 3. Time to go to San Diego. This drive would only be 2.5 hours. However, we're in America. The roads here are dangerous, they're difficult to navigate, and everyone on them is going 15 to 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. Luckily on our side, we had a secret weapon. Chipotle. Chipotle was the first bit of fast food we ate that didn't make us feel putrid. A big old burrito with good meat, a good wrap, good cheese, good sauce, good beans, and lettuce. We'll come back to the lettuce later. Chipotle was good enough, in fact, to land it in S tier. And with that, San Diego. Our hotel was very nice. A big building right in the heart of the city, only a short walk away from the convention center. Unlucky for us, it had no pool. Now that's not really a big deal, but when we asked the concierge if there was a pool, instead of just saying no, she said, well, we don't have one because it's actually a 112-year-old classic luxury establishment. Okay. Up in our room, the nightmare began. The shit rotation. 1 toilet, 5 dudes. Sydney was last, and remember that lettuce from Chipotle? Well, the lettuce in America proved too much for the Lebanese gastric system and passed straight through, completely unscathed. After shitting our guts out, it was time to go to the convention center and collect our lanyards. Nothing particularly noteworthy happened, but we noticed a not-so-subtle shift in the people around us. The crackheads and homeless had been replaced with nerds and e-girls. On our way back to the hotel, we bought ourselves a good amount of alcohol and began the hype up for tonight's activities. I had the Twitch partner party, and the boys had a Wu-Tang concert. The partner party was really cool. Free drinks, a whole bunch of streamers and YouTubers that I actually recognized, and my first real taste of this whole content creator industry thing. I downed a few beers, which gave me the confidence to do incredible things like approach people, and ask them for a photo, and maybe even have a conversation. It felt pretty bizarre to be around these people. Every now and then I'd go, wait a minute, I recognize that face, and bam, it's Philza. What was even more bizarre is some of them actually knew who I was. Now most of the people that recognized me didn't recognize my face, but the name on my lanyard, which told me one thing. The frog has a lot of clout, but I don't, which means I need more. Meanwhile, the boys were off at the concert having the absolute time of their lives. There was Wu-Tang, Nas, Busta Rhymes. We met back up at the lobby of some hotel where we saw a real-life furry, which was a first for all of us, and then continued the night at one of San Diego's numerous nightclubs. It was good. At 2 AM, the club closed and ejected everyone onto the street. Us, being incredibly fucked at this point, was still having the time of our lives.
We're talking grouse content.
Wakey, wakey, sleepy
It's
head,
fucking
wakey,
grouse.
wakey.
Wakey, grouse content.
My balls was hot.
We met this guy called Jesus.
You five are a good duo.
We screamed Many Men by 50 Cent as loud as we could.
Many men. Praise be to God. Praise be to God. USA. USA.
And made it all the way back to our hotel. Back in our room, we kept the energy up by getting a noise complaint. Alright, calm down. It's sleepy time. Actually, no, it's not sleepy time. Sydney was still off his face and kept everyone up by laughing non-stop at this. Day 4. We woke up. A terrible mistake. The boys were dusty, the tap water was crunchy, and we were beginning to feel a little putrid. Not a great start to the day, sure, but it was worth it because last night was very good, or as we say in Australia, grouse. Today was the first official day of TwitchCon. Our plan was to get a bit inebriated beforehand, but we were so putrid we could not bear the thought of drinking any more alcohol. TwitchCon probably would have been better if we weren't feeling so shit every single day, but hey, each night was great, so I'm not going to complain. Generally, the convention floor was not the most exciting. Sydney and Ben had a go at each other with the inflatable bat thingies in this foam pit. We had a quick look at Twitch rivals, which was not interesting. We took some photos in front of the anime Lamborghini and in front of the Raid Shadow Legends booth, and visited the board game room.
The air is putrid.
I, being a Twitch partner, was lucky enough to go to the partner lounge where I hung out and met some more cool people.
Yeah.
The boys, however, were not Twitch partners, so while I spent the day there, they roamed the convention floor, taking photos with people and just generally meandering. 5 PM rolled around, and day 1 of the convention ended, which meant party time. Tonight we'd managed to get tickets to this rooftop bar party. Well, 4 of us had gotten tickets. Tristan, of course, forgot to get his, but through some finagling and me seeming very important by calling my agent and being like, yo, I think someone made a mistake, we managed to get Tristan in. That felt cool. We got a powerful photo of Ben simply posted up and beeline directly to the bar to claim our 2 free drinks. At the party were a bunch of fellow Twitch and YouTube people and also some game developers. It was cool. Anyway, once that was done, it was nightclub time yet again.
There he is.
First up was an Irish pub where we each got a pint of Guinness, and Kai managed to get himself kidnapped by 2 Salvadorian women. While he was off getting driven around, we made our way into the first Mexican nightclub of the trip, which was a great idea because Mexican nightclubs go hard. Anyway, we all got back home safe, including Kai, and it was sleepy time. Day 5. We woke up. Another terrible mistake. Today we were even dustier, crunchier, and more putrid than yesterday.
Big fucking shit.
We had another nightmare shit rotation, this time at a restaurant.
Oh look, Tristan's gone. I wonder where he went. Yeah.
At the convention, I spent more time making friends in the partner lounge, while the boys did their meandering. Tristan wrote an extremely important message on the positivity wall. Wood-fired pizza. What will pizza do now? And then we met back up at the cosplay contest, which was alright. There were some impressive costumes, like this one, and Black Panther. If he was thick. Anyway, the convention ended, and once again, it was party time. First up, of course, our mandatory hype session in the hotel room. Lots of alcohol, loud music from the TV, and some very powerful photography.
As I feel the heroin coursing through my veins, I think to myself, man, I wish I focused on my ATAR.
Tonight we had the TwitchCon party, which was not a party, but a full-on concert. The lead act being Megan Thee Stallion. Oh yep. On the way to the party, we stopped at 7-Eleven to get ourselves some pizza, and were greeted by our boy Bruce. We had gone to the 7-Eleven the past 2 days, and had met the legendary cashiers, Bruce and Keenan. They were the suppliers of pizzas and good vibes throughout the TwitchCon experience, and tonight would be no exception, with them bestowing upon us their tastiest pizza. Further down the road, all the boys needed to piss, and the cigar place let us use their toilet. Their single toilet. Once again, we had another nightmare piss rotation on our hands. And then of course, we got to the concert. It was good. Meg the Horse got some people on stage, one of which being Master Chief, which the crowd liked very much. Tristan wasn't able to get into the concert despite our best efforts to sneak him in, so instead he went back to the cigar place and smoked a cigar with Muhammad, taking these insanely hard images in the process. After the concert, we met back up with Tristan and hit up yet another Mexican place. It was good. And then of course, back at the hotel, it was sleepy time. To help us get some good sleep, Tristan had bought a bottle of gummy melatonins, which had the ability to turn all 5 of us into bricks for the duration of the night. So we had some of those once it was time for bed. Of course, Sydney and I weren't particularly tired, so we performed an absolutely diabolical crunch on Tristan.
Hey, come on, stop, please, stop.
Day 6. Another nightmare shit rotation, another visit to the convention center. Not much happened today, but I did meet Michael Reeves. So that was cool. We got a good Polaroid in front of the TwitchCon sign, visited the suspiciously unpopular Child Predator booth. I got recognized by a couple of people, which was nice, got some photos with more streamers, and that was pretty much it. The boys and I met at the closing ceremony, where they actually managed to get on the big screen during the event compilation thingy. And then, much to Tristan's joy, this guy busted out a freestyle.
Calm down, big sex, big styles, I'm the mind now, thank my father, I had to move up, thinking I was blessed.
And there we go, TwitchCon was over. All in all, I had a really great time, despite feeling putrid for most of the event. TwitchCon really put this whole career into perspective and made me really appreciate all the time I've spent sitting at my desk making silly frog videos. Despite all the bad press the event ended up getting, some of it definitely valid, I would still recommend it if you're at all interested in content creation or just want to meet other people like you. Anyway, back to tonight, it was club time. We met up with some people I had met at TwitchCon and took on not a Mexican club, but an African American club. It was good. On the way home, we hit up 7-Eleven one last time, got a powerful photo with Bruce and Keenan, and purchased their tastiest pizza. And, for one last time at this hotel, it was not sleepy time, but time for bed. Day 7. We woke up. Gentlemen, it was Vegas time. We loaded our stuff into the Schneequinox and hit the road. We even got to use the carpool lane, since, you know, we had a pool in the car.
Look at these, look how happy they are to be in a special little lane.
Our first stop was another fast food place, In-N-Out Burger. The food was decent, but it did have a few issues.
These chips suck ass.
In-N-Out is false advertisement. We were fucking anything but In-N-Out. We waited so long. Well,
yes. Alright, the only thing In-N-Out was the lettuce in Sydney's arse.
Now, I liked the burger quite a lot, but the boys found it pretty mid, so the final decision was C tier. And with that, back to the road.
Are we there yet? No, Tristan. We're not there yet.
We reached Vegas as the sun went down and took our very important sign photo.
Hard to the right, Travis Scott.
It's there! Straight up!
Our hotel for this day was the Flamingo Las Vegas, a 3-star hotel right in the center of the strip. This hotel was absolutely gigantic, easily the biggest I've ever been in, which meant the concierge desk was less of a concierge desk and more of an airport check-in counter. About a dozen or so concierges checking people in constantly. The guy behind the desk would only talk very quietly, with his eyes closed, and kept trying to show me what he was doing on the computer. Trouble was, the system that the Flamingo runs on is clearly over 2,000 years old and was completely and utterly incomprehensible. At the hotel, we also noticed another demographic shift. The nerds, e-girls, and homeless of California had once again been replaced with the American middle class. Caesar's Palace was across the road, so we also checked that one out. It was, interesting. Anyway, it was very late, and tomorrow we had a big day ahead of us. So once again, time for bed. Day 8. We woke up feeling fine. Today was going to be very good. But first, breakfast. Taco Bell. Taco Bell was actually really good. We got ourselves some delicious hard-shell tacos and had a tasty breakfast. S tier, no question. Although we did have some mug root beer, which I assumed would be pretty good since there are so many memes about it, but oh my god, it was one of the worst non-alcoholic drinks I've ever had in my life. It was like drinking toothpaste, if toothpaste was bad for your teeth.
It's like toothpaste.
I know. The tacos were eaten, so we hopped back in the car and headed over to Battlefield Vegas. A place with guns. Lots and lots of guns. Round 1 was over. We had shot a lot of guns, but Tristan and I wanted to shoot more. So we went ahead and bought ourselves even more guns. Kai had also remembered to bring this, the frog plush, and we had hatched a devious plan. Oh no. resisting! Wait. Still resisting! And finally, the minigun. 3, 2, 1, minigun! Once it was all said and done, we had fired hundreds of rounds, killed a frog, and had a great time. Our instructor Harrison was super cool, so if you ever go to Battlefield Vegas yourself, ask for him.
Pretty sweet.
We got some hard photos, including this one, which was probably the hardest image of the entire trip, and continued our day. Lunch. This time, Burger King. Honestly, I don't have much to say about Burger King. The burger was a bit worse than In-N-Out, but the chips were way better, and they gave us crowns. So that means B tier. Back at the hotel, Ben crafted the sleaziest fit I have ever seen in my life, which we affectionately named the Gerald Sprinter.
Jerry Sprinter.
Gerald Sprinter.
Right, ready?
1, 2, 3, go. On the agenda tonight was, can you believe it, another nightclub. The venue for tonight was Omnia, with Martin Garrix as a DJ. Oh yep. Our first impressions of the venue were, holy shit, and wow. 2 floors, capacity for 2,500 people, this big ring light thing, massive smoke blasters, the best lighting setup I've ever seen, and ceiling women. Which is why it's such a shame that it was ruined by the fucking dickhead security guards. I went to take a piss and drink some tap water because God knows I was not paying $13 for a bottle of water, and they would not let me back on the floor. I get it. The dance floor only has capacity for blah 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 blah, but another security guard came by and told me that he could get us back in for $20 per person. Just, no, fuck off. We could not get back in, so we ended up leaving early. On the way back home, a guy approached Tristan and said, "Hey man, you look like Michael Jackson. Cocaine?" We did not take him up on his offer. Anyway, we went home, and it was time for bed. Day 9. Not much happened today. Lunch was at Jack in the Box, in the Hood, which I didn't think was particularly special, but the boys thought was great, so we met in the middle and decided on A tier. Then we did stuff for the rest of the day. Honestly, I can't remember, and we have no footage, but I did record this.
Let me look away real quick. Just look over here at the flamingos.
At night, we visited Fremont Street, which was the very first paved street in all of Las Vegas. The ceiling you see here is actually the largest screen in the world, spanning over 12,000 square meters. The street was full of interesting attractions, street performers, and strange places, like the Heart Attack Grill, where people over 350 pounds eat for free. We chose not to have dinner there because, I don't want to eat that. So instead, we chose White Castle down the street. Big fucking mistake. For those who don't know, White Castle prides itself on making little burgers called sliders. I have no problem with sliders, in fact, they can be really good. However, White Castles were not. To start, they gave us these so-called chicken nuggets. I say so-called because chicken nuggets should not have the same texture as calamari.
Yeah,
tastes like shit.
Then, the sliders came out. If I were to describe these in one word, it would be grim. The meat sucked. The cheese sucked. The pickles were pickles. The bread was wet.
Oh, they're so wet.
Ready?
I don't get how this place is successful. How do people like this? Other people put this place at B tier. How? The bread is so fucking wet. Yep, F tier. Fucking could be Z tier if that was on here. Literally the worst restaurant I have ever been to.
I want to punch White Castle.
Anyway, following our authentic White Castle experience, I went back to the hotel and bought a $31 pizza, and Ben recorded someone getting robbed. Anyway, time for bed. Day 10. At this point, I was sick of Vegas. Clearly, it is not made for people our age. Everything is ridiculously expensive, every place we went to felt like they were trying their hardest to suck as much money from you as they could, and it just generally gave me a shitty, gross vibe. Yuck people everywhere, sleazy salesmen and strip club promoters, and people just coming up to you in the middle of the path offering you drugs. Lucky for me, our stay was up, and it was time to head back to LA. We stopped on the way at IHOP. I got a huge plate of pancakes, and we did another shit rotation. The portions were American-sized, but the pancakes were pretty good. B tier. And what do you know, we're back in Los Angeles. For this leg of the journey, we had chosen a hotel in downtown LA. This hotel was quite nice, and crucially, close to several nightclubs. So once again, we hyped ourselves up in the hotel room. Kai gave us a rousing speech.
As Australians in Los Angeles, the city of angels, it just makes sense to me that we go the fucking hardest, alright?
We listened to some powerful music. And we hit another Mexican club. They only played Kumbaya. It was good. Pedjing. Who the fuck is Pedjing? Day 11. Another dusty wake up. We started the day off well with a phenomenally good breakfast at Denny's. I just want to say, Denny's fucks. Denny's was exactly what we needed after last night. It gave us the energy and power to take on the rest of the day. So Denny's goes in S tier. Later, we took a quick trip to Runyon Canyon and went for a short hike. It was nice.
So I was like, oh cool, like they just mistaken Gandalf for Sauron. GTA characters.
The rest of the day, we did our laundry, went to Goodwill, and once again, it was nightclub time. Yeah! Tonight was a club crawl. 3 separate venues and about 40 people with us going between them. We started at this cool bar, then went to this other cool bar, and ended the night in this really cool converted bank vault. Sydney and I even witnessed 2 dudes fight right in front of us. Back at the hotel, Tristan had gotten so fucked that he decided to just curl up and sleep in the bathroom. And I think you know what that means? Time for bed. Day 12, our last full day in America. Once again, we woke up dusty and ate some more fast food. This time, Wendy's, which was decent, but really nothing special. So it ended up in B tier. We walked around a bit more, took more hard photos, saw Pedjing again. Who is this Pedjing fellow? And once again, got ourselves ready for another grouse night. Tonight's destination was Hollywood. Naturally, we took a bunch of photos with the stars, saw 2 jokers having a deep and meaningful, went inside a Scientology place since we just couldn't resist, and made our way into the best club of the entire trip, Dirty Laundry. It was good. And of course, our last day, Day 13. We took our final hard elevator photo and had breakfast at Popeyes. This particular location clearly valued their security. They had a floor-to-ceiling glass panel with intercoms for communication and this one-way box thing. Very strange. High-security Popeyes was okay. B tier. We then dropped Ben off for his flight and wished him safe travels back to his homeland of Benin. Ben's flight was at 3 PM, but the rest of us flew out at midnight, so we had a bunch of time to kill. Lunch was at Five Guys, which people say is really good. It was good, but it wasn't amazing, so we decided on B tier. And that's the final list. To kill more time, we checked out this museum thing, went to a mall, found Obama Boulevard, had a look at a dispensary, and for our final attraction of America, we visited an American institution, Walmart. Kai found some beans, and Tristan had an expression of deep, indescribable sadness. I was sad too, Tristan, because this was the end of our 13 days of pure debauchery. Another 9-hour flight to Fiji, 13 hours in the airport, and then 5 more all the way back home. Wait, no. No, the U2's wasn't supposed to break out. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no no no. Oh no. Ah, ah, ah.
I like fire trucks and monster trucks.
Walter.
Hello again. Welcome back. A few months ago, my friends and I had a most devilish idea. Go to the United States of America.
Oh, you can't park there.
Again. This idea was a good one, because it turns out America goes hard. So join us today as me and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of my idiot friends embark on this grand adventure. 5 days in Los Angeles.
Pull over, asshole! And drive, you fucking asshole!
2 days in an Alpine lake house.
House blew up.
3 days at the Grand Canyon. And 9 whole days in fabulous Las Vegas. So, let us begin. But, before we begin, World of Tanks! That's right, mongrels! This video is sponsored by World of Tanks. Do you ever dream about becoming a tank? Do you want to die in a war? Do you find yourself daydreaming about the destruction of France? And do you... Tanks! World of Tanks! The greatest, most least expensive free tank game ever created. You can drive this, or even this. It's incredible. But Mart, what can be better than the beautiful gift of life? Shut the fuck up! Say what I'm talking about! Giant weapons, guns, hot steamy loads. I can assure you 75mm is well above average. Download World of Tanks right now with the link in the description and use my special super secret, uber secret, ultra mega secret invite code COMBAT to claim a bunch of free stuff. New players get 250,000 credits, 7 days of premium access, 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each, Tiger 131, T78 and Type 64, and the Cromwell. Sit up straighter, stop slouching you lazy fuck. Existing players get 3 days premium, this funky camouflage, and a 7-day rental of this sick as fuck tank. Already have this sick as fuck tank? How about a little walking around money, huh? 100,000 credits of a walking around money, you know what I'm saying? Click the link in the description and use code COMBAT and transform your stale, decrepit life. Thanks to World of Tanks for sponsoring this video. Anyway. Day 1. Before we could do anything silly, we'd have to actually get to America. We had a few options. Swim, dinghy, stow away on a cargo ship, flap our arms really, really hard, or buy airline tickets and fly there. We chose airline tickets because flapping our arms is very tiring. So, we all loaded up on a few different planes and began the very long, arduous journey to LAX. All 10 of us. Martin, that's me, Tristan, Sydney, Kai, Arlo, Tim, Seamus, Simon, Harrison, and Nathan. Well, that's the whole cast. Let's get to LA. On the flight over, Sydney went Unabomber mode and spent literally the entire flight playing blackjack. Tristan found a watch in the airport worth nearly $100,000, and the face. Kai and Seamus got some early morning wakey beers. Nathan sent this rather silly text to the group chat.
Tell him you saw Seamus put a bomb in his bag.
At the exact moment, Seamus gave his phone to airport staff, resulting in Seamus getting grilled by security for about 20 minutes, and I got a great view of all the places we would be going on this trip. The desert, the lake, the mountains, and sunny Los Angeles. So, the first group arrived and went to collect the rental car. On foot, with their bags, on a walk that looks like this, for an hour, when there's a free shuttle. Well done, gents. Once they did get the car, they took it back to the Airbnb, unloaded their stuff, and came back to the airport to get me.
Situation update. The traffic got worse.
So far, all was going to plan. But this was when I received a harrowing message.
Mart, we wrote off the rental.
4 hours in, and it was already so fucking over.
We lost Seamus.
Bruh. What happened to Seamus?
Sydney has no reception, but he is so fun king sorry. He is so fun king sorry.
So, what actually happened to Seamus? Well, nothing. Yep, that's right. I got pranked. With that complete fucking catastrophe averted, we continued back to the house. But, on the way, I received a text from my agent.
Hello, Mart. Would you like to come to a cool party?
Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, I just landed with all my friends.
There's free drinks.
One quick detour to the party's entrance later, which was in Skid Row. Yes, that Skid Row.
The graffiti looks cool, though.
And I had arrived. This party touted some featured guests, like this random guy, and this random guy, and Sapnap. Oh, and the Kid Leroy was also performing. So that was cool. Anyway, I loaded myself up on free drinks, took a few hot images, listened to the child Larry go, and that was that. Back to the house.
Here they are, boys. Fucking aliens.
Okay. Back at the house, I realized we had picked well. Lots of beds, lots of space, and a chill as fuck balcony. So, it was about 10 PM, we could go to bed, or we could take those scooters right there to a nightclub. Well, that was pretty good. Let's go to bed. Day 2. We woke up, jumped on the balcony, and had a chill.
Yeah.
There were still some people who hadn't yet arrived. So once we were done stuffing our face with breakfast,
Guy noodle.
we set off back to LAX. This is where we also got our second rental car. Another identical Toyota Sienna. One of these bad boys, legally speaking, holds 7 people. But we have 10. So we were like, fuck it. Let's get 2. 2 cars are always better than 1.
Hey, get off the fucking road, asshole!
Lunch, Denny's. I had a lot of good things to say about Denny's last year, but this year we branched out a bit and tried some of the more different items on the menu. This was a terrible mistake. Kai ordered a deep-fried steak. Arlo got this sandwich with about 18,000 layers of ham in it, and the table just generally looked unsettlingly orange. Ugh. Well, that was disappointing. C tier. Now, last night was pretty fun, but that little montage we did might have oversold things a bit. Just a bit. Tonight, however, was Friday night, and Friday nights in LA tend to go pretty hard. But before going out, we'd need a solid, powerful, invigorating hype rotation. And for said hype rotation, we'd need supplies. So, we bought the essentials. Some 40-ounce bottles of beer, which are fucking huge, 4 Loko, which is also fucking huge, and rhinoceros boner pills. Yeah, we didn't buy those. Anyway, it was time to hype the fuck up. Blackjack, but drinking. Whenever someone won, they'd pour a bit of drink in this cup.
That's fucking brown, man.
And if someone hit blackjack, they'd have to drink it. But what about the dealer, you might say? Well, we thought about that too.
No. If 2 people hit blackjack, the dealer drinks. Done! It's a fucking fair game.
That's never happening.
They drink.
That's never happening. That's 1 in 252 odds.
Fuck off. It's 1 in 252 million, you fucking idiot.
Can you guess what happened next?
Ready for the double blackjack? Ready for 6 of fucking drinks? What the fuck? There it is, suck shit! To the top, to the top. That's it, that's enough. I put on the cards and my jacket, my brother. On the velour? Is this velvet? Alright, let's go. Cheers, boys. Fuck hell. I'm happy, as long as you just carry me home later. It's over. Shut the fuck up.
Meanwhile, Kai had been steadily polishing off this drink. But what was this drink? Well, take 1 40-ounce of beer, drink half of it, and fill it back to the top with 4 Loko. Gentlemen, behold the Sidewalk Slammer. And by now, Kai had finished it. And with that,
don't feel shit.
Let's go to the club. Day 3. We woke up. A guttural experience.
Who the fuck's this?
Who the fuck is that? Well, dear viewer, that's Smelvin, our silly friend we met last night. So, what actually happened last night then? Well, shortly after arriving, we met Smelvin, got a few drinks in us, and then Hawkeye started absolutely fighting for his life against the Sidewalk Slammer. He lost, and then got sent home. We moved on to the next place, where Sydney witnessed several domestic incidents taking place at once.
Oh shit, lad! Hey, you didn't stop playing. We did not hear that fucking plan.
I witnessed Smelvin perform an absolute blunder with a woman, and Tristan, well, he can take it from here.
Look at her. Honk honk, honk honk.
Anyway, that's all in the past now. What was on the agenda for today? We'd been enjoying our city boy, nightclub, bussin', for real, 100 emoji, never seen a cow in my entire life sort of dude lifestyle. But what about America's more yee-ass redneck sort of activity? That's right, we would be partaking in the cultural institution of NASCAR. Hell yeah, brother! I love NASCAR! But that wouldn't be until the evening, so in the meantime... Yeah.
Watch out for the poo.
Martin is dead. Scores have claimed it. We must praise for he has died for our Denny's meals.
Breakfast. Then picking up Nathan from the airport, who was the last to arrive, and going to Walmart. At Walmart, we gathered very important supplies, like beer, and a bit more beer.
Oh yeah.
And... oh no. Oh no. Fucking... White Castle sliders.
I think I might kill myself.
With our fridge stocked up with all the supplies a group of 10 men could ever need, it was NASCAR time. So back in the cars, onto the highway, and into the Irwindale Speedway's enormous parking lot. A parking lot full of giant pickup trucks, and a large number of Americans who, you know, like, inside the complex itself, they played the national anthem, and everyone, literally everyone, stopped what they were doing, put their hands on their hearts, and listened. Which we thought was pretty odd. And before we knew it, it was time to watch some cars drive in circles. And oh boy, did they do just that. Damn, I'm tucking out from all these races. I could really do with some... Wait, what? Do you hear that? Oh my god, it's the Gummy Bear song! And they're giving out Gummy Bears! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Okay, NASCAR time was over, but this event wasn't just NASCAR. It was also a demolition derby. And fellas, it was derby time.
The VLC media player car won.
Anyway, I guess we should go home. Wait a minute. What the hell is that? That's a fucking rhinoceros! Okay, surely that's the end of the event. Okay, that's enough. Let's go home.
You know what I noticed is that, like, most Americans are fucking obese.
Well, that was fun. A tier. So, what next? Well, we could go home, cook up dinner, have an early night, and be refreshed and ready to take on tomorrow. Or... nightclub. Sydney was gracious enough to be our designated sober driver. But only Sydney. So we only had one car. Gentlemen, I present to you... the clown car.
This won't go in a video, will it?
I mean, maybe.
Aren't we breaking the law?
No. Hold on a minute, guys. Guys, what's going on? Guys, where are you? Guys, I think we went to the wrong place. Guys, there is a very suspicious woman here, please. Guys.
Welcome to No Vacancy. I'm Miss Angie, and it's my job to show you the way it's...
Oh. Well, alright.
What?
Day 4 began, and we woke up. This was a rather unpleasant experience. Our breakfast today was a classic American cereal, Lucky Charms, and Seamus had come up with a brilliant combination to cure his hangover.
Sometimes artistic expression requires genius.
Oh, fuck, that tastes beautiful!
Get in there, mate. Get a big heaping spoonful of this.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that was awful.
The rest of the guys had some bacon and eggs, and we made sure to tip all of the bacon grease down the sink for the sink gnomes to eat. Mmm. Yum. Speaking of sink gnomes, does anyone remember in this video where I mentioned the 6-way, all stop sign intersection in Beverly Hills? No. Why not? Well, there's an intersection in Beverly Hills that is 6 ways and all stop signs, which we thought was such a curious piece of traffic engineering that we collectively decided, fuck it, Beverly Hills is pretty close, let's check it out. So, we loaded up in the cars and drove to Beverly Hills. The drive there was quite an interesting experience. You see, Hollywood is quite dire. Lots of homelessness, lots of grime, lots of crackheads, and lots of funky smells. But just a few miles down the road, things had changed drastically. The dirt and grime was gone. The homelessness was gone. The hedges were getting taller. The roads were quieter and wider. The cars were nicer. The roads were lined with flowers. And the houses were absolutely huge.
Fucking bullshit.
Gentlemen, we had arrived in the quiet streets of Beverly Hills.
3, 2, 1, go! How are they so much faster than us?
Because I'm in the back seat. Tristan's a fat bastard.
Beverly Hills was like a completely different city. A completely different city with very questionable traffic management. Case in point, the intersection.
Car accident incoming.
Of course, we parked up and examined it more closely on foot. This place is just weird.
Yeah.
Even in darkness. So as you can see, we are in a business meeting right now.
Yes.
Weather good over there? Yeah. Pretty Dave over here as well.
Huh?
Nearby was also this nice park, so we checked that out too.
My horny ass could not tend a koi garden.
Someone throw a rock at it. I've never seen that animal before.
Alright, well, I'd say we'd seen a good amount of the rich area. Now, back to the crackheads.
Well, I need you bad, man.
Gentlemen, we were going to Santa Monica Pier. Once again, like last year, it was full of curious characters. Preachers,
Put your faith and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ.
street performers that took so long to do their performance that we got bored and left,
Come around and collect your money!
plenty of those aforementioned crackheads, and this cat backpack thing. Okay, that's pretty cool. At the end of the pier, we sat down and watched the sunset. Well, that was Jill.
You're a pretty bird.
So, we went back to the cars, and I completely forgot to visit the wall shit spot again. Damn. Speaking of wall shits,
I'm hungry.
Taco Bell. Once again, it turns out that Taco Bell is actually pretty good.
Well, it's not even that bad.
How's that taste?
It's actually so good.
I like Taco Bell. S tier. Okay, well, let's go to bed. Day 5. We woke up feeling fine. Kinda crazy that not getting shit-faced results in better sleep. Today was our last day in LA, and we'd noticed something disturbing. All of our phones had a severe lack of hard photos. To remedy this, I have scouted a location and come up with a plan. The Hollywood sign. But before that, we need to fuel ourselves with some breakfast at Burger King. This particular Burger King had a crackhead outside, which is always a good sign, and the food was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Burger Jr. pretty good.
A tier. With our bodies fueled up and back in the cars, on we drove to the Hollywood sign, and past this Scientologist center.
My favorite YouTuber, Martin Cito Pants, he's a fucking scientist.
He's a fucking Scientologist?
He acts Dianetic as fuck.
Ah.
He has type 3 Dianetics.
Yeah.
And before we knew it, the hard photo. I'd give the Hollywood sign a B tier. But you know what? I think we need more hard photos. And where else to get more hard photos than a museum full of cars? Like this one, and this one, and yeah, lots of cars. My personal favorites were this car for Soviet leaders, this particular steel ball that did nothing significant whatsoever, and this thing. Yeah, that's a car. Well, that's a good amount of hard photos. Food time. Carl Jr. Carl's Jr. was pretty generic.
I'm gonna kill myself. We are currently at a fried zucchini.
But also pretty good. So we decided on B tier. Carl Jr. Okay, you know what? I think we might just need more hard photos. See, these just weren't doing it for us. They lacked a certain amount of drip. A certain amount of drip we could acquire from these vintage stores. Tristan found this, and I found this Daytona jacket. With our drip firmly secured, we left the store and began heading back to the cars. That wasn't until we spotted a familiar face across the road.
Yo! What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
Oh, let's go, let's go.
No, why are you guys here?
And this time, he was with a woman. Let's fucking go, Smelvin! Yeah! Then we went to the Griffith Observatory.
Well, where do we at the Griffith Observatory? Where do we at the Griffith Observatory?
Where do we at the Griffith Observatory?
Griffith Observatory, C tier.
Literally.
Back home, it was time for dinner, and so the local Italian, Simon, got to work
With an army hearties.
arguing with Tim about how to cook the pasta.
What's the situation? We've made pasta sauce, but there is no place to cook the pasta.
Deal me in, man. Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
And then the sauce in the pot, and then the boiling water in the pot after.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Trust the process.
I trust the process.
Otherwise, we have to reboil water.
Yeah.
It will make it longer.
That's not a big deal, bro. That's okay. We can reboil water.
Why don't you freeze it as well so we can use boiling water later? Fucking hell.
Do we need to film it?
No, stop. Just fucking pour it down the sink. What are you doing? Just pour it down the sink. Tim, just pour it down the sink.
Look, dinner was yum. We got there in the end. It was a bit of a struggle, but it was yum. Now, we needed more supplies. Supplies that we would be able to find at a classic LA smoke shop. We also just wanted to see what this sort of store was like. And oh boy, did this place not disappoint. Knuckle dusters, big bongs, small bongs, glass bongs, gas mask bongs, cocaine accessories, trays, stuff that I definitely cannot show on YouTube, and various tasers, like this one, or knuckle dusters that are tasers. This is where Sydney hatched a brilliant idea. We would take one of the tasers and tase him. The man's a genius.
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna fucking eat it. I'm gonna fucking eat it. Was that it?
What the fuck?
Sadly, only one of the barbs made a proper connection, so to actually get tased, he had to touch the other barb on the floor. This just wouldn't do, so we stepped it up a notch.
That sounds fun. Oh, no, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. You didn't get me. No, I'm fucking scared of this one. This one hurts more. This one hurts more. Go. Ah! This one hurts way more. Alright, in the back. In the back. No, that was bad.
This is around the time when we noticed a newcomer entering the building. A tall, intense-looking dude with a big scar on his cheek. We told him we just tased Sydney and he went, He then began talking with the shopkeeper. He bought himself a police scanner, got a little tutorial on how to use it from the shopkeeper, and left. Right. Overall, that shop, S tier. But you know what isn't S tier? The White Castle sliders sitting in the freezer. This was our last night after all, and they probably wouldn't survive 3+ hours of driving in the hot car tomorrow. So, reluctantly, we opened them up, defrosted them, stacked them like bricks to create the true White Castle.
Fuck, you're the king of the White Castle, Papa.
And ate. These were, no exaggeration, the worst pieces of frozen food I have ever had the displeasure of consuming.
Fuck me, that is not good.
And Seamus thought so too.
Why the fuck would you do that?
Why the fuck would you throw that at the window?
It was white when I saw it.
This really made me think, man, Americans have it rough when it comes to food. No wonder they have a reputation for looking like this. F tier. Again. Anyway, tomorrow we'd be traveling to the lake house, so we got in bed and slept. Day 6. Traveling to the Alpine Lake House in Big Bear Lake. We'd been having such a good time in LA that leaving it set a cloud of melancholy over us. We bid farewell to the LA house and set off for the mountains.
Party time's over, cocksuckers.
Last words.
Onto Northern Boulevard.
Oh, baby. How we doing? He's back. I'm Barack. And maybe also Obama. Alright, I'm eating my breakfast. So why don't we keep watching this video while I eat my brekkie? I did not get a huge amount of
Good
sleep,
morning,
but that's
Frogman.
okay. GMGC.
Bye.
Head south
Goodbye.
toward Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, these have been on the whole time. I did not turn these on.
Oopsies.
Let's phone in.
I reckon squirrel would taste so fucking good, but you'd have to eat like 10 at a time.
Once we'd made our way out of LA, the scenery got substantially prettier.
Lads, this is beautiful.
But you know what this place here needs desperately? A Walmart. Oh wow, look at that. In Walmart, we bought more food and supplies for our 10 hungry tum-tums, like goobers.
Goober.
They got you in a job, bro.
I fucking love Goober. I'm a Goober.
And,
Brother,
back on the road, we had begun ascending into the mountains, and the scenery was getting pleasanter and pleasanter. Up here we could look down into the valley and see the vast sprawl that is LA. Well, we would have been able to see LA if it wasn't for the pungent, thick, juicy layer of smog covering all of it. Wonderful. I give LA smog an F tier. Spores. And what do you know? Big Bear Lake.
Alright, we've seen him now. Let's go to Vegas.
We're done. Okay,
We unpacked our bags, retrieved the BB gun, and crafted several devious images. Alright, yeah. What were we actually doing here? Well, I wanted to go to a lake house since it seems chill.
Too much for my... You know what? No, we'll keep playing. Fuck it.
But why specifically Big Bear Lake? Well, during the planning phase of this trip, I heavily relied on Google Maps. I'd scour the map, look around, use the 3D view, use Street View, and generally look at my computer and go, While looking over Big Bear Lake, I spotted an intriguing town nearby. Not Big Bear, but a far smaller one to its north. I thought to myself, show the boys, and they went, and the rest is history.
Foreskin.
Well, this was nice. Okay, I'm bored. Pellet gun time. I give pellet gun time an S tier. Well, that was fun. Time for lunch. Jack in the Box. Just kind of, So, C tier. Okay, back to the cabin.
Alright, in here we got the games room. Nice, hey. How we doing, boys? Martin's just chilling.
Okay, I'm bored again. It's boat time. Boat time consisted of driving the boat, seeing the Big Bear Lake Solar Observatory, which takes photos like this, seeing these helicopters, for some reason, and doing boat burnouts. I give boat time A tier. It was good. Okay, for real this time, let's go back to the cabin, and the boys want to check out the town. Okay, well we still had 2 cars, so Tristan, Nathan and I hopped in one of them and took it back home. While the boys were enjoying themselves looking at various funky stores like the Boneyard, we were at home freaking the fuck out because of a smell. Gas. We scrambled to do what we could. We opened all the windows, checked everywhere for the source of the leak. We frantically tried to get a draft going, but to no avail.
Boys, there was a gas leak in the house. Fuck me dead. Shit is so fucked.
Guys, I'm fucking sorry. Huh?
House blow up.
House blew up. Yeah, that didn't happen.
House blew up.
Well, the gas leak did happen, but the house didn't blow up. We just opened all the windows, turned the stove off, and it was fine. And with that devilish prank completed, burgers,
Yeah.
and bed. Day 7. Nothing. Literally fuck all. We sat around the cabin, drank beer,
Would you rather have your dick hang low in your balls or your balls hang low in your dick?
and went to bed. Day 8. Our time at Big Bear Lake had come to an end, and today we'd be plunging deeper into the American West on the way to the Grand Canyon. Keen to hit the road, we packed everything back into the cars, did a final check of the house, and breakfast.
El pollo loco.
Yeah,
Finally,
the
after
crazy
4 hours
chicken.
of waiting here,
To me,
too bad
the
at
crazy
11:30
chicken
here.
is just the normal chicken. Inside this fine establishment, we ordered our food. Olo got a wonderful new name, La, and we ate. Shockingly, it was very good. We also checked their stock price for some reason.
It's pretty crazy. Let me tell you, it's good.
And so we bestowed upon it our greatest honor. S tier. The road to the Grand Canyon was long, especially because we wanted to go through Joshua Tree National Park and have a gander at the Joshua Trees. In total, we had over 6 hours on the road ahead of us, so we swallowed the burritos whole and piled back into the siennas. Joshua Tree National Park goes hard. Oceans of small shrubs with these huge, rocky mountains jutting out, and of course, Joshua trees. Naturally, we had to check it out, and also piss.
Group pissing session starts now.
Fellas are pissing. Fucking piss central here, bro.
On this desert road, we learned many things, like the car's top speed on Google is wrong. The US military just be doing stuff in the desert with VTOL aircraft for some reason.
Fuck, that's so cool.
The desert's pretty cool, and
That's a bug right there. Where? Right there. Just move it with a stick, you fucking moron.
yeah, that's it. Before long, the desert road had given way to the Colorado River, and over the other side of it, Arizona. Just in time for lunch at Wendy's.
London Bridge in Arizona. Bloody baffled I am.
You're what?
I'm bloody losing my marbles.
Mate, this man is losing his mind.
Now, to be blunt, Wendy's was, it was bad. The food was dry, the chips were bad, the nuggets were bad, and they misspelled almost everyone's names. Alo, Shamus, Tristan, and, Bonald. Who the fuck is Bonald? D tier. Fucking just bad. 150 miles of chill as fuck road later, we'd reached our next destination. Walmart. Inside, Simon found some curious products.
It's called the 3-piece tactical kit. A torch, pliers, and a fucking knife. What do you need this for? It's like you're like in the dark trying to fix something on your car, and there's a fucking bear attacking you.
While one of the cars was at Walmart making important purchases for our hungry tum-tums, the car I was driving...
Alright. I think I'm ready to fucking continue. I think I'm ready for war. Gotta charge my phone. Alright, gotta remember, We're at about 8 minutes left on America 2023 Part 1. Alright! Let us continue. That was a good sleep. I have awoken now. I'm feeling good. Ready to assault the day. Ready to fucking harass the day. I was watching that, bro. It was a good video, right? It didn't get that many views.
You should genuinely try playing Abiotic Factor. It's like the first Half-Life game, but in the form of a survival game, and it's genuinely fun.
It seems pretty fun. Alright. We're back! Ah, you know what? I actually have to change over the streams, because this stream has been going on for, like, how long? Fucking 9 hours? Yeah, so I have to...
As an American, I have had a furry save me from crackhead with a knife while hiding behind a Viking runestone in Pennsylvania.
Fucking hell yeah. Okay, so now I literally just need to end stream. And yeah, you know what I can do? I can also... Can I reuse settings on an old one? No, I need to just... Oh, that's so annoying. Do this real quick. You know what? Fuck it. You can keep watching. I have some work to do.
Good evening. Sponsored by World of
Oh shit, fuck on my roommate's door.
Is anyone here still awake from when that played? The little special treat in the playlist.
I like... Hello again.
It's left.
Yeah. Hey Mark, when are you coming to Germany? Cologne Sport Police Station. We need to talk to you. Nothing serious.
For our hungry tum-tums, the car I was driving made its way to Big 5 Sporting Goods. We were here to have a look at their wares, and their wares did not disappoint. Wait a second. This is just Walmart. Okay, back to the road. And nighttime. Night driving is chill.
Actually focus.
Finally, we had reached the dirt track.
Do a few things.
And before we knew it, we had arrived at the Grand Canyon Shack. First things first, let's examine our wares.
Pepperidge Farm was away.
Usual bits of food like some mints and a bit of spaghetti and 3 BB guns. A SIG MCX, a lever action thing, and a Glock. I gotta say, BB guns make for exceptional props. Then dinner, and oh no, the person logged into this TV isn't subscribed to me. What are we gonna do? Yeah! You better subscribe. Anyway, it was bedtime, and bedtime would bring us to one of this house's special surprises. The stack. Day 9. So, why were we here in bumfuck nowhere, Arizona in the first place? The answer may shock you. Grand Canyon. So, one breakfast, shoot a BB gun, and get into the car later, we were on the road to the southern rim. This is where we discovered something truly unnerving. A roundabout.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Seriously, we hadn't seen a single roundabout the entire time we'd been in America. And I knew a couple of places where it would make a lot of sense. You know, like it would make a lot of sense. We arrived in the parking lot, found a squirrel.
He took the joke seriously. These nuts in his mouth.
And walked over to the edge of the south rim.
Hello there, Mark. This is my first donation, so you better be grateful for it, or else I'll snitch and turn you in to the Australian FBI.
It's pretty grand.
Nah, Auburn's better.
Alright, we weren't just here to look at it, we were here to walk. So we started walking.
Rise and shine, Mr. Martin. Rise and shine.
Going down was fairly easy, and we reached the bottom in a little over 2 hours.
Hooray!
Hooray! And this is where I surprised the boys with a little treat. Instead of having to walk all the way back up, we were gonna... Hey, where are you going? Hey, get back here!
There goes our ride. What the fuck are we gonna do?
Oh, man. Shit. And so, the ascent began. The ascent, no surprise, was much, much harder than the descent. This wasn't helped by our insistence of ascending as fast as we could.
Chat shit again, mate?
So up we went.
Can't hear ya.
I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Oh, I'm still going.
Tell me that is not fucking every color you could imagine.
G'day, mister. Normal day at the office.
And an hour and 50 minutes later, Tristan and I had reached the top. A bit further down, however, were Sydney and Harrison.
Day 145 walking through the Grand Canyon. We are lost. There is no one in sight. We are almost at the ridge. We are running low on water and nut bars. And the squirrels are starting to look tempting.
Once all of us had collected at the top, we watched the last bit of sunset, found this railway, took a few silly ones, and bought ourselves some yummy pizza. I give the Grand Canyon an S tier. Back home, we watched some important items on the TV, like tweaker compilations.
Do you enjoy this? I love pieces.
And slowly drifted to sleep. Nathan, while outside, took these very nice photos of the clear night sky, and Simon, of course, captured some dastardly ones while we were vulnerable. And with that, back to the stack and sleep.
The video's almost done, so 2 more minutes. Might as well let it play out.
Day 10. We arose from the stack and discovered something incredible outside. Can you guess what it was? I bet you weren't thinking solar eclipse. I'm dead serious. We had literally not planned for this even a little bit, but as luck would have it, the Arizona shack was directly in the eclipse's path. So, I looked up and even though most of the sun was obscured, it still looked like the sun, but using some quick thinking and several pairs of sunglasses, we created this.
The sun looks like the moon.
Yeah.
Hello, Mark. You're my second donation since you left exactly when I made my first donation. So you better be grateful for the second one, or else.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
It's fucking pretty cool, right?
It's only like a tiny bit.
You better be grateful for it, and I just left.
The eclipse was a partial solar eclipse, meaning the moon wouldn't be fully covering the sun. About 200 miles away, however, the sun looked like this. Being under the eclipse was strange. Of course, it never went completely dark, but it did get pretty cold. And not to mention, shadows. It was odd to think that there were probably thousands of people all around us, many of them having no idea this was happening above them right now.
Passenger train during the solar eclipse. Wait, what the hell?
What the hell?
There we are. What the fuck? That is crazy.
I think it's
going away now.
Then, we shot the sun.
Wait.
Freeze! Stop resisting!
I give the eclipse an S tier. Today we had absolutely nothing planned, so we spent the entire day shooting the BB guns. Literally all day.
3, 2, 1.
Nice.
We started with about 3,000 BBs and ended with 0. S tier. I love BB guns. Seamus got this nice view of the sunset. We cooked some questionable looking lasagna for dinner, and that was that. Back to the stack, gents. Bedtime.
20 more seconds in this video.
Tomorrow was going to be an early one, because we were going to our final destination, Las Vegas. And to the South Point 400 NASCAR race. next time. Thanks to World of Tanks for sponsoring this video. Use code.
Alright. So, we're now up to the second part of America 2023. So, what I have to do now is I have to end stream on YouTube. This should automatically scooch everyone over to the other stream, and then I make that stream public, and it should just work. So let's try that. Click end.